It's a new week and the ECS action is back up and running. It's Group B. There's still 4 places to fight for and the action starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
We're back in sunny London. We had a day off yesterday, but we're looking forward to a brand new week and of course more cricket action to bring your way. It's back to ECS men's and Group B, where 4 out of the 5 teams will be going through. There's a few bits of news to bring you. So of course the main one is that Havering 11, they've come into the group because AZ Black Eagles, due to unforeseen circumstances, cannot continue in the tournament. But the good news is Havering 11 are stepping up to the plate. Because of the late changes though, it does mean that they won't be able to progress through to the quarterfinals. It does mean though that the opportunity is there for the other 4 sides to really fight their way up to the top of the table and to see where they can land. I don't think any of the sides really want to finish 4th and face up against the mighty Tigers from Group A. There's also one new side that's going to take to the stage for the first time today, and that's Gagan. They've got 3 games today, so it's really important that they get their tournament off to a quick start. And of course, CFS, they've got 3 games today. They went winless in day 1, so it's about time that they really need to pick up the win. Remember, it's 8 games for all the teams, and the top 4 now are of course cemented, but the higher up they go, the more likely they are to play the lower teams from Group A. So we've got the first game then coming your way today, and it's Gagan who are taking to the stage for the first time, and they'll be playing against Old Brentwoods. Let's go straight out into the middle for the coin toss.
Old Brentwoods to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and that is the tails.
We'll have a ball.
They're going to have a bowl.
So there you have it. Old Brentwoods have won the toss and they will have a bowl. It was a pretty decent day for them on day 1. They played 3 games. They won 2 of them, the first 2 in fact, and they already showed they've got quite some firepower with the bat, especially their captain. And of course, they've got Mervyn Westfield, who is an absolute superstar with bat and ball. As for Gagan then, they're going to go out and bat, and it'll be a chance for them to just get themselves acquainted with the format and see if their batters can get themselves into that mindset to just go from the start. They can't really afford to get themselves off to a slow start here against an Old Brentwood side who of course want to register their 3rd win of the tournament. There's 5 big games coming your way. I'm looking forward to being back in the commentary box with Nish after he of course did a tremendous job on Saturday with the ECSW flying solo. So Nish, the news from the toss is that Old Brentwoods have won and they will have a bowl.
Recap some of the action we saw on Friday. It was an exciting day of cricket, had some very competitive matches, and looking forward to seeing how those sides will do today. We'll take a look at the East Londoners against CFS Pinnacle Pro to start things off here. The East Londoners posted a formidable total of 165 in the first innings. A wonderful performance by Gaurav Kumar, 61 runs for him. Vikant Dadaria with 57 of 22, and then Subha Singh playing the role of a closer spectacularly with a quick fire 32 of just 10 deliveries. In response, Pinnacle Pro batted pretty well. Full credit to them. There's those 2 standout bowling performances you can see right there, which just ensured that the East Londoners were able to take that game. We'll now have a look at match number 22. Pinnacle Pro were involved in an exciting encounter against Old Brentwoods. This was a high-scoring affair. They would have thought that with 165 as the target, they could have won that game, but Old Brentwoods batted superbly, and they're able to take that win. Chaudhry with an undisputed 87. Kedekar with 90 of 29 in the first innings. East Londoners would win their first game of this ECS, should say their second game of this ECS. They took match number 23 by 6 wickets. A good performance there by Sahaj Chada, 42 of 16 for him. Kashish Mida with figures of 2 for 33 for the opposition. Old Brentwood would pick up a victory in match number 24. They were able to chase down this target of 111 fairly comfortably in the end. 8 deliveries to spare. They never seemed particularly troubled at any point in the chase. Sagar Joshi with 44 of 21. Mervyn Westfield has really been very good to start off this series. He's proven to be a real talented all-round player, consistently scoring some good runs with a bat. You know he can grab a couple of wickets every match as well. That was another standout performance for him and the East Londoners side. And we'll now take a look at our final match of the day between East Londoners and Old Brentwoods. Akshay Solanki with 64 of 24. Faizan Rise with a quick fire 56 as well, as they would set a target of 161 for the Old Brentwoods. In response, could only muster 142 runs. They would be defeated by 18 runs in the final match of the day on Friday. So we'll take a look at the standings for Group B. And things are shaping up very nicely. At the moment, it's rather unpredictable, you have to say. We don't quite know where these sides will finish. And I think we could be in for a very, very exciting Group B. We'll take a look at it right here. Havering 11 have now joined the party. He said Black Eagles unable to continue, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast. East Londoners currently on top, 3 wins out of 3 for them. Old Brentwood, though, they're not far behind, just a couple of points separating them and the East Londoners, so that's going to be a really interesting race for top spot. Pinnacle Pro yet to pick up a victory, and we're going to see Guggen for the first time in this European cricket series. Looking forward to that. Only Armand Randwa has played in the past on the network for their side. And the rest of the team, fairly new to ECN, so we're going to be learning about them just as you are. Got an interesting set of matches coming up for you today. Of course, we were very lucky to have some great women's cricket on Saturday. The only unfortunate thing was the amount of rain that we had. Upminster, Hutton, and Gunnersbury certainly treated us to some brilliant games. You have to say Gunnersbury were the standout of the 3 teams. George Irving in particular was a real star player. A few great knocks for her. Take a look at the fantasy dashboard for match number 26. So as you can see for Guggen, well, the only player who's played in the past on ECN is Armand Randwa, who's listed to come in at number 3. Old Brentwoods, certainly a very exciting team, and they've made 5 changes to their lineup for this game from last time around. Going to certainly have eyes on their captain, Babar Chaudhry, who's coming off a brilliant innings on Friday where he made 87, and then Mervyn Westfield was a terrific all-round performer. Looking forward to this game. Should be extremely exciting. Old Brentwoods won the toss, decided to field first. This is going to be a fun matchup as the Guggen batters make their way out to the middle. Looks like Randwa may open the batting. We'll take a look at it. It doesn't actually seem to be the case. It's going to be Raminda Vijaysurya, the skipper, alongside Yuvraj Malhotra. 2 of them making their way out to the middle. Very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Emmanuel Robbins here and George Galloway. Very good morning to you. Johnny Heesham joining us as well. It's great to see you over the weekend, Johnny. Dave joining us as well. Morning to Viking Bay. And a very good morning to Kroom, who, well, we're going to get a chance to see later this afternoon. That's going to be real fun. Get to see Kroom in person, batting on ECN. What a story that would be, huh? From fan to player. And I'm sure everyone in the chat will be cheering him on. So got a long off in place as well as a deep cover. Just the two fielders allowed outside the ring during the power play. Vijay Surya on strike. Khan bowled pretty well. His figures against the East Londoners were over 30, and considering the East Londoners made 160, that wasn't too bad a bowling performance. Starts out with a wider delivery here. Doesn't quite get that one right. A big matchup here between these two teams. Guggen will obviously want to get off to a good start. So strike this one down the ground. It's going to be a big chase, and well, it's not quite enough to stop it from going away for 4 runs. Had a chance to do a little bit of fielding that one rolling into the commentary tent. So if we could just take our minds back to Saturday morning, the very first ball of the ECSW came straight into the commentary tent. A terrific shot by Erica Hobson. Smacked it right down the ground. And well, Monday morning starts somewhat similar, although that one very tamely came into the commentary tent. Very, very tamely. Good morning to Tim Harmer. Yeah, Kroom, good question there by Tina. Why aren't you in the nets? We need you at your best ahead of your ECN debut. Looks to launch this one away, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs to the first maximo of this Monday. Clears the front leg. Good old-fashioned T10 shot. And he sent that a long way away. So a nice start here. Good early first impressions for Vijay Surya. Displayed a few nice strokes to start things off. Yeah, so Khan under a little bit of early pressure here. Struck for a couple of boundaries to start things off and add in the 2 wides. Take some pace off that ball, and Vijay Surya was once again looking to go towards that mid-wicket boundary, but didn't quite have the timing on it. He was just a little bit early on that shot. Struck straight down the ground, and that's going to go away for a 6 as well. You can hear a massive crash as it landed right on the fence. They were just wondering what this Guggen side were all about, and Vijay Surya, their captain, is certainly helping them make a terrific early impression. Great use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, and hammers that one away. Struck very, very firmly. Oh, it's beautiful use of the wrist there. A little bit of helicopter about that shot, the way he played it. Just whips right through the ball. Lovely, lovely stroke. Now swept away. That's going all the way for 6 as well. Gets down on one knee and helps it up over fine leg. Yeah, this is just brilliant batting, isn't it? Gets underneath it, elevates it away for 6 runs. And Guggen are off to a flyer of a start in their first ever ECS match. Here's a look at the stats for this series so far in Hornchurch, and it's been an absolute run feast. Run rate's been up to 15.2. We're seeing about 13 sixes an innings, 12 fours. It really has been one for the batters. And that's why when you see a bowler with an economy rate of 12 or 13, even 14, that's not bad at all. As you can see, a par score for this series is north of 150. It's 152. So yeah, do keep that in mind when you sometimes just try to judge some of these bowling figures. If a bowler's going for 15 and over, that's just about par for this series. So the first over is in the books, and it's a good chance to welcome back Tina Goff into the commentary box. Tina, looks like there's been a bit of a request for you in the chat.
Oh, really? Well, welcome back, everyone, and happy to be here. Happy to see the start for Gagan as well. And it's not surprising seeing their captain getting off to an absolute flyer. Again, someone who's got first-class experience, still plays over in Sri Lanka, over 1,700 first-class runs, average over 30. And yeah, seeing crew, more than happy to present you with your ECN cap. Can even do it on camera. If you get here a bit earlier, maybe during the previous game, we can do that for you. That one's smashed away. And Widya Jayasuriya's already showing all class. That was a flat 6 over the covers. Not even much width on it, but just a stand and deliver. He's got so much power. And I think already looking like someone we should be keeping an eye on, especially because it might come flying into the commentary box.
Yeah, very powerful cricketer. I mean, strikes it so firmly. He's got a beautiful technique as well, Vijay Surya. Oh dear, well, sometimes it's good to be lucky as well, as that's going to go away for 4 runs. Hard luck there for the Brentwoods, who are really looking for some good fortune to help them out during this Vijay Surya onslaught.
Oh, he scored 77 in his latest first-class game. That was only a couple of months ago in Colombo against Ace Capital for Panadura. Clearly in a bit of form and taking no time at all here to get himself acquainted with the T10 format. Yeah, Kroom. So if you come a bit earlier during the second game, I think Havering are playing the third game today, then we can do your cap presentation on the air. Assuming there are caps, otherwise we can do a metaphorical one. Do a little pre-match interview, see what the nerves are like before your debut on the network. Despite what that banner says at the bottom of the screen, there's no rain forecast today. Everything should be up and running as normal. And well, now it's the right-handed Yuvresh Malhotra who's up and running, scything that one away. Early sight of the fan zone, where I know they've actually, Nish, and this is possibly bad news for us, they've wired up the live commentary so the fan zone can now hear us. So we need to be very careful about what we're saying. Might have some upset locals having a go at us. So I mean, shouldn't be though, because we've been nothing but complimentary about Hornchurch, and they have been fantastic hosts. Also worth saying as well that we've been able to get the new side in, Havering. Looking forward to seeing them. I know Hornchurch had a bit of a hand in helping us out getting that side together. So thank you again to all the organisers. Been doing a fabulous job, and looking forward to spending another week here as we take a look at the standings. Then Havering 11 at the bottom, having not played, but they will be playing in those middle 2 games, featuring Kroom, of course, in games 3 and 4 of the day. Big day as well for CFS. They've got 3 matches today, matches 2, 4 and 5, and they really need to get a win on the board, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do. And Guggin here, 45 runs of these first 2 overs, just the start they would have hoped for. Old Brentwoods, who, mind you, won 2 out of 3 games so far, are under the pump here, and they're going to bring Mervyn Westfield in, who's managed to pick up a number of wickets, a couple of twofers for him so far this series. He's been a very reliable wicket taker for this side, and it's a good idea to insert him into the attack right here. See if he can break this opening partnership. Starts off with a full toss, and this one's going to go all the way for 6 runs. A checked swing there by Malhotra, but timed well enough that it was able to clear the rope. There was a fielder out in the deep who was momentarily interested, but it ends up sailing over his head as the 50-run opening stand is now complete with that 6. So yeah, no slowdown whatsoever here for Guggin. doesn't quite start off with the ball he would have liked, though. Mervyn Westfield. Oh, really well dug out there by Malhotra. Really well dug out. Westfield going for the Yorker. It's just really fast hands as he's also just able to open the face of the bat nice and late. Work that one away for 4 runs.
It's just the whip of the wrists and the hands, isn't it? Not a bad delivery from Westfield. Nails his Yorker pretty early on this Monday morning. Malhotra equal to it, and this has been a blistering start from the new side. Gagan weren't sure what to expect from them. Clearly we can expect some big hitting. Already well beyond that 50 mark in the power play. Still 4 balls to come of it. That's already the 10th boundary scored in this innings.
Gonna pick up another run here.
I think we've already got an early equipment change here. As the 2 batters almost walking off the pitch, but certainly looks like Raminder is eyeing his bat suspiciously, and the captain of Gagan gets a new piece of equipment. Hey Nish, you mentioned in the chat, and we need to go into a bit of detail about what you got up to yesterday at the British Museum. Favourite exhibit?
I think it was the ancient Greek stuff.
Yeah.
It was all the ancient Greek stuff. I think most of the pictures I got were from there. Just strikes this one down the ground, and it's well fielded out long off. He's actually done superbly to not touch the rope. Let's just take a look at this. That was Wasim Khalid, who is out at long off. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, just about. Make sure he doesn't make contact with the rope. Interesting comment there by Wayne. Well, Wayne, we're intellectuals here at ECN. I was actually joined by Simon, who's one of our scorers. But yeah, how was your day, Tina? I think had a bit of rain during your match out in Solihull, as this one's going to be caught. Really good catch there. A sharp take, and Malhotra's cameo has been brought to a close.
It's still a good start though, as 57 is on the board before Malhotra loses his wicket. This time gets his hands underneath it, whips it, but just whips it straight into the hands of cover. It's a comfortable catch for Shabazz Khan, but Malhotra gets his side off to a decent start. 17 off 7 for him. Raminder, the captain, still there. He's 38 off 10. And Gagan, given it's their first game on the network, can be more than happy with their power play. But it's that man again, Mervyn Westfield. He picks up a wicket. There's 1 ball left as Armand Randhawa comes in to face the final ball of Westfield's over. Yeah, my game didn't go quite to plan. It was a bit wet over in the Midlands. Played in Worcestershire, in fact. That one's gone wrong, and Westfield turns away in disgust. Oh, good hurdle by that one. And the dog's after it. Is the dog going to get it? Yes. Yes, he's going to get it. He's sniffing it. Is he like, what's this? Nope. He said no. The Grizzly has been rejected. Take a look at this for a hurdle. It was a rank ball, in all honesty, from Westfield. And it's come flying over. That man, he picks it. Does he stop it? Oh, cut off. Just as we would have seen a glorious hurdle. It is the end of the over, though. 61 for 1 at the end of the power play. Great power play for Gagan. Remember as well, OB's won the toss, decided to field. Yeah, it was an on and off day over in the Midlands. I think we came on, off about 4 or 5 times. And, well, here's my excuse. I got out LBW for 2. It was raining quite heavily when I was batting. And it was dark, because we were chasing about 170 odd. And at this point it was about 5 o'clock and it was raining. And the pitch had got so wet from being rained on, funny enough. And it didn't bounce. It hit me in the shin. I will say I played absolutely all around it. There's video evidence. But yeah, not a great day. We lost by about 20 runs. But shout out to Milford Hall, my club up in the Midlands. We'll come back stronger, I'm sure, next game's in a couple of weeks. But nice to be back on the pitch rather than sitting beside it. Of course, it's equally nice, Nish, to be back in the commentary box with you as we go into the 4th over.
Oh, that's a little bit funky here, Vijayasuriya, but he ends up picking out the fielder. Very unlucky with that. It was great thinking. He also managed to execute the shot, but yeah, unfortunately for him, he's just picked out Sagar Joshi, I believe, who's currently out at fine leg. This is absolutely pummeled, but is there a chance here for a catch? Yes, there was, and this was put down. And just take a look at that by Shahbaz Khan. Slams the ball in anger.
It was not quite hit off the middle. It got a bit big on Vijayasuriya and should have really been a regulation catch for Shahbaz Khan. You can see exactly what he thinks of it, because that could be a costly drop as Raminder goes down on 38. Now safely at the non-striker's end. Not someone who you really want to give too many chances to. And hi to Oktay Gulami in the chat saying good to see ECN in England at the home of cricket. Well, Lord's not too far away. I know there'll be some cricket going on there. So what a Yorker that one is. It's absolutely taken Radhawa off his feet. Somehow it goes for 4 leg buys. Vicious one, this. Not one you want to see as a batter. Luckily, he gets up and sees the ball racing away to the rope. No chance of it being LBW, but Mohit Perky there, bowling with some heat.
That was a terrific delivery there by Berkey, and yeah, if he'd managed to get that onto the stumps, he'd have definitely had a wicket.
So what parts of the ancient Greek exhibits took your fancy the most?
I think a lot of the marbles from the Parthenon in particular were really exciting to look at. They had some stuff from...
Are they the ones the Greeks want back?
Yes. I could tell there were a lot of Greek people around as well, I noticed.
Tutting.
Yeah. It was actually quite interesting that whenever you saw an exhibit from a specific country, you'd find a lot of natives from that country just around the exhibit, kind of admiring some of their country's history.
The Brits have just collected. That can happen.
They're going to pick up a single here. Yeah, it was very interesting because it started off, I think the first exhibit is the Enlightenment exhibit, where they're just trying to help you gain perspective on sort of foundation of the British Museum and how, you know, this great era of falling back in love with the classical era came about. And then after that, you kind of dive straight into the Assyrians and the ancient Greeks. So this one's going to get an inside edge and go away for 4 runs. It's not too much fine leg could have done about that.
Oh, yes, good foot fielding by that man. Oh, yeah, underarm throw. I love that. He's got a smile on his face as well. I think that's the second time it's gone to him. Get him on. Get him in the action. He could be in the Havering 11.
Yeah, can certainly have a
excellent foot planted at the right moment.
Yeah, Monday morning here, Hornchurch, and got a few spectators out, a few passers-by admiring these games. 4 overs in, Guggener 70, 1 for 1. A great start for them. You know, we were just wondering what this Guggen side would like. We haven't really seen them on ECN in the past, and yeah, they made a terrific first impression against an old Brentwood side who have won 2 out of 3 of their games so far in this European Cricket Series. So yeah, they're certainly no slouches.
How long were you in the museum for? Was it an all-day kind of situation?
I spent a few hours there. I originally went with Simon as one of our scorers, and then he had to leave for something. I then hung around maybe an extra hour after that, and then just took a walk around London. And it was really unlucky for you because, you know, the weather was terrible up in the Midlands, but down in London it was absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I just went for a walk in the park after that. Not Hyde Park, I think. Gosh, I can't quite remember its name. It was something Inns Park. I think maybe Croom. I don't know the name of the park I'm talking about. A little bit of an edge, and that's going to go racing away for 4 runs. Gets a bit lucky there, but just it wasn't a bad ball at all. And yeah, you can see it's a good idea there by Sagar Joshi. He's going for that wide Yorker, but yeah, he's got to take this as a mini win, really, as a bowler. There was nothing wrong with the delivery bowled. But just sort of, we'll still be able to get the runs.
Regent's Park?
No, it was certainly not. It was something Inns Park. Second word was in. Lincoln's Infields, that's right.
Oh, lovely.
Lincoln's Infields.
There's worse places to spend a lazy Sunday afternoon.
Catches an outside edge, and that's going to go away for 4 runs as well. So Vijay Surya, we've seen some fine batting by him so far this ECS, but now showing that he's riding his luck a little bit as well.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure he knew where that came off. It certainly wasn't supposed to go in that direction, and as Vinny says, the Havering 11 skipper on the bench over there, looking like he's warming up. He's now patrolling the boundary, actually, so he's eyeing up the competition. He's sizing them up. A bit of intimidation tactics there from the skipper of the new side.
Oh, gets down on one knee and sweeps that away. A slog sweep for a 6. That almost ends up in the clubhouse. That's how powerful a stroke that was by Vijay Surya. And he's brought up a 50 on his ECS debut. Take a look at this shot again. What an incredible slog sweep. Such a difficult stroke to play, especially against somebody who's bowling with the kind of pace that Sagar Joshi is.
There's the Hornchurch locals doing some brilliant work. George. Is that the Havering skipper? There he is, possibly. Patrolling. A few choice words in the ear of the fielder there. Just intimidation tactics early on.
Slower delivery there by Joshi. Just took some pace off that ball and hits it straight to the fielder at cover. 1 ball to come. Skuggan are 85 for 1. A flying start for them. Absolutely pummeled away. That's going to be another 6 as Guggan are into the 90s halfway through this innings. We'll take a look at the shot again. Oh, absolutely wonderfully played there. As we've got a chance now to welcome you into the commentary tent. It's been a flying start here for Guggan, looking really good to start things off. And we're wondering what this side would like. Great first impression.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not always easy coming into the tournament late. Everyone else has had a bit of an opportunity to see the lay of the land and also get into that T10 mindset. But clearly, they haven't needed any time at all to get into business here.
No, they certainly haven't. I think Vijay Surya, talk about a captain's innings to help his side settle into this tournament. That's exactly what he's done. This whole Brentwood side, they're no slouches. They won 2 games out of 3 so far this ECS, and they're looking pretty ordinary right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's an early start on the Monday morning for them. They went into that final game on Friday, and it was one of the 2 sides that would go unbeaten throughout. The East Londoners took that one. They certainly don't want to fall to 2 defeats in 2 games, but they've got plenty of time here to get themselves back into it as well.
So Balirao is into the attack for the first time. It bowled quite decently in that match you just mentioned against the East Londoners. It figures a 1 for 29, and overall had a pretty good day on Friday. Absolutely walloped away for 6 runs. Over pitches that delivery there, Balirao. He knows he's gotten that wrong. He's got his hands on his heads, and well, I should say his head. He's only got one of it. It's going to go away for 6 runs. Down the ground, and there's a fielder at long off to get that one. It's just going to be a single. Randhawa, one of the only players in this Guggan side who's played in the European Cricket Series in the past and ably supporting Vijay Surya at the moment.
Yeah, he's got some international experience as well on the network, playing for Austria. His high score was against Malta. 73 he scored in 2023, averages just over 30. It was just that one season he played in 2023. So good to see him back here for the Guggan side.
That's another one that's going to go the distance for 6 more runs. This is just incredible hitting here as Guggan bring up their 104 with a ball to go in the 6th over.
Just effortless on that occasion. Maybe just a tiny bit short there from Pratik. And Raminda, he's so quick on that. Just lifts it away this time, muscles it, not too much. timing to speak of, just all power. And he's already threatening here. 65 off 20. That's some debut on the network.
Doesn't quite get that one right there, Balera. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, Armand, he's played for one of the sides with, I would say, one of the better names on ECN. Played for Snazzy Cricket Club over in Vienna. I think that's a, I think fresh, tropical, snazzy. They're certainly up there as some of my favorite names on ECN. Guggen racing along at just under 18 and over.
I kind of want to know what snazzy stands for. I'm going to do some research. Snazzy Cricket, they've got a website. Because it's capital letters as well, which feels to me that it should be an acronym. And I really want it to be something really long and German.
That's the expected score right now, 171 for Guggen. They certainly back their chance of getting there. They can maintain this run rate. They'll be getting to something that touches the 180s. Oh, launched again by Vijay Surya. I mean, that's exactly the kind of stroke he's looking for, and if you just bowl it in the slot, you're pretty much going to just be feeding him deliveries that he's going to send away for 6.
He just loves anything. I wouldn't even say short, just a length ball that he can heave over to the leg side in the nicest possible way. They're beautiful shots, but he knows exactly where his scoring areas are. And he moves to 72 of just 22 deliveries. Joshy comes back to bowl his second over here. His first one went magical, 20 runs coming off it. At the moment, Old Brentwoods just don't really seem to have an answer to this firepower.
Now this time he's going to play another fantastic stroke here, Vijay Surya. Once again, just stepping across and manages to dig that one out and somehow work it away behind square leg. Well, he's playing some really spectacular strokes, isn't he, here, Vijay Surya? We've seen a lot of funky shots over the course of this ECS, and Vijay Surya has played plenty. This time he just backs away, looking to open up the offside. He's certainly favored that leg side boundary, Vijay Surya. Mostly been targeting square leg and mid-wicket. It's not a bad idea there by Sagar Joshi, but he's unable to execute. A slower ball here by Joshi, and once again a catching chance presented out in the deep. Shabazz Khan, the second one he's dropped.
It's not been the best of mornings for him, has it? This time just doesn't throw the ball away in anger. More disappointment. A bit of a dejected fielder out there. You can see that one even hits him in the thigh for good measure. Dropped on 38, dropped again here on 76.
Oh, terrific work there. Absolutely brilliant by Alan Jones. A great display of athleticism. And they needed to force a wicket here somehow. Randhawa was trying to charge to the striker's end. And he's going to get run out. Superb work by Alan Jones. They needed to force a wicket here somehow. Old Brentwoods. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, that is brilliant by Jones.
He's horizontal by the time he throws that. It's an absolute Superman run out from Alan Jones, who's into the side, has the gloves on. I think, well, there was half a peel there for an LBW. I'd quite like to see that one again, actually, but it doesn't matter in the end. Maybe he gets a bit of bat on it. He was right in front of the stumps. Alan Jones, the little underarm flick. It's an excellent dismissal. And this partnership is finally broken. It was worth 62 in the end. As it's Randhawa who has to go 15 off 8, but the chief destroyer, Raminder, he's still there, 78 off 25. Well set here, Gaggan to go big, 119 already on the board.
Now they put down a few catches here, Guggen, so beg your pardon, Old Brentwood, so Just needed something to lift them there, and an exceptional moment by Allen. Worked away towards mid-on. Patel off the mark here with a single. Brings a danger man. Vijay Surya back on strike. 3 overs left here. He's on 78. Would be some story if he's able to go on and get triple digits on his ECN debut. Struck away through the offside, and that's going to go the distance for a 6. An incredible stroke by Vijay Surya, dancing down the track. And he's just cut that one away towards cover for a maximum result.
This time he just gives himself a bit of room to the leg side and carves it away. It's the perfect way to the end of the 7th over. Another one that goes magical. Joshy, 2 pairs of 20s, 126 for 2. As we take a look at the schedule for 2025. Czechia, of course, started yesterday, and it's Phil G and Danny on the mic today, taking you through the international action there. So much more to come throughout the year. Finishing, of course, with the ECCW for some Christmas cricket coming your way from the Khartoum Oval throughout December, from the 1st all the way through to just a few days before the 25th.
Struck straight down the ground. That's going to go away for 6 as well. And you know what I love to see about this Guggins side is whoever's made their way out to the middle, they've had absolutely no problem whatsoever settling into their innings.
Absolutely. It's Rahi Patel's second ball on the network and pummels it for 6. And again, the Hornchurch low. Oh, well, she's not going to get into ECSW anytime soon. Tries to go for the underarm bowl and just launches it straight into the gym equipment. There we go. Bonk. Have another go. Oh, she's game for it though. Second time lucky. There we go. Maybe there's hope for her after all.
Tries to go for the scoop, and once again, Alan Jones was just going to consider backhanding that one onto the stumps, but Patel just got no power onto that shot. There was no pace on that Bolero delivery. Looks to go over point, and that's going to go the distance for 6 runs as well. And it seems the ball's just following her. She's got another chance to do some fielding.
She's getting more look at the Grizzly than some of the Brentwood's fielders at the moment, who are just chasing leather to all 4 parts. They think maybe, okay, if they can get Vijay Surya off strike, then that's at least something. But Rahi Patel, he's gone 6-6 at the start of his innings as well.
Looks to go down the ground. There could be a chance for a catch here. Hasn't been timed perfectly. And oh, so well taken. And this is going to be interesting to look at, but I just think his right heel is over the rope and doesn't actually make any contact with it. We'll take a look at this on replay. That's Wasim Khalid, and oh dear. Well, that angle doesn't quite make it look the best, but I was just trying to have a look at it in real time, and it just felt like his heel was in the air. It didn't actually make any contact with the rope. Yeah, but that angle does make things look a little bit different, and I think that's just one we might have another look at. It's going to be a tough decision to make. It certainly is very tight. Let's just have a look at this one more time. Right there. Does that heel come down?
It feels like maybe I don't know, you try and look for things that aren't there. It looks like maybe the rope, does it move a tiny bit? Oh, it's so tough to tell. He certainly thinks it's out. He puts the finger up. Yeah, maybe the rope doesn't move actually. It looks like the wicket has been given. I think that's a fair call. As it's always a bit of an optical illusion, isn't it, when you have the camera up from height and you don't really have the right perspective. So I think that's a fair call.
Yeah, I think just looking at it in real time, because he was just to the right of our commentary position, it just felt like that right heel never actually came down and made contact with that rope. And well, the match officials agree, and ultimately deemed a wicket. De Silva is the new batter, and he's going to pump a 6 off the very first ball he faces. This Guggen batting unit really does look very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. As you were saying earlier, whoever comes in needs no time at all. That one flies away for a 6. I will say the bowling hasn't been the best that we've seen so far in this series from the old Brentwoods. They've just given too many short balls that the Gaggan batters are happy to just rock back and heave over to the leg side.
Straight down the ground to the same fielder, and he makes no mistake there. Wasim Khalid. This one is a lot clearer than the previous dismissal. No question about that. It's going to be a 6. De Silva with a 6 and out.
Safe pair of hands there on the boundary by Wasim Khalid. He picks up his second catch. That one, absolutely no doubt about it. As it doesn't get a clean strike on that one, does De Silva. Does kind of what he has to do though, which is not chew up any balls, gets one for 6 and departs on the next delivery. 144 for 4. Gaggan, still 2 overs left, so well placed to really go big, especially with Raminder still at the crease. He's on strike now as well. You certainly think he'll be eyeing up that big milestone. Shahbaz Khan then, who has been a bit luckless on the boundary rope, dropping, in fact it's Raminder he's dropped on both occasions, once on 38, once in the 70s. Got a chance to make amends now. He did go for 28 in his first over. And he's bowling the all-important 9th here.
A full toss there by Khan. Poor delivery. And Vijay Surya just whipped that one away towards the cow corner boundary for 4 runs.
Not the start that OB's needed from Shahbaz Khan. Again, the locals of Hornchurch getting involved. This one, oh, she even does a whole U-turn. Well done to that lady. Who's just going about her Monday business and suddenly has a grizzly coming to say hello.
Just going to go away for 4. It wasn't quite middle there by Vijay Surya, but he got enough bat on it to send it racing towards the rope.
Now just 4 runs away. Sorry, 8 runs away from his milestone. He's getting there so quickly though. Might as well be 4, because I wouldn't bet against him hitting this one to the rope as well. Starts the 9th over with double 4s.
Launched straight down the ground. Massive 6. Maybe the biggest shot we've seen so far today. Just getting fed deliveries in the slot here, Vijay Surya, and he's going to keep feasting on them.
Now just 2 away. 4-4-6 to start this 9th, and Gaggan already more than over a par score, 158 on the board. Still got 9 balls left to deal out some more damage. Khan now going around the wicket to the left-hander.
He's trying to just fire that Yorker in at his feet, but doesn't quite get that ball right there, Khan. It ends up being a wide, and Vijay Surya was actually quite frustrated. He didn't get any bat on it and help it away for 4 runs. He needs to bowl full and straight with the kind of field setting Khan has over here. Up in the air. Is this going to carry to the fielder? Oh, he's taken it on the second attempt. Hamza Ahmed takes the catch, and Vijay Surya so agonizingly misses out on an ECS debut century, and he just trudges back towards the dugout. Oh, he is going to be absolutely gutted. It's the first real miscue we've seen from him in a while in this innings. And the catch is taken by Hamza Ahmed. Comes so agonizingly close to that milestone, but misses out.
Yeah, absolutely unlucky for him. I suppose he did get given 2 chances earlier in his innings, and on that occasion, a rare one that he doesn't strike off the middle of the bat, and it's should have been a comfortable catch by Hamza Ahmed. He made sure on the second time of asking. But it's a brilliant innings that comes to an end. 10 sixes and 8 fours in his 98. Shabazz Khan, he'll be a relief man as well as he picks up the wicket, having dropped the same batter twice earlier in the piece.
Yeah, that's been called a wide. Khan not particularly pleased with the decision. Take a look at this ball one more time. Oh dear, he might have a case there.
Absolutely. Bowlers don't get too much going their way in this T10 format as it is. When you get one straight over the wide line, it's agonising to see that go not your way.
Goes for the slower ball, outside edge. That's going to go away for 4 runs. And
oh dear. Deary me. That's why he's on the other side of the rope. Straight through the legs.
hey, we might see him playing for the Havering 11. You never know, I think.
He did get a bit done by the rope, to be fair. He was in the right position, and the mini Tortuga off the rope. The cameras will show that it wasn't his fault.
Gotta say, though, luck's really not favored the old Brentwoods. So many of these edges have flown away towards the boundary. Goes with an on-pace delivery here. Khan to follow up the slower ball. End of the 9th over. Guggen 164 for 5. And we're probably going to see Westfield bowling this final over. Conceded 16 runs in the sole over he bowled. Picked up a wicket as well. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Expensive outing for Khan. I think bowled a few too many deliveries in the slot. Bowled 4 wides as well, which certainly doesn't help. All those extra deliveries start to rack up, and some of them go racing away towards the boundary rope. Ballera with a couple of wickets as well, conceded 33 runs. Berkey, I think, we were pretty pleased with his figures, conceding 23 runs in 2 overs. Very, very impressive, you have to say, in a series where the average score has been 152.
Yeah, which means if you can escape your 2 overs at 30 or fewer, then you're above average as a bowler. Berkey didn't pick up a wicket, but certainly as well bowling in the power play. If you can escape with 23 off 2, you can be happy with that.
Westfield going for the Yorker length there, but that's so well played by Agarwal. Such fast hands as he works that one away for 4 runs.
Mervyn Westfield, often the finisher for OBs. Back into the attack here. Went for 16 in his first over. Did, of course, pick up the wicket of the opener, Yuvresh Malhotra. Wants to finish strong again here. Remember, there was that over in their first game where he picked up 2 wickets in over number 10, and there was 2 run-outs, so 4 wickets in the over. I'd like to repeat the trick here. But Mihir Agarwal, like so many batters ahead of him, starts off straight away with a boundary.
Yeah, such great hands there by Agarwal. Looks to work this down the ground, and has that taken a hop just in front of the rope? We'll have to confirm. Looks like it has. And it's in the slot there by Westfield. It's really nicely played, yet just takes a bounce right in front of the rope. So Wasim Khalid putting in a good chase. One more look at this to confirm.
Yeah, just inside. Great camera work, as always, by 2 circles.
This time looking to go through the offside, Agarwal, and that's going to go away for another 4. 3 consecutive boundaries to start out the over. This is terrific batting, and well, they're demonstrating that they certainly have plenty of batting depth here, Guggen. Whoever's been out in the middle has been able to score some quick fire runs. Really does look like a batting unit that has been built for T10 cricket. Slower ball attempted there by Westfield and goes down the ground. They're going to surely push for a second here. Guggen's going to need a direct hit Had all three stumps to aim at there, Hamza Ahmed, but couldn't quite hit. Great outcome from Guggen's point of view, as well as it does mean the danger man, Mihir Agrawal, is back on strike.
When it's a total like this, certainly above par, you start thinking then, okay, where are the runs coming from for the OBs? You've got Baba Chowdhury, the captain, 87 not out. He scored in their first game. Mervyn Westfield, he's handy for a few runs. Sagar Joshi as well. Apart from those three, though, there's not too many batters in there. There was, of course, Asad Sajjad. He picked up a half century earlier in the series. He's not playing this morning. So it looks like it'll be on a couple of the key batters out there for Brentwood to try and chase down this total. Baba Chowdhury, we've seen him sometimes a bit too low down the order. I'd quite like to see him open. When you're chasing down a score, it's looking like it's definitely going to be 180 minimum. You need your best players up top.
Gonna push for a second run here. It's the last ball of the inning, so you might as well. The call was for the keeper's end. They will get the run out. So just a single to round things off for Guggen. They'll move up to 180. Now some great batting right at the end there by Agrawal, giving them that little push they needed to get them up to 180. What a terrific score posted here by Guggen in their first ever European Cricket Series match. They've certainly put a lot of pressure on Old Brentwoods in the second innings. And this magnificent total for Guggen was something they've come to largely thanks to the great work by their captain, Vijay Surya, who ended up with 98 of 30 deliveries, and he had plenty of support there from the middle order as well, who chipped in with some quick-fire runs whenever needed. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. What a magnificent opening stand between Vijay Surya and Malhotra. That brought about 57 runs, really set the tone for this Guggen side. Malhotra with 17 of 7, struck 3 boundaries during his innings. Played some absolutely magnificent shots. Vijay Surya at the other end, though, 98 of 30, 18 boundaries, a strike rate of 327.
Yeah, it was a real blistering start for a side which we didn't really know much about. Weren't too sure what to expect from them, but we saw pretty quickly that we'd see some explosive cricket. That one exploded onto the foot of Malhotra, still somehow made its way to the boundary. And in the end, it was just Raminder, the captain. In fact, apart from him, no one got above 17. That was Malhotra at the opener. But when you've got someone going so big, all you really need at the other end is a few cameos here and there. Shahbaz Khan certainly won't want to see this fielding innings back, dropping Raminder on 2 occasions. This was an outstanding piece of wicket-keeping from Alan Jones into his first European cricket game and into the action with a wicket as he goes full-on Superman to dismiss Arman Randauer, who can be a danger man as well. Remember, he's got some international experience for Austria. But it was Vijay Surya at the other end who was just plundering runs here, there and everywhere. We thought, will he go to his maiden century? Fell agonisingly short as Hamza Ahmed did a bit of a juggle but managed to hold on. Frustration there from the captain, but we can certainly look back at his innings with pride. As then there was a little flurry towards the end, but Mervyn Westfield showing that he's quite the competitor, as he almost always manages to pick up wickets in his overs. This time a run out to end the innings, but Guggen on their debut on the network surely happy with the 180 on the board.
They'll be absolutely delighted with that score. We'll take a look at the scorecard of this innings. Vijay Surya, the captain, top scoring with 98, just missing out on that century so agonizingly. And you can see lots of handy contributions there by the rest of the team. Everyone was pretty clear about their role. They just got to go out here, start hitting sixes from the very first ball. And that is certainly what they did. Mihir Agrawal getting that quick fire 15 runs of 5 at the end as well, which certainly just helped propel his side to 180 right after Vijay Surya had been dismissed. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. It was a pretty tough outing for Old Brentwoods. Shahbaz Khan ends up conceding 48 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Westfield 1 for 32, Sagar Joshi 0 for 40. Pali Rao picked up a couple of wickets, but the standout bowler was certainly Burki, who may not have picked up a wicket, but he conceded just 23 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Old Brentwoods need 181 runs to win in the second inning. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the chase.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the second innings. Guggen made a great first impression on the European Cricket Network, scoring 180 runs in the first innings, largely thanks to the fine work by their captain, Vijay Surya, a very accomplished cricketer who made 98 runs in that first inning. Guggen will certainly feel like they're in a very strong position here against Old Brentwoods, but we do know that this Old Brentwood side have plenty of batting talent. And we'll take a look at the bonus point equation here. So if Old Brentwoods can go out there and pull off something really remarkable and chase this down in 7 overs or less, which would require them to go at 26 and over, they will pick up a bonus point. But if Guggen can put in a very solid bowling performance and restrict the opposition to 126 or less, they will pick up the bonus point instead. So at the moment, based on what we know about these two sides, you feel a bonus point won't be in play. But if it is, Guggen, you feel, are the likelier of the two to pick it up. I think when you post 180 on the board, the last thing you want to worry about is conceding a bonus point. So it's going to be Joshi and Jones to open the batting. Sagar Joshi, very powerful hitter. And Jones at the other end saw an incredible athletic feat by him. Help his side pick up that important wicket in the second half of the first innings. It's going to be a tough task here for Old Brentwood. There's certainly a lot of pressure on them, but they do feel that this might be nice and freeing for their batters who just know they can go out there, play their shots, really looking to attack right from the get-go. That's a beautiful ball to start off here from De Silva. He's got some really good plays as well. That ball was right in the channel, got a lovely action. This is going to be played away for 6 runs. Nicely played there by Joshi. Just gets enough bat on that to muscle it down the ground for 6 runs. Using the pace of the bowler as well there. And if you bowl fast, it's going to come back to you just as fast if the batter can make contact with the ball. Oh, gorgeous by Joshi. Absolutely gorgeous. That stroke just felt effortless. Just straying with his line a little bit there, De Silva probably bowling it too far down the leg side, and Joshi with a little swivel, and he's able to work that one away behind square leg for 6 runs. Great start here for the Old Brentwoods. Back-to-back 6s. Struck straight down the ground. Shouts at catch it, but well, that's going to be a catch in the dugout. Goes straight into the vacant Guggen dugout. It's cleared the fielder out in the deep. There was no way he was going to get to that, so we're inside the power play. Just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. One's at long on, as you just saw. The other one out at deep square leg. A great bit of fielding. That looked like it was going to go away for 4 runs, but some top work. Just gets down, saves the side 3 runs there. Looks to launch this one, and oh, has he taken the catch? Just couldn't quite keep his balance. That was a terrific catch, you have to say, but Randhawa's momentum just carrying him over the rope. Let's take a look at this. Would have been one of the great catches on the network if he would have been able to hold on to that, and oh dear, just couldn't quite keep his balance. And momentum just carrying him over the rope. A superb effort, though, you have to say, by Arman Randhawa. As here's a reminder, it's been 24 matches since we last saw a golden ball on the network. That was over in Bucharest. Still yet to get a golden ball here in Hornchurch. Week 1 of our tour to bring about a golden ball, and we're into our 2nd week, hoping to get one soon. Gonna be Chinooka Dilshan to bowl this 2nd over. Bowling left arm around the wicket and starts off with a full toss. I think Joshi will be very disappointed he's missed out on that. Hit it straight to a fielder. Oh, better. Much better there by Dilshan. That's where he wants to be bowling it. Got the length absolutely spot on, and you can tell early his plan's just going to be to get that ball right up there based on what we've seen these first couple of balls. This is brilliant bowling. It's all about the length here, isn't it? I think I often say this at this level, the length is probably the most important thing. That's going to go away for a boundary. That's very nicely worked away. Just want to see how intentional this shot was. Yeah, you can just see he opens the face of the bat nice and late over there. Gets it away towards 3rd. Yeah, very good looking stroke. Yeah, it's a good chance to welcome Tina Guff back into the commentary box. Good start, you have to say, here for Old Brentwoods.
Absolutely, the start they needed as well when they're chasing down a big total, 180 for the win.
A full toss. He got away with a full toss earlier this over. Won't this time around. That goes away for 4 runs.
Chinooka Dilshan, rare missed delivery from him. He's another one, first class experience over in Sri Lanka. Over 100 first class wickets. His best 7 for 46. That would put him on the Hall of Fame. He'd be in fact the first player to get a 7 for, and well, almost got involved in a run out there as it was flashed in. It was a risky single. Dilshan, if he managed to divert that one onto the stumps, then I think Joshi would have been a goner here. He did manage to survive then. 34 on the board at the end of the 2nd. Joshi doing most of the damage. Alan Jones only faced the one delivery. He did pummel that one though for a 6. We were thinking, where would the runs come from for the OBs? Baba Chowdhury, of course, he's still waiting in the wings, as is Mervyn Westfield. The perfect start for these two, of course. Alan Jones into the side. An excellent run out with the gloves on. Now he's got the task with ball in hand.
There was a chance, and would have been rather difficult. He had to put in a dive to try to stop that one there. I think it was Nishan Singh. He could put that down really as a boundary saved as well. Let's see, Old Brentwoods put down a couple of catches back in the first innings as well. And it was the man bowling right now, Vijay Surya, who benefited from those drop chances. Certainly made them pay for it. Hit towards long off, and that's going to go racing away for 4 runs. And Jones batting superbly here. Just faced a couple of balls, and he struck both of them away for a boundary.
This is the perfect start for OBs. They really need to cash in on the power play. Of course, easier said than done. But while those 2 fielders are out, and only 2, they need to try and seize on the gaps.
Hauled away and just over Armand Randhawa's reach. He's had a couple of really difficult half chances out in the deep.
Yeah, that one was flat and hard. In the end, he could neither reel it back in nor take the catch. I think it's just a touch too high. Probably would have been a wide actually from Raminder.
High up in the air. Is this going to carry? Not quite, just beyond Mihir Aglarwal's reach. And they're going to push for a couple of runs here. So great running between the wicket spot, Old Brentwoods.
They're looking to emulate what Gagan did, which is get the 50 up in the power play. Ideally, though, they'd escape from the power play without losing a wicket as well, which is what, of course, Gagan did not manage to do.
Just drags this one towards the leg side, and he contemplated maybe pushing for a single, but that won't be the case. Just take a look at this again, yeah. Probably just reached out at a slightly wider delivery. Short, wide, and punished. That goes away for 6 runs as they bring up their 50 in the power play here. Old Brentwoods, just the start they would have hoped for.
Absolutely, as we do get to the end of the power play then, 53 on the board. Importantly as well for OBs, when we were maybe questioning a little their batting depth, they haven't lost a wicket. Gagan here need a bit of a comeback as we take a look at the head-to-heads. Was a better power play for Gagan, especially after that mammoth 28 in the first over. They did lose the early wicket though of the opener. More just consistent throughout that. 3 magical overs, 3 lots of 20. OBs here, the aim of the game, just keep themselves in it, take this game deep, and anything can happen. The left-hand, right-hand opening partnership of Joshi and Jones working well for them here. Jones in particular, 24 off just 6 deliveries. He's looking like a brilliant addition to the OB side. Malhotra will come in then to bowl the 4th. Sticking to a bit of spin.
Full toss, and that's a poor ball, you have to say. It's a very poor delivery, not the way Malhotra would have wanted to start, just begging to be hit. Might have to check the height on this one as well.
Grizzly goes into the bag, gets smuggled away. Take a look at the height. He does come down the pitch, and that probably just about saves Malhotra. He's a big lad as well, is Sagar Joshi. Collapsing down on that one. I think he'll be okay with that one. They are just double checking though. It will just be the 4. But a poor delivery first up from Malhotra.
Looks to go downtown, and he's going to be into the gap and go away for 4 runs. Joshi just picks out the gap here. He splits the fielders at deep cover and long off.
Goes inside out. He's obviously playing against the spin on that occasion, so he probably doesn't quite get a hold of it, but gets enough of it to bisect the 2 fielders. The runs keep on flowing for the OBs. 3 boundaries in a row.
Oh, looks to go big once again, and that has been launched away for 6 runs. At the moment, you've got to say this Old Brentwood side are doing a terrific job of matching what we saw from Gagan in the first innings.
Once again, the spectators come to an absolute standstill as they are enwrapped by the game out there, as are we, because we could be in for a bit of a high-scoring thriller. Already nearing 250 runs scored in just less than 14 overs. That's going to be another 6 to add to the collections. That will take the runs over 250 between the 2 sides. And that one, as good as any, as Joshi muscles it over long off for 6, and he's now just 1 away from his half century, which will of course be his maiden one on the network. He did get to 44 in game 24, hasn't quite reached the milestone. He will do on this occasion though. It will just be the single, so he gets to exactly 50 not out off 17 deliveries. He's annoyed with himself that he misses out on that occasion, but certainly putting his side into a promising position here. 74 on the board, still 1 ball left of the 4th. Hi to Terry in the chat and Thomas Martinez. Ian as well. Good to see you all enjoying the action here on a Monday. And Alan Jones, he's enjoying his time at the crease as he pummels that one away. He moves to 30 off just 7 deliveries. And that's another over that goes big. 27 runs coming off it. And OBs, they're going at 20s. 80 for no loss after 4.
Really is a flying start here for the old Brentwoods. Guggen have to find a way to break this opening partnership. We'll just take a look at the worm, and old Brentwoods now, they're above that blue line. They're above where Guggen were at this stage. Yeah, some alarm bells will be ringing for Guggen. They would have felt mightily pleased after they posted that score of 180, but things going south for them right now. I just wonder if they'll bring back Dilshan for a second over. He only went for 9. Maybe he can just stem the bleeding, but that won't be the case. It looks like they're going to hand the ball to Nishan Singh, who did have a chance to take a catch earlier this innings. It was a tough chance, mind you. That was when Joshi was on 28. He's currently batting on 50. Outside edge, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. When it rains, it pours for the bowling side.
Yeah, let's not forget this is the first bowling innings for Guggen as well. We could be forgiven for thinking they've been doing this their whole lives when they smashed 180 with the bat. They just haven't quite got it right yet with the ball in hand. They've used already the 5th bowler in the 5th over. And I think you're right, Nish. When the runs are flowing, you need something to happen. And I probably would have turned back to Chanaka Dilshan as well. Just the 9 runs coming off his over. And just, over 100 first-class wickets. That might have been the time to bring him on to see if he could have made the breakthrough. It's down then instead to Nishan Singh. That's a better delivery. Although I think Sagar Joshi a bit upset again that he misses out. As that one almost threatened to go down the leg side. There is a man on the 45. They weren't able to take a single.
Just whips that one away there, Joshi, and it's going to take a big chase for the fielder. It puts in the old slide tackle, but he's unable to stop that. Going away for 4 runs. That is the aforementioned Chanaka Dilshan.
Won't be making any appearances for the Sri Lankan football team with that slide tackle. I suppose he got the ball, just the wrong side of the boundary rope. That's now, in the last 9 deliveries, 7 boundaries.
Launched down the ground, but this doesn't quite have enough to go to the rope. And what a brilliant catch! What an absolutely sensational take there by Arman Randhawa. They needed a little bit of magic, didn't they, this Guggen side, to bring them back in this game just as it seemed like it was drifting away from them. And they've got it. He's plucked an absolutely brilliant catch here, Randhawa, charging in from the long on boundary, and then puts in the slide right at the end to take that catch. Eyes on the ball, grabs the prize. First wicket falls for old Brentwoods.
Outstanding catch. You could see his knees were really pumping there, weren't they, from Arman. International, and he uses all of his experience there. As he gets there, puts in the dive, and makes sure to take the Grizzly comfortably in the end. Well, he made it look easy. Worth taking another look at this one, though. Look at those. The knees are going. The cap flies off. The dive goes in. And it's a brilliant grab to dismiss. Sagar Joshi, 58 for him off just 21. He's done the job as far as his side are concerned, but needs someone to come in and try to steer the ship. And it will be the captain, Baba Chowdhury.
Goes with a slower delivery there, and Chowdhury could have had a cup of tea by the time the ball came to him.
Nishan Singh, the wicket was a slower ball as well, and that's maybe why Sagar Joshi didn't quite get to the pitch. He goes for 2 slow balls in a row, and that's maybe why he wanted to go slow, because anything quicker is pummeled away. Baba Chowdhury misses out on the first occasion. Second ball gets sent to the rope for a Maximo.
It's just important that they maintain this run rate here, old Brentwoods. I think that's something which Guggen did so well in the first innings, and even when wickets fell, it just didn't matter to them, did it? They just were able to keep going at that 18 and over rate. Here's a look at the fixtures over in the Central Europe Cup in Czechia. Daniel Hudacek and Phil G will be taking you through the cricket there. Norway posting a score of 159 in the first innings for the hosts Austria. Yeah, should be an exciting chase for the Austrians, as they've got a busy day. Got to play Czechia as well. Yeah, certainly testing their squad depth. I believe they played a couple of matches on Sunday as well. So yeah, that Austrian side really being tested to start out the Central Europe Cup. They're going to have to show the full depth of their squad. Full toss, and Dilshan is going to get launched for 6 here by Jones. It's incredible. Jones has only faced 8 deliveries so far. We were talking about his opening partner, Joshi, for much of the innings, but Jones is playing a magnificent innings here. His strike rate is 450.
5 sixes, 1 4. So he's only missed out on a couple of occasions.
It really has been an incredible exhibition of T10 power hitting by Jones so far. Fires this one down the leg side. Jones is looking for a wide. Guessing the umpire thinks he may have flicked some pad along the way or something.
Well, that will be the first dot ball then that Jones faces. He doesn't think it should have been. I did hear something, but gets away with that one maybe. And comes back next delivery and cleans him up. And that's why we were saying this, turn back to Dilshan, because he's got a bit of magic and he takes the wicket on that occasion.
Fires that one in onto the off stump, not really looking to turn it. Gets the wicket, and very, very important wicket. Jones has batted remarkably well so far. Jones just clearing that front leg, looking to work it away through cover. And he's just been done by absolutely brilliant length there by Dilshan.
Pretty much a authentic Yorker there from the little spinner. Doesn't give it much time to spin at all. You don't need to though, if you just target that off stump. And Jones maybe just in the back of the mind, a little annoyed that the previous delivery wasn't given as a wide. And that one then, no doubt about it. But still a brilliant innings from Jones, 36 off 10. So strike rate on those last 2 deliveries fell a little, still 360. But a good 2 wickets at a good time for Gagan as they dismiss both of the set batters.
Hit away through cover, and nicely fielded. That really was terrific work out in the deep.
Lesser seen double roll as well. As Mervyn Westfield comes in, hits that one nicely into the ground. The 1 roll, tries to get up. The 2nd roll to stop the boundary though.
Just to go down the ground here, and a single. Chowdhury now on 7. Westfield on strike here, and now Westfield, he's had some good performances with the bat in hand so far this series. A top score of 64 that he managed to get back on Friday. It's a really good performance by him against a strong CFS Pinnacle Pro side. End of the 6th over. Old Brentwoods are 103 for 2. And it really is remarkable how a wicket can turn things around. 23 runs of the last 2 overs, which just means the required is now shot up to around 19 and a half. Sagar Joshi's wicket, Alan Jones departing as well, means Babar Chaudhry and Mervyn Westfield are just going to have to find a way here to pick this run rate back up and get them to something where they're getting about 19 or 20 runs and over. Another remarkable stat so far this innings is Gagan haven't given up a single extra.
They've been very tight, and going back to Dilshan did the trick. He finishes with figures of 1 for 18.
Now Westfield will absolutely launch that one into the trees. I'm not even sure if that ball has landed yet. That's how massive that 6 was. Yeah, it's into the trees. Enormous hit. Absolutely enormous. I mean, he's telegraphing where he wants to hit it. Just take a look at how open his batting stance is. You just got to go for those wide Yorkers really here against Westfield.
Singh did pick up the wicket of Sagar Joshi. Looking for him to repeat the trick here. But it was a bit of a hit me ball first up.
Get towards mid-wicket, and they're going to push for a second run. Not quite, just settle for the single. Didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat there for Westfield. Chowdhury had a great game against CFS Pinnacle Pro as well. Had an undefeated 87 of 25 deliveries. Very good morning to John Gray joining us from France in the chat. This one's going straight down the ground. That's going to go away for 6 runs. Just going to watch that one sail over his head for a Maximo.
Oh, we were worried about the OB's batting depth. Maybe there's not too much to worry about, as both the openers contributed, and Baba Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield, of course, have proved it already in this series. For Gagan, though, you imagine if 1 or 2 more wickets do fall, they'll certainly feel a bit more comfortable.
Now looks to go short this time. Dangerous, very dangerous length to be bowling if you're seeing. That goes away for a Maximo. Got to go for Yorkers here. I mean, take a look at Chaniko Dilson. He's enjoyed so much success this innings by looking to go for those Yorkers. Can't afford to bowl that short.
Look at that wind predictor in the super Goldilocks zone. I don't know if you've been introduced to that one, Nish. That one gets pumped away for another 4. Again, just too short and wide down the leg side from Nishan Singh. Baba Chowdhury's not going to miss out. Goldilocks zone, familiar with it?
Does it have something to do with a golden ball, I'm guessing?
Well,
yeah.
Actually, incidentally, yeah. So we were, I think it was me and Vinny back in Portugal. Anytime the wind predictor is between 40 and 60%, we call that the Goldilocks zone because it's just right, you know. And I think the super Goldilocks zone was then brought in for anything that's 55 to 45. You could call it the Brexit zone as well, but maybe let's not get into politics. So now we're in the super Goldilocks zone, 52%. With that boundary, OBs actually go ahead for the first time. That one's going to be 6 runs. Just drops over the rope, and this over ends up going for 29. And every time it goes to the boundary, that wind predictor is just going to tick up in favour of the OBs. But again, a couple of wickets, and it'll be a different game entirely.
Yeah, you see more runs in that 7th over than the 2 overs prior to the 7th, which brought about 23 runs. CFS Pinnacle Pro, yet to win, are going to be going up against Old Brentwoods, who beat them on Friday fairly handily, thanks to a magnificent performance by the 2 batters who are out in the middle right now, Chowdhury and Westfield. Pinnacle Pro set a target of 165 for Old Brentwoods, who ended up winning that game with 4 deliveries to spare. And they certainly are no strangers to pulling off big chases, Old Brentwoods. And that over has just brought them back on track, and according to Wind Predictor, put them firmly in front, certainly well out of that Goldilocks zone, as you mentioned. It's up to 72-28 in favor of Old Brentwoods. Nishan Singh just couldn't quite get the length right in that last over. Bowled short, bowled some over-pitch deliveries in the slot as well.
So turning back to the bowlers with first-class experience to try and make the breakthrough once more are Gagan. That one's hit firmly back at Raminda. They managed to scamper through for a single.
A full toss, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs, and we'll have to take a look at the height on this as well. Could potentially be a 7-up. Yeah, Vijay getting that one badly wrong. Ends up just giving a little bit of 6 hitting practice. We could be in some trouble here. Let's just take a look at this. Maybe just dipping down below the waist. It's hard to tell. Tina certainly thinks it's a no ball.
The umpire does as well. He's just signaled it on field. So it'll be the 7-up. Gets the warning as well. Raminder double teapots it, not too happy about that one, but it will be the free hit. And the OBs now looking relatively comfortable. That run rate down below 17 with the free hit coming up. Baba Chowdhury steaming along 35 off 8.
This is going to be struck away over the cow corner boundary for another 6 runs. Chowdhury into the 40s. The required now has dipped down to below 13. It's incredible, isn't it? The last 8 deliveries we've seen, 7 of them have been 6s. It's just been a real display of some master blasting here by Chowdhury. Up to 93% in favor of Old Brentwoods now. Got to find a way here to get a wicket. Guggen down the ground, shouts to catch it, but it's going to come right off the top of the match official's tent. I could just hear a whoa. That might have been from match referee Tyrone Peters. It was in the slot, and it strikes the crossbar.
Well, they had to reinforce the tent with a piece of wood going through the middle. I wonder if it smashed the wood there. More reinforcements required. Clearly did the job though, protecting the match officials. They have got quite a wide opening to their tent. They have been hit on a few occasions. We're a bit straighter down the barrel, but a smaller opening. There's nowhere to hide though, especially when Baba Chowdhury's at the crease.
Hit away towards long on, and that's going to be a single, a rare single really at this stage. Just feels like everything's disappearing towards the boundary. Great observation here by John, and honestly, I thought the same as well. John saying, can't say I've seen too many occasions where a team requiring 16 and over has such a high percentage chance, according to the win predictor. It's just been that kind of a series. It's been completely batting dominated. So the average score here in ECS Hornchurch has been 152.
It certainly doesn't help as well that the first 4 legal deliveries of Raminder's over have gone for 22. A rare miss on that occasion. Mervyn lucky to survive that one, really, as it zips through, just avoids dismantling his stumps.
Looks to go down the ground. That's going to go over the match official's tent for 6 runs. Another delivery fed into the slot. And Old Brentwoods now need just 21 runs of the last couple of overs.
That's 57 runs to come off the last 2 overs. And that's really put OBs in the driving seat. If they repeat that, then they won't even need the final over. 160 on the board, 21 required. And you can see the key here as well is that they haven't lost regular wickets, which is what Gagan did do towards the end. I suppose they got 180 on the board. Can't complain too much about that. But OBs maybe just using the experience they used from day one, which Gagan, of course, haven't been able to do, to get themselves almost over the line here.
Chowdhury just a couple of runs away here from a half century. De Silva coming into bowl the penultimate. A bit of an inside edge there, so we do say it all happens in the 9th on ECN, and well, based on our usual standards, it'll either be a win for Old Brentford's in this over, or maybe De Silva can just produce a little bit of magic, get a wicket or 2, and drag his side back into this game and really set us up for a grandstand finish. Oh, struck firmly there by Westfield. That is racing away towards the boundary rope as, well, some of the players just wait for the cameras there. I think that's CFS Pinnacle Pro just getting in a pre-game warm-up.
Well, I hope their fielding on the field is slightly better than that. That kind of sums up their day one. See, they're doing a warm-up, so they're taking it very seriously. They've got 3 big games coming their way today, and they need some wins on the board quickly.
Out towards the leg side. That's very well fielded in the end. Gotta say, I think that's Yuvresh Malhotra who's dealt with that quite well in the deep. It's incredible. They've really targeted that mid-wicket, square leg, and long on region. We've seen 111 runs scored through that region for Old Brentwoods. Yeah, so very powerful and constantly looking to pull the ball or clear the front leg and play some of those slogs through mid-wicket.
Leg by, so Baba Chowdhury still one short of half century.
That's going to go all the way for a 6 as well. Probably would have been a wide if he had left that one alone. It's definitely going to be the 1 for the over. And he's somehow just able to pull that one away through mid-wicket. Gets it away for a 6. And I think with that blow now, you feel that Old Brentwoods are just a few deliveries away from wrapping this game up.
And just the 8 needed now. So they won't do it in this delivery unless we get another no ball. We'll go to the final one, but whoever bowls that one's got a tough task.
Looks to go for the slower ball, but it just doesn't quite work there for De Silva. Picked up really well. Gets pumped away for 6 runs. Old Brentwoods are a couple of runs away from winning this one.
Tough opening to his career for Dilshan De Silva on the network. 43 runs coming off his 2 overs. That one just a little too much in the slot. And Mervyn Westfield's not going to miss out on that occasion. As the OBs, they've made this chase look relatively comfortable, which is not something we often say for a 180 plus chase. I'm guessing Yuvraj Malhotra will come on to bowl this final over. Just the 5 bowlers used for Gagan. No one's really had an answer to the big hitting of the OBs. Chanaka Dilshan really the only one. In fact, everyone else has gone an economy of over 21. He went at 9s. Fortunately for Gagan, he could only bowl the 2 overs.
Gonna push this one away for a single, so Chowdhury get his half century. He'll get there in just 14 deliveries. Fine knock by Chowdhury, and he certainly has led his side incredibly well throughout this series. His second 50 of this ECS. And Westfield will just knock that one away for a single. Interesting that Gagan didn't even bother bringing their field up. I think they were just resigned to the fact that they lost this game anyway, as Old Brentwoods will take this match. They win this by 8 wickets with 4 balls to spare. Very similar to their victory against Pinnacle Pro on Friday. It's another remarkable chase for a side who have a very strong batting unit. It was an encouraging game for Gagan as well. I think they'll be very pleased with the way they batted in the first innings. They've certainly got to go back to the drawing board. There's a lot to improve on in the bowling department. I think sometimes the lengths just weren't quite right. It was either too short or in the slot. Some of them just might have to pick up a page from Dilshan's book and look at how he was firing those Yorkers in and really looking to make it tough for these Old Brentwoods batter. A couple of changes here in total. Pinnacle Pro bring Jay Chavda into the lineup. Asad Sajjad comes in for Old Brentwoods, a very handy addition for their side. He batted well on Friday. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a flying start for Old Brentwoods. Their opening stand was worth 88 runs. Joshi making 58 of 21, and well, Jones was seeing it like a football. He made 36 of 10. Struck 6 of the 10 deliveries he faced towards the boundary, up half the balls he faced for a 6. There was some brilliant hitting by him, and Joshi at the other end as well. One of 2 half centurions for this Old Brentwood side. Led some magnificent strokes, struck 11 boundaries, 6 fours, 5 sixes, and was then dismissed by a bit of magic here by Arman Randhawa, running in from long on, diving and plucking an absolutely brilliant catch to get a wicket shortly afterwards as well. Chanaka Dilshan was able to get rid of Jones, and at that point the required went up to 19.5. We just thought that maybe Gagan had dragged themselves back into this game, but then Chowdhury and Westfield stepped out there and took this game away from Gagan. The 2 of them batted superbly, scoring 50 and 34 respectively. And those 2 big overs, over 7 and 8, which brought about 57 runs in total, was where you just felt the momentum completely swung in favor of Old Brentwoods. And it was then just a matter of time when Old Brentwood would win and not if. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. 2 half centurions for Old Brentwood's, 58 for Simon Joshi, 50 for Chaudhary, and Alan Jones and Mervyn Westfield with a couple of fine knocks as well.
It's absolutely the batting scorecard you want to see when you're chasing. Just the 4 batters required and all of them making good contributions. Taking a look at the bowlers then, and well, it wasn't the worst bowling performance in terms of the extras, just the 3 extras in total, the 1 wide. But it was just a bit too much in the slot from the Gagan bowlers, and the Old Brentwood batters more than obliged. So it'll be a quick learning experience, I'm sure, for the Gagan bowlers as well. Remember, it's only their first time bowling on the network in this T10 format, so they'll go back to the drawing board, but they do have the talent in that bowling lineup, so I'm sure they'll come back stronger. So there we have it, match 1 of the day, match 26 in the series in the bag. And Gagan, well, it's a decent enough start from them. They've certainly got the firepower with the bat. They just need to get the ball in the right areas as they fall to the Old Brentwoods by 8 wickets. And then we'll see Old Brentwoods coming back in just a few moments' time. We saw CFS Pinnacle Pro warming up on the sidelines. They'll be hoping they're limber and ready to go just over 20 minutes as we bring you the next game of the day. It's the final one of the day actually for the OBs, so they'll want to make it 2-2. As for CFS, it's their first of 3 today on what is a big day for them, as they of course went winless on day 1. Got some making up to do. That one's coming your way in just about 20 minutes time, so more than enough time to put the kettle on, grab yourselves a snack and join me, Tina and Nish back in the commentary box for match 27 coming your way in this ECS England here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the second match of the day here in Group B, and it shows CFS against Old Brentwoods. Of course, CFS didn't have the best of days on day one, went winless throughout that. Old Brentwoods, a bit of a mixed campaign so far for them, but certainly they will look to get another win on the board. Let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Old Brentwoods to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. There's the tails.
We'll have a ball.
They're going to have a bowl.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Old Brentwoods have won the toss and they will again have a bowl. It didn't really pay off for them this morning. I don't think it was their best bowling performance, but you always have the likes of Mervyn Westfield, who you know is going to be an absolute performer. He picked up another wicket this morning, initiated the run out on his final over as well. So for Old Brentwoods, it'll be about putting their bowling together with their batting to see if they can pick up a win. As for CFS, they desperately need a win from somewhere. Of course, we know that the top four sides will go through after we've had that change of team into the series, but it's about trying to get some wins on the board, getting some momentum going. And really on that day one, there was no momentum, not too much cohesion in that CFS side, but they do have some exciting players. It's just whether they can step up to the stage. It's day two, of course, so hopefully they've learned a lot from day one and they'll take that into the game here. They've got 3 games today as well, and it would be the perfect start for them if they can pick up a win here. So I'm going to be back in the commentary box with Nish, and Nish, the news from the toss is that OBs have won it and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. Old Brentwood's backing themselves to chase yet again, and why not? They've been so good chasing so far this series. 2 of their 3 wins have been in the chase. They managed to chase a couple of big totals, including against this Pinnacle Pro side back on Friday when Pinnacle Pro set a target of 155 for Old Brentwoods, and thanks to a brilliant batting performance by Chowdhury and Westfield, Old Brentwoods are able to go on and win. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Pinnacle Pro yet to win. It's been 2 losses for them. Old Brentwoods winning 2 out of 3. Should say 3 out of 4 now. That hasn't quite been updated. Asad Sajjad has been inserted into the lineup here for Old Brentwoods. And over for Pinnacle Pro, it's Jay Chavda, who's going to be joining for the first time this European Cricket Series. A win predictor has Old Brentwoods as 68% favorites to 32 for Pinnacle Pro, as the teams are making their way out to the middle. Great win for Old Brentwoods in the last match. I think Guggan were in the driver's seat at one point. He certainly felt that was the case after the first innings when they set a target of 181 for Old Brentwoods, but what a fine batting performance by OB to go on and win that game. And they did it fairly comfortably in the end, you have to say. They only needed a couple of runs off that last over, stroked a couple of singles away to start things off, and they would go on to win that game. So Pinnacle Pro, you have to say this game is almost a must-win for them. They find themselves in an 0-3 hole. They could be in some serious trouble. They'll certainly back their chances of posting a good total on the board. We've seen this OB side has a few frailties with their bowling. It did have a couple of mishaps in the field as well, but their talent lies in their batting. Starts off with a bang. Incredible shot here. Wasn't the worst delivery in the world. It was a pretty good ball. That's been pumped away for 6 runs. What a terrific shot here by Arya Kedekar. Wonderful hit. gets that away for 6 runs. Scored a 90 against this Old Brentwood side on Friday, so he certainly loves going up against their bowling. Out of 44 as well against the East Londoners. The opening match between these two sides. Great ball there by Khan. Just gets a little bit of in-swing on that as well. Fantastic comeback delivery after getting struck for a 6. Nice slower ball there by Khan. A bit of variation. Just gets a little bit of inside edge on that there. Scamper across for the single, which means that Cam Tom is going to be on strike. Cam Tom with 50 runs in his European Cricket Series career, and he's managed to get those 50 with a strike rate of 200. Yeah, Pinnacle Pro might be winless so far this series, but they have shown plenty of positives. There's certainly signs of encouragement for them, particularly with their batting. They've shown that they have the ability to make some quick runs. Oh, gorgeous looking shot. Really was beautiful. Lovely straight bat. But it's not quite enough to go to the rope for 4 runs. They'll grab a couple. No, I could have just held that pose for an age and would have been a real joy for the photographers. It's a little bit unlucky, I should say, that the ball gets a bit of backspin as well, so didn't quite go to the rope. So it's going to be nudged away towards long on. Plays a single. First time I'm getting a look at Cam Tom, and he does look like a proper traditional English cricketer, doesn't he? Especially with that Gray Nichols bat as well, as playing all the textbook strokes. Launched, absolutely walloped away for 6 runs there by Kedekar. Goes for a 6. Terrific first over here for Pinnacle Pro. Gets 17 runs in this over. Just the start they would have hoped for. Kedekar picking up from where he left off against this Old Brentwood side on Friday when he made that brilliant 90. So here's a look at the Premier Division of the ECC Men's Tournament, which will start on the 25th of September. Group A has some really strong sides in there. You can see Germany, Ireland 11, and they'll be joined by Romania, Belgium, Norway, and Greece. And over in Group B, you'll see the host Spain, alongside Italy, Austria, Denmark, France, and Hungary. Group C got some strong sides as well there. Scotland 11, Jersey, Portugal, Finland, Sweden, and Switzerland. Then over in the Championship Division, the Netherlands 11 and England have already punched their ticket straight to it. It's a good opportunity to welcome Tina Guff into the commentary box. A nice start here for Pinnacle Pro.
Absolutely. Arya was one of the standout performers for CFS on that first day. They did go winless, but not for a lack of trying, especially from him, as that one is going to pierce the infield and race away in this power play. Obviously, not too much protection that OBs can put on the boundary. That one just skips off the side of the pitch and all the way through for 4. Yeah, Kedekar scoring 90 off just 29 deliveries. It was against this side as well, so clearly likes the look of the OB's bowling lineup and sized up Shabazz Khan pretty quickly in that first over, as this one is going to come just to the right of the commentary box. Cam Tom making the most of the power play, just punches that one down the ground for 4 runs. Almost comes inside out, slices through it, gets enough of it, just uses the pace of Mohib Burki for back-to-back boundaries. A decent start here from the CFS, who of course are still searching for their first win of the series. Now would be as good a time as any, given that they're going into that triple header today as well. Can't afford to be losing too many games. Of course, now with the change to the scheduling, knowing that their place in the quarterfinals is secured, but as I was saying in the intros this morning, whoever finishes 4th will be coming up against the Mighty Tigers, and I don't think anyone wants that, given how strong the Mighty Tigers were looking. And of course, whoever finishes 3rd will be playing against the home favourites, Hornchurch. So I think anyone in Group B really will try and get into those top 2 places just to avoid those 2 strong sides. That being said, Raynham going through in 3rd place and no slouches themselves, so I'm really looking forward to quarterfinals day already. That's of course on Thursday. Big appeal here, and the finger goes up before the appeal is really done, as Aya just steps right across that one. Doesn't have too many complaints, so he's already halfway off the pitch, and Mohib Burki does pick up a valuable wicket in the second over. It's the end of the second over, in fact, just as CFS were threatening to go big. And there's absolutely no doubt about that one. That was about as plumb as mine yesterday. That one didn't really bounce either. I'm over it though, Nish, I promise. As the first wicket falls and CFS 26 for 1.
Yeah, good wicket here for old Brentwood's. Just bringing this opening stand to an end. Kedekor played some lovely strokes, didn't he? 2 huge sixes. And his innings will be cut short. Bit too early from old CFS Pinnacle Pro's liking.
It's a big wicket as well, because he was one of the top scorers in both of CFS's games. Cam, of course, got a half century in the first game. Aya got 44, then backed that up with a 90. And you can see why this game is so important. They played 2, lost 2, a pretty unhealthy net run rate as well. And they're coming up against the OBs, who are sitting pretty at the top. Of course, the East Londoners, they have a day off today. They're unbeaten, the only unbeaten side so far. As Cam Tom middles that one, and that goes over long on for 6 runs. Mervyn Westfield into the attack for the OBs. And Cam just lifts this one over. It's a brilliant stroke. He's got so much balance at the crease. Doesn't try to overhit it, and just knocks that one down the ground for 6 runs. But CFS, given the firepower that OBs showed with the bat in the previous game, they need to get a big score here, you'd imagine. And runs like that will certainly help as well. One glorious shot, followed by a bit of an inglorious one, but the result is another 4 runs.
Yeah, it's very unlucky that he hasn't just chopped that one onto his stumps. We do know Mervyn Westfield has the propensity to take wickets. He's managed to grab 5 in the brief time that he's played so far in this European cricket series.
He must have had about 4 or so run-outs in his overs as well. He has the benefit, I suppose, of bowling the 10th, which means, of course, batters are more likely to go for it. But I wouldn't want to face him at any part of the innings. He's a real performer. That time, though, slightly dragged short, and Cam Tom muscles that one over for the second maximo of the innings. 6-4-6. Second maximo of the over, no less, as Mervyn Westfield rarely gets taken for 3 boundaries in a row, but that's exactly what Cam's done here. And he races on to 28 off just 10 deliveries.
Yeah, I love the look of Cam Tom. He's such a textbook cricketer, isn't he? Plays the proper way. That was a wonderful looking stroke, and yeah, certainly a very aesthetically pleasing batter, Cam Tom.
Steps across the off stump, gets back to his normal stance. In the end, only gets a bit of pad on it. And we'll get Prab Singh to the crease, the left-hander. Of course, the wicket falling on the previous over, the last delivery, so Prab has been biding his time. He gets the opportunity here, though. Just 18 years old. Got a bit of a task on his hands as well. Still in the power play, remember. 2 balls left. Started off brilliantly. Even the wicket hasn't stopped the runs. It's Pinnacle on 43 for 1.
This is going to go away for just just a single. It was firmly struck there by Singh. They'll only get a run.
Still in the power play, so the two fielders out for Singh are in the deep covers and long off. They don't actually change for the right-handed Cam Tom, so now it's a deep mid-wicket and long on. Final ball of the power play. That's a textbook drive. Fortunately for Cam, finds the hands of Hamza Ahmed, so that will be the end of the power play. Again, a good comeback from Mervyn Westfield. You don't keep a bowler like him down for long. He gets pummeled for 3 boundaries at the start of the over, but comes back with just a leg bye and a single followed by a dot. Still 18 runs coming off it though. CFS, given they're a side that have gone winless so far, can be relatively happy with that power play. 44 runs coming off it. Losing, of course, the opener, the danger man, Aya Kadaka. Nevertheless though, they've got a bit of a platform to build on here. It just needs probably Cam Tom in particular to stick around. The only one really, apart from Aya, who has scored runs on day one for CFS. Asad Sajjad back into the side, didn't play this morning and has the ball in hand for the 4th. So far he's done more damage with the bat than with the ball, scoring his maiden half-century in the final game of day 1 on Group B. 59 off just 19. He gets a wicket. First delivery here, straight through the gate, and Prab Singh maybe just came at him a bit too quick. Not sure if he was quite ready for the start of that over, but just Sajjad picks up a wicket on the very first delivery, and Prab Singh has to go. Yeah, again, it's the second time today we've seen a spinner get a wicket with a classic Yorker. And that time it does for Prab Singh, as he has to depart for 1 off 2 deliveries.
So going to whip that ball away and ends up missing it there. Prab Singh crashes onto his stumps, and what an introduction to the day for Asad Sajjad. First ball he delivers, kind of just to get a wicket. So this Pinnacle Pro side, their middle order seemed a little bit fragile based on what we saw on Friday. Let's see what they can muster in these remaining overs.
It's gone through one fielder, through the next. Goes for 4 runs as Faris Haider hits his very first ball for 4. Probably shouldn't have gone for 4 in all honesty. Hit nicely enough, but a bit of a half-hearted effort by the fielder on the deep cover boundary there. And he gets immediately swapped out as Shabazz Khan gets sent back to the rope, and it's Mohit Burki who is put into the covers. I suppose both of them missed it, so I'm not sure who was worse than the other on that occasion. He's bowling very full here, Asad Sajjad, but it's working for him. Not really giving the ball much chance to spin, but it's just the length that's doing it for the CFS batters at the moment. That time, Faris gets a bit of something on it, and they do manage to scamper through for a single, so they're 1 shy of the half-century here. 49 for 2.
Looking forward to this battle between Tom and Sajjad. Tom's such a textbook batter, technically gifted. How is he going to deal with Sajjad?
He's giving them no width at all here, Sajjad, darting it in. Tom, well, he likes to free his hands on that occasion, just able to pat it into the offside. Brilliant over from Sajjad so far. Picks up the wicket. Probably shouldn't have given away the 4, to be honest, and just a single afterwards. This time though, Tom does free his arms, just slightly leg side from Sajjad, and Tom pumps it over long on for a Maximo. He's looking dangerous here, the youngster. CFS do pass the half-century, 55 on the board now. OBs still can be relatively happy with where they are, picking up those 2 wickets as well. Cam Tom again, just 17 years old. Another one of the teenagers who are really starring in this series so far. Tom will keep the strike, as that's just a single to end the 4th over then. 56 for 2 for CFS. Yeah, I think before the end of the week, Nish, we're going to have to make a teenage 11. I think there'll be enough players that we might have to leave a few out as well. You've obviously got Billy Whitlock and Joe Ross as well, Hornchurch. You got Cam Tom. Yeah, Kean Poskett. You can get a teenage 11 just from Hornchurch, I think. Where you got Cam Tom of CFS. Prabsing, okay, he didn't make too much of a mark this morning, but he's also just 18. Caleb Baldwin, he's 15. He got a twofer for CFS in their first game. So by the end of the week, we'll submit our teenage 11 for this ECS England. I think they'd be a force to be reckoned with, as that one is pumped down the ground by Cam Tom, the teenager. And he starts the 5th over with another boundary, another glorious stroke. He's just got lovely hands, lovely balance at the crease. And this time it's Pratik who comes into the attack and gets punished straight away.
It's the full toss straight to the fielder at cover. That's gone to Babar Chaudhry, the captain. Brings header back on strike.
Flat 6. And Cam Tom looking in imperious form. Well, at that time it was Faris Hayder at the other end. That's the kind of shot Cam Tom, in fact, would be proud of. Just through the line of the ball and straight into the team dugout there. CFS now moving along quite nicely. 67 on the board. And again, OBs, they've got such a powerful batting lineup, don't they? They just haven't always got it right with the ball. Pratik already gone for 11 runs off his first 3 deliveries. Oh, and that's well stopped. It was a half chance in the deep there. There's Shaz Khan out there. He goes for the catch. In the end, hits him on the full on the thigh, I think. Let's take a look, another look at this one. It was certainly a half chance, but it came so quickly. It just dies on him, and he makes sure to get his body in the way of that. Bursts through his hands. I don't think it hits his hands at all. This time, you won't get anywhere near this one, as that one goes all the way for a flat 6. And Cam Tom moves to 46 off just 18 deliveries.
Yeah, flat as a pancake there for Tom. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, it just seems to have gone beyond the rope for 6 runs. Just 4 runs away from bringing up his second half century of this European cricket series. It's been a lovely innings, really has been such a pleasing batter to the eye.
Well, he makes his own luck there, as that one's just chipped into the offside. But the fielder in the covers, it's Babar Chaudhry, the captain there. He's pretty wide because there is a man at long off. And Cam Tom once more retains the strike. A very visually pleasing over that was. 4-1, 6-1, 6-1. As we get to the end of the 5th over, halfway stage, and you can join us in the commentary box. 75 for 2 is the score. And CFS, given that they've not won a game so far in this series, they're looking pretty decent here.
Yeah, looking pretty decent, but based on what we've seen so far, especially when you're going up against this old Brentwood side, got to try to get something in the 170s or the 180s. Guggen managed to get 180 runs against this side and ended up getting beaten pretty comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you see the firepower of OBs, and they've shown that they haven't just got the 2 batters. We thought Babar Chaudhry, Mervyn Westfield, where are the runs coming from? And then other batters did step up to the mark. So it'll be interesting here to see if CFS can at least get a par score. By par, I think we're looking at 150, 155. As you said, Nish, sometimes a par score is not good enough. Just ask anyone who came up against the Mighty Tigers in Group A. They posted 2 totals over 200 and were able to chase down relatively decent scores in record time. So it's been, as you said earlier, Nish, as well, really a series so far for the batters. We haven't had a single Hall of Famer in the bowling ranks, so no one with a hat-trick or a fifer. Love to see that change at some point.
Really has been a batting-dominated series. You know, we've had a number of centuries, but it's also worth mentioning how many batters we've had who've had innings in the 90s. You know, we obviously saw the skipper for Guggen end up with 98 runs. Vijay Surya, Hankins has had a score in the 90s. We also saw Kedekar dismissed on 90 as well, so it really has been A series for batters, just backing away there, Tom, and plays that one through the covers. It's going to be a single now, just a run away from a 50.
I've got a niche reference for you, and I don't think it will mean much to you, having not grown up in the UK. But every time I hear CFS, funky, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. No, he's not. It's going to get cut off. I thought he maybe got the middle of that bat, but he found Mervyn Westfield lurking on that 45 instead. When I hear CFS, all I hear in my head is DFS. Does DFS mean anything to you?
Yeah, that's just a shake of the head for me, for those of you who can't see what's...
Yeah. It's a furniture retailer in the UK, and they had some quite memorable adverts. Cam Tom somehow plays that one backwards. I think he plays it into the ground. Let's take a look at this one. Almost hits, yeah, it goes backwards. Almost Yorks himself. Will be a brilliant over in the end from Mohib Burki. Just the 4 singles coming off it. Into the 6th, CFS 79 for 2. Yeah, DFS is a furniture store, and they're kind of known in the UK for always having sales. And it's one of these places that always seems to be closing down, but somehow comes back from the dead. So I did think that maybe, having not grown up in, in the UK, it wouldn't mean anything to you, but CFS, DFS, it's just where my mind goes. There must be a DFS somewhere near Leamington Spa.
Yeah, I mean, looking at I just Googled them, and this is going to go away for 6 runs. Brilliantly played stroke as they now move into the 80s. Yeah, everything is a red arrow pointing downwards, which doesn't look too good for any business, does it?
Yeah,
Revenue
revenues
down, income down, everything down.
Well, there's a few furniture stores in the UK which always seem to be on the way out and having a final closing down sale, and then they just come back from the dead somehow. They also have quite memorable adverts.
That goes straight to the fielder third. Yeah, we obviously have a lot of major British department stores over in Cyprus having a major British influence. And I remember good old Woolworths. I used to be around when I was a kid. I think it got shut down in the mid-2000s or somewhere around then, maybe late 2000s. This is going to go away behind point. Thick outside edge. Will trickle over the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, 2009 is when Woolworths closed all of its stores, because I remember it. They used to have great pick and mix, you know, sweets where you can pick and mix. Does that mean something to you? Nish, come on. You know, but you know the concept of these, often in cinemas, where you get a pot and you can fill up the sweets into the pot. It's called pick and mix in the UK. Your accent throws me off. I'm like, Nish must know these references. It's like with, that one's going to get crunched away for 4 runs. There's about 3 fielders who were in the vicinity. None of them able to get a hand on that. It's like scorer Simon, who I know is listening because the fan zone and the scorers are being subjected to our commentary. He didn't know Waitrose, he didn't know M&S, he didn't know Greggs. He is from New Zealand, but obviously some of the British icons haven't made their way to the other side of the world.
But he has been living in Ireland for many years now.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Got no excuse. Bowled him straight through. Faris Haider, his stay at the crease does come to an end. It's a decent shift from him. He scores 28 off just 11 deliveries. But again, it's this famous spinner's Yorker that does the trick. Asad Sajjad, it's the second time he's got a wicket this way. As it just does him for length here. Maybe the seamers can learn a thing or two, because that's the 3rd Yorker from a spinner that's got a wicket in this morning session so far. The CFS do lose their 3rd, 93 for 3.
Yeah, it's just taken a while for these sides to adjust. I think we mentioned this during week 1, but the lengths just weren't right for most of these bowling attacks. But here on day 1 of week 2, it just feels like the bowlers have figured out a trick or two and are looking to fire those Yorkers in. And let's just see if a few other bowlers around Hornchurch just to pick up a few cues from this, and if there's going to be a readjustment in the sort of bowling lengths we've seen so far. Javda, playing for the first time in this ECS, is set to face his first ball.
Yeah, into the side here at 5. What can he do for his CFS side? Slaps that one away. There will be 4 runs. That's some way to start your career. And double foot fielding there by the men under the gazebo. I think it was missed by the first foot. And that's what friends are for. Here we go. Oh, we didn't quite get a chance to see that one. As we get to the end of the 7th over, 18 runs coming off it. Asad Sajjad, though, does pick up a wicket. He finishes with figures of 2 for 30. As we take a look at day 2 of the ECSW coming your way on Saturday. Of course, we did lose a game and a half on Saturday, and hopefully the weather will be kinder to us this weekend. The forecast for the whole week actually looks pretty decent, so fingers crossed we get all of the remaining games in. Of course, from Thursday onwards we get to the real business end of the series for the men and the women. Quarterfinals day on Thursday, finals day on Peacock Friday, and then the final round of games for the ECSW on Saturday. So a big week ahead here in London, and looking forward to bringing you the action to wherever you are in the world. And Sagar Joshi comes in to bowl the 8th over here.
Of course, the big update from the ECSW is the fact that we do know when the postponed match between Upminster and Gunnersbury will be played. It will be played on the 14th of June, and the final match of the day. That's a slower ball, shouts a catch it, and that's going to be nowhere near the fielder for a catch. Tom will bring up his 50, though, his second 50 of this European Cricket Series. Been a really fine knock by him. He's made more than half of his side's run so far. Towards cover, that's going to be a dot ball, but yeah, that is the big news. Upminster against Gunnersbury. That has been rescheduled for the 14th of June and will be played at 5:45 local time.
Yeah, the scheduling was helpful for us on that one because, of course, it's a triple round robin between 3 sides, so there was 9 games scheduled, and when we did lose that 1 game in its entirety on Saturday, we had the slot this Saturday. There was only supposed to be the 4 games scheduled, but now we'll be back up to the regular 5. As that one gets hit into the covers, they interested in 2, but Chavda gets sent back by Tom. Good over so far from Joshi, though, just the 2 singles off the first 5 deliveries.
He's ducked that one out really well, hasn't he? 2.1 overs to go here.
Tom will maintain the strike then, but there's just been those 2 overs that have really put the brakes on the innings here for CFS. Okay, the 7th over from Sajjad went for 18, but either side of that, Mahbub Burki's 6th over went for just 4 runs, and Sagar Joshi's 8th over went for 3 runs. They do bring up the 100, CFS 100 for 3 with 2 overs left. But you think unless they go absolutely mad in these final 2 overs, wherever they land will be below par against an OB's batting lineup now full of confidence, having hunted down that 180 with relative ease in that first game against Gagan, only losing the 1 game so far, the OB's against East Londoners, who themselves are quite a force to be reckoned with, having won all 3 games on the first day of Group B action. Mervyn Westfield coming in to bowl the 9th here. Often see him employed in the 10th. Maybe they're just thinking he can get the wicket of Cam Tom, and well, the wicket of Cam Tom almost fell there at the non-strikers end. I think Cam was eager to get back on strike, sent back by Jay Chavda. Look here, ready to go for the 2nd run. In fact, Jay goes with him and then sends him back, and the throw came in from the boundary from Pratik. Would have been a goner with a direct hit, just flashes past the stumps, but Jay now is on strike for CFS. Clubs that one away, it's high and it's long, despite Shaz Khan there settling underneath it, and well, it's almost caught by the spectator 5 meters behind him, but it's shelled. Let's see if we can take another look at this one. Jay gets right underneath it, just jabs at it, and it's the shadow fielding there by the spectator. He settles underneath it and it pops out. It's not the first drop that we've seen today, won't be the last, as Jay gets a Maximo, a much needed one for his side. We'll get Cam Tom on strike here again. So Cam's now got 3 balls to try and lift his side to somewhere near that expected score. That's at 124. If they can get towards 130, they've at least got something to bowl at here. He does club it down the ground. 2 fielders, it just plugs. And it's in fact the second line of defence is Hamza Ahmed, who puts in a great little dive and gets a deserved high five from Pratik, who almost deflects it out of the grasp of Hamza, but he's alert to it. That's why they always say field in 2s. And they do the job between them there, the OB fielders on the boundary.
Really has been great bowling here by Westfield. Finds the Yorker again, and he's got 1 ball to go in this penultimate over. Only 11 off it so far, which isn't bad at all at this stage of the innings.
It's been one of those classic death overs from Mervyn. In fact, gets exactly what he wants off the final delivery as well, because he keeps Cam Tom off strike as Jay takes the single. 12 runs coming off it, but that's more than satisfactory if you're bowling the 9th over. Mervyn, unsurprisingly, actually goes wicketless for once. 28 runs, 29 runs coming off his 2 overs. CFS 112 now. 1 over left. Jay Chavda's on strike. They've got a few options here, the OBs. Sagar Joshi, though, only went for the 3 runs off his over, and unsurprisingly, he's at the top of his mark for the 10th. What can Jay Chavda do here? He's hit 1 to the rope. Needs a few more, or he should just get Cam Tom on strike. But he goes for the big one, gets hold of all of that one. Even the spectator is not going to be able to get near that one for the catch, as it's the perfect start to the final over for CFS, as Jay lifts Sagar Joshi for 6 runs.
Yeah, they need a big over here to close things out. CFS Pinnacle Pro, they managed to get just 37 runs off the 4 overs prior to the 10th. Their scoring rate has slowed down massively. They were motoring along at 15 and over halfway through this innings. It's all kind of gone pear-shaped for them since then. 1 big over needed here for Pinnacle Pro.
Slower ball comes out, but Jay is more than equal to it. And that's a lovely shot. Well, they were happy to give Jay the strike, leaving Cam Tom at the non-striker's end, but Jay showing he's more than equal to the task. That one just in the slot from Joshi, and Jay slaps that one for back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, it's not too bad actually for Pinnacle Pro that Chavda was on strike to start the 10th over. Tom, more of a traditional cricketer, someone who looks to time the ball, play textbook strokes, and Chavda, I think he'll be more suited for this late overs T10 situation where he could just go out there, slog, look to play the big shots. He's on 25 of 9.
Good slow ball on that occasion as Jay Chavda threw the shot well too early. Not sure where this one hits him in the end. It might be up on his shoulder. Yeah, just brushes his shoulder on the way through. Good comeback ball on that occasion from Sagar Joshi. Those 2 boundaries were much needed. They only scored 1 boundary in the previous 2 overs. This one should be cut off on the boundary. It's half fumbled.
A big appeal over here. Could be a chance for a run out. Let's just take a look at this. It's not just about saving the run, but have they managed to get rid of the dangerous Chavda?
Well, there's 2 things to look out for here. Does he have his foot on the rope when he fields that? Yeah, I think he does. We're going to have to maybe go back a frame. He certainly touches the rope, and then that will make everything that happens after that immaterial. Hey, he's got his foot, left foot, the back foot there is on the rope. He goes, steps forward, picks up the ball. If we go forward a couple of frames, we'll see left foot is on the rope, left foot is still on the rope. He picks up the ball, that's 4 runs. So it doesn't matter what happens after that, because the run out is immaterial when he's got his foot on the rope. So it should be signalled a 4, if my eyes are not deceiving me there. We'll take a look at the run out nonetheless. It's a tight run out, but I'm pretty sure that's a four-nish.
It does look like it was a four. He was just stepping on the rope there. I think we'll take one more look at that moment out in the boundary once again. You could just see his back foot, his left foot just seems to be on top of the rope. He's stepping on the rope as he makes contact with the ball.
You can see the rope move, can't you? So that's why I think he's standing on the rope. You can see the rope shift upwards afterwards. I didn't see a signal from the umpire. The next one is a wide then. I'm just waiting to see what the umpire signaled on the previous one.
Attempted slower ball and hit towards cow corner for a single. Yeah, it's gone down as a couple of runs, so they seem to have deemed that he wasn't making contact with the rope as he collected that ball, and they also seem to have deemed that Chavda made it back in safely. So this goes down as a couple of runs. Last ball of the innings, and a slower ball again by Joshi, and he's been so good with his slower balls throughout this spell. He's just deceived those Pinnacle Pro batters brilliantly, as Pinnacle Pro will end up with 128 runs. You normally say this is a pretty good score for T10 cricket, but not based on what we've seen here in Hornchurch, where the average score has been 152. They'll feel like they've left a few runs on the table, in particular in the second half of the innings, where they had 2 overs of 4 and 3 respectively. Pinnacle Pro end up with 128. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. And it started off with that wicket right there. Kedekar, quick fire innings for him, 13 of 5. Tom, a half century in, made 55 of 30. This was the wicket to get rid of Singh. Asad Sajjad just firing in a Yorker, and Singh, he'd have a very brief stay at the crease, just a 1 run for him off the 2 balls. He manages to make. Header batted superbly, 28 of 11 for him. His partnership with Tom was worth 49 runs, and at that point Pinnacle Pro were really motoring along and looked like they were in a strong position to go on and win the game. We'll take a look at some of these shots. Some beautiful strokes played by Kedekar, Header, Chavda, and Tom while they were out there. Header would depart. It was very similar to the delivery that Asad Sajjad used to get rid of Singh. Fires the Yorker in. Header tried to whip that one away, would end up getting dismissed on 28. Chavda will come in and just provide Pinnacle Pro that little acceleration they needed right at the end. 28 of 12 for him, an attempted crowd catch in the deep. The fielder just unable to take that. And this was the moment right there, the rather controversial moment where you did feel like he was probably stepping on the rope.
Yeah, it was a strange one. I thought my eyes were pretty good. The run out was tight in the end as well, as it was though. It was given a 2. It's a 2 that CFS only needed. They need to take every run they can get. As well, at the start it looked like they might be able to post a big score. But that's sometimes what happens when you're a side low on confidence. What starts off as a good start ends with a bit of a whimper as they get to 128. Congratulations though to Cam Tom, who scores his 2nd half century on the network. He's looking a real exciting prospect, just 17 years old, and a couple of 28s there to help the CFS cause. But certainly looking like a below par score for them, especially with the OBs comfortably chasing down the 181 target this morning. A few different bowlers used there. Mervyn Westfield goes wicketless, which is unusual for him. Asad Sajjad back into the side and into the wickets, 2 for him. And Mohit Burki, brilliant 2 overs, 13 runs conceded and picks up a wicket. And it was a tight bowling performance, just the 2 wides given away, which meant that really CFS had nothing to play with in the end. So it's going to be a tough chase for them, you reckon, Nish?
Yeah, certainly will be a challenging chase, as we'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Old Brentwood's stand-up bowler for them was Burki. The figures are 1 for 13. He certainly did a very good job. And I've got to say, Joshi bowled quite well in the death as well. He had those 2 pressure overs, the 8th and the 10th, conceded just 19 runs in those 2 overs. And Pinnacle Pro end up with 128 runs, which we'd normally say is a pretty decent total. But based on what we've seen here in Hornchurch, you feel that is well below par. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on your screen for the start of the 2nd innings.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're into the run chase here for Old Brentwoods, with CFS having scored 128 runs. It's certainly a chase that you wouldn't put out of the reach of OBs, given that they chased down 181 this morning against Gagan. CFS, well, they're winless so far, and maybe that batting innings demonstrates a little why. They had Cam Tom, of course. He carried his bat throughout the innings, scoring 55 off 30 deliveries, but apart from that, just a few cameos here and there from the CFS batters. No one really able to stick around for too long. Faris Haider, he scored 28 off 11, and Jay Chavda at the end, 28 off 12. But CFS, probably a below par score against an OB side who have firepower throughout. Of course, their captain, Baba Chowdhury, he scored 87 not out in the first game that they played. Got another half century as well. As we take a look at the equation, 89 is what CFS have to restrict the OBs to if they want to pick up not only their first win of the series, but a bonus point win at that. As for OBs, it's the usual equation. If they can chase it down in 7 overs, then it will be their win and their bonus point. Still delicately poised though. OBs haven't really had the lower half of their batting lineup challenged. So if CFS can get a few early wickets here, maybe they'll see an opening, as it will be Asad Sajjad, it looks like, who's back into the lineup, having not played for the OBs this morning, but he certainly boosts their batting ranks. He's facing up the first ball as Shaz Khan joins him at the non-strikers. Then the first ball will be bowled by the captain, Subhan Javed, and it will be a wide ball. Looks like there he tried to bring out the slower ball immediately. Just doesn't quite get it right. See, he's got quite heavy strapping to his left arm. The right arm bowler. This time it's short and not very handsome. It's clubbed away by Asad Sajjad. A sweet sound off the bat as he gets the run chase up and running. Cam Tom was there in fact, it's Caleb Baldwin, the youngster, in at mid-wicket. Thought about trying to jump up for that one, realised he values his fingers too much and lets it go through. In all reality, unless he grew 7 foot, he wouldn't have been able to get on the end of it anyway. The OBs, I'm sure here, have in the back of their minds that the 7-over victory is not beyond the realms of possibility. That'll be a big statement to the rest of the sides in Group B. They do manage to chase it down in that time. This time it's slightly more width on it, but it's clubbed down the ground by Sajjad, and that fielder, who's a spectator, but he's done more fielding than most of the players on the field in the early exchanges here. Goes chasing after it. Sajjad, again, straight into the runs. He scored 59 off just 19 deliveries. In the only loss, actually, that the OBs have suffered so far, that was at the end of day 1 of Group B against the East Londoners. Gets into his work here, and this one's well fielded by the tumbling figure of Nathan Weeks. We'll get, though, Sajjad off strike and give the strike over to Shaz Khan. There's a few changes to the schedule based on the introduction of the Havering 11. So the Havering 11 will have what Nish dubbed the Hornchurch treatment, which means they'll play the last 2 games of the day, of course, stepping in pretty last notice. So they have players who are probably at work or at school even, so they'll play games 4 and 5 against first CFS Pinnacle Pro. In fact, that's the final game of the day. First they'll play against Gagan, then they'll play against CFS. So the third game coming your way after this one will be Gagan against CFS in just over an hour's time. And then it will be the same again tomorrow, with Havering rounding out the day against OBs first, and then the East Londoners, who of course are having the day off today, but they'll be back in action tomorrow with a triple header. Chance for a run out. If a direct hit certainly would have been interesting. It only falls into the hands of the wicket-keeper Cam Tom. Get to the end of the first over then. Good comeback in the latter half from the captain of CFS, Subhan Javed. Still goes for 14 though, which is more than the required rate. Below 13 the rate. As OBs get off to a steady start. Chasing down 129 for victory, as Nish joins me back in the commentary box. 25 matches since the Golden Ball, and I feel like the Tish combination is due one at some point.
Yeah, hope to get one in week number 2 here in Hornchurch. That streak was broken over in Bucharest. Had some close games, but generally speaking, high-scoring affairs don't tend to produce as many golden balls as lower-scoring games do. And yeah, the average score here in Hornchurch has been 152. So we have had a number of games come down to the final over, had a last ball finish as well, but yeah, not quite been able to get that golden ball just yet. 14 runs coming for Old Brentwoods in that first over. Sajjad opening the batting alongside Khan. They do play around with their opening pair a little bit. We saw Alan Jones open the batting last time around. He's not opening on this occasion.
Musa Chowdhury bowling the second over here. We'll be able to scamper through for a single. Yeah, we had the final ball finished, didn't we, in Group A? That was the closest we got. And that was really a very close one. It was a fumble at the non-striker's end, which, had they initiated the run out, would have taken it to the golden ball. But apart from that, it's been, I wouldn't say one-sided, but certainly the bat has more often than not won the contest over the ball. You could see that by the wicket count earlier as well. We saw the statistics back in game 1. I think the wicket rate was about 5 per innings, which suggests that more often than not it's the top order that does the business. Even in this game, CFS a below par score, but they only lose the 3 wickets. Haven't seen too many sides skittled within the 10 overs. It's cut away, cut hard. It's going to go all the way for 6 runs. It's Musa Chowdhury just offering a little too much width on that occasion, and Shaz Khan gets his first boundary of the run chase as OBs move to 21 in just the 8 deliveries.
That's cut away magnificently there by Khan. Not the right line and length there from Chowdhury. Too short, too wide. He got punished. The margin for error really small here for Old Brentwoods. 129 is not the kind of target that's going to trouble this Old Brentwood side too much. Going to have to pick up some early wickets here and be very tight with their lines and lengths.
It's a better length. Also just cramping Shaz Khan up for room. CFS are a side that have talent. They just haven't been able to put it together at the right times. They've got some bowlers who've taken wickets. Nathan Weeks tumbled away to stop that at mid-on. He picked up a 3 for in game 22 against this side. Caleb Baldwin as well, the 15-year-old. Interesting to see if and when he gets a ball. He's got a 2 for in game 21. And Shoaib Khan as well. So they've got options. It's just about whether they can bowl those tight lines to not allow this powerful OB side any kind of opportunity to swing their arms. Bowling well here though, Musa Chowdhury, after that early one was just a bit too wide and a bit too short. Come back though with 3 dot balls in a row. And Shaz Khan just struggling a little. Just a 6 and a 1 to his name so far, but faced 3 dot balls in a row now. And even something like that just gives the momentum back to the bowling side. Musa Chowdhury would dearly love to finish this over off with a wicket now. And that's exactly what he does. There's a little feather on it from Shaz Khan. The pressure paid for him. Got a 6 earlier in the over, but then 3 dot balls, flashes at the final ball of the over and just gets a feather through to the young wicketkeeper Cam Tom, who makes absolutely no mistake. Just really no footwork to speak of there from Shaz Khan. Gets himself in all of the wrong positions and only manages to nick one. And that's the end of his innings. 21 for 1. That's a wicket that CFS dearly needed, and they do get it at the end of the second.
Yeah, tries to cut that one, and a little nick through to the keeper. Cam Tom is having a brilliant day so far, coming off half century in the first innings, made absolutely no mistake. That was top work and a much needed wicket for this CFS Pinnacle Pro side. But we've seen Old Brentwoods, they've got plenty of batting depth. There's some real talented batters in this lineup. Players that we know can go on and post some big totals. So they're going to have to get a series of wickets here. They're going to have to keep plugging away, keep chipping away. CFS Pinnacle Pro, as looks like the next over is going to be bowled by Caleb Baldwin. He's managed to pick up a couple of wickets so far this European cricket series. And he's done it at an economy rate of 15.7. We're currently looking at the standings for Group B. Old Brentwoods on top, although East Londoners in second place do have a game in hand. CFS Pinnacle Pro yet to register a victory. Now, despite the fact that they're going to qualify for the quarterfinals, they'll still want to avoid being in fourth place. No one wants to face the Mighty Tigers, as you mentioned earlier, in the quarterfinals. And even if you get third place, you're going to face the host Hornchurch, which will be quite a challenge. Goes down the ground and was given a bit of width there. Sajjad smacks that one over long off for a 6.
Hamza Ahmed has come in to the batting lineup as well, coming in at 3. He didn't actually bat in the previous game. He was carded at 5. Of course, in that big chase, OB's only lost the 2 wickets, so he didn't get a chance to bat. And OB's maybe looking at the score and thinking they should be able to chase it down, have switched around their batting lineup just a bit. So the 3 that have batted so far, none of them featured in the previous game with the bat. And of course, then that does mean the likes of Sagar Joshi, Alan Jones, Baba Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield, the top 4 from the previous game who all scored, they're still to come, which is ominous for CFS. They just need to keep plugging away though, trying to pick up wickets on that occasion. A bit of a loosen up from the 15-year-old Caleb Baldwin. And he gets slapped straight back down the ground. This time again, just too much width. And he suddenly gets hit to the rope. It's 4 signalled by the umpire. Be interesting to see where this one lands. I can't quite see it on that occasion, but there is enough eyes on the ball there. They come to the conclusion that it is 4 runs. And Caleb just needs to zone in on those stumps a bit more. Anything wide outside off stump is just going to be slapped away, given that we're still in the power play as well. So just the 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. They do have someone deep in the covers. I can't see the other one outside of the ring, which suggests to me that he's probably at long off outside of our field of vision.
Yeah, it's 2 very similar balls there from Baldwin. Short and wide on both those deliveries. And he's playing them rather straight, isn't he, Sajjad? He hit a 6 over long off, and this time, last ball went through extra cover, and he's going to go straight again, and it's just going to go to the left of the commentary tent. Yeah, Baldwin not quite adjusting, still going too short, still going a little too wide. And that goes away for a 4 as well. I mean, these strokes are really like a tennis forehand, aren't they? He's just slapping them down the ground.
It's just the length he's playing on. That one actually did come and join us in the 10. Did a bit of fielding. Still got a sore arm from yesterday. That's a better length and line, and well, he's still unlucky to concede a 4 on that occasion as it bursts through the hands of the tumbling Nathan Weeks. Maybe just over pitches it on this occasion, and it allows Asad Sajjad to just swing through the line of it. And that's the next boundary in this over. Caleb Baldwin, a bit unlucky so far. The teenager here has just got to keep going as he's hit for 6-4-4-4. Comeback ball is needed.
That's much better there by Baldwin. That's where he wants to be bowling it. Great delivery there. Let's see if he can get out of this over. So tough, isn't it, for the youngster to go up against a player of Sajjad's quality. Certainly shown some very promising signs early in his European cricket career. Let's see if he can pry a wicket. High up in the air. This is a catching chance. Is it going to land safely? Oh, it's been taken. I see he managed to hold on to that just for a moment. It looked like Subain Javed, his own captain, was going to trip over Nathan Weeks. But what a brilliant grab, and this is just what the teenager needed. It popped up in the air, and you're just wondering if this was going to land safely in a fielder's hands. And, well, Nathan Weeks, he was a man on a mission, had his eye on the ball. Nothing was going to prevent him from taking that catch. He might have done some damage to his captain, Subain Javed, here. Oh, he's still down, so some cause for concern for CFS Pinnacle Pro.
I think maybe they just about avoid each other. They had their eyes on the ball. I had to look away because I was envisioning A&E in our future. It looks like the catch has been taken cleanly, and maybe Subain Javed, he's still sitting on the floor. He's just thinking about the concussion that he might have had. I think he falls a bit awkwardly on his elbow as well. He's holding his left elbow. The important thing is that both of the players are okay and the wicket is taken, as it's an important one as well, as it breaks that partnership. And it's one of those ones, Nish, where it goes up in the air and you think, we can see the two fielders flying at 100 miles an hour at each other. They can't see each other. And it was a miracle that no one was hurt and that the catch was taken.
Yeah, thankfully Subain Javed is up and he's okay. Still holding on to that left elbow. But my word, what an incredible catch there by Weeks, who was going to be handed the ball. He's going to bowl the first over after the power play. Just checking on his skipper once again to make sure he's okay. Yeah, plenty of reaction in the chat as well to that incredible catch. Wayne saying, OMG, Emmanuel Robbins, that's crazy. Dave up and out. Ian Smullen reacting with, what a take.
Nathan Weeks given a new lease of life from that catch and the near miss straight into the attack here. As it was the dangerous Asad Sajjad who was dismissed as well, scoring 31 off just 11 balls. But now both openers back in the sheds. They've got two brand new batters to attack here, Hamza Ahmed and Shabazz Khan.
Chipped up in the air, shouts to catch it, but it's going to land safely. There's no one anywhere near that. They have played around with their batting order a little bit here, Old Brentwoods. Not going with the same batting order that we saw this morning against Guggen. You know, Alan Jones opened the batting, but we are yet to see him so far this innings. The captain, Chaudhry's held himself back as well. Westfield hasn't made his way out to the middle, nor has Joshi. So the four batters who helped see Old Brentwoods over the finishing line, well, they have yet to make an appearance in this innings.
That does show the depth that the OBs are able to tap into when you've got four batters who between them chase down 181. So that's a half chance that goes down. It's absolutely crunched into the covers. He just managed to save the four though. And well, the speed that was going, saving the boundary, probably the best outcome. Yeah, as I was saying, the top four scoring 181, chasing down that big target. They weren't really helped by the bowling side either in terms of there only being 3 extras. So 178 off the bat of those 4 batters, and none of them have featured yet. OB's really able to switch it up, and that's thanks to their bowling as well, restricting CFS to just 128.
Yeah, you can understand that they might want to give a few different batters an opportunity out in the middle, but it's also important to not get too complacent if you're the OBs and just let this required climb up. It's up to 13.2 at the moment, so that's nothing alarming for this old Brentwood side, but you still want to take your opposition rather seriously, as it's good fielding out in the deep. Just going to make sure if this has been fielded cleanly. My initial reaction is that it was probably just fine.
I think he gets a bit too close to that rope. Yeah, he's very much over the rope. I don't think he touches it, but his right foot is about half a metre over the line, so it will actually be a 4. He just lost a bit of track of where that rope was. Gets a thumbs up from the bowler, Nathan Weeks. But it will be another boundary. Well, OBs haven't exactly raced away here, but they're looking comfortable so far. 47 on the board for them. Yeah, and speaking of the batting firepower of the OBs, that run chase this morning, 181, that they did in comfortable fashion. It's actually the 5th highest chase of all time on the network. It shows you just how they were really in command of that run chase, only losing the 2 wickets on the way. That's maybe why they given themselves an opportunity to change things around here.
Get a single. As this over brings about 10 runs. A very good over from Pinnacle Pro's perspective. The OBs find themselves 49 for 2. It's been good bowling, you have to say, by Pinnacle Pro. Kept things nice and tight. They've not let this Brentwood side get away from them. Their fielding has been exceptional as well, highlighted by that brilliant catch Nathan Weeks took to dismiss Sajjad. Have a look at the worm to compare these two sides. So at the moment, Brentwood's, they're slightly under the required rate, but nothing particularly alarming. Still well in this chase, so I'd say this game hanging finally in the balance at the moment, maybe even leaning towards the old Brentwoods, considering the 4 talented batters they still have to come in: Chowdhury, Westfield, Joshi, and Jones.
Good over though from Nathan Weeks, wasn't it? Just the 10 runs coming off it. There was the no ball as well. Not quite sure what that one was for in the end, but he gets away with the free hit, only goes for a single. And they're just shuffling the pack again here are CFS, as Caleb Baldwin just 1 over for him. Musa Chowdhury coming back in there, going to one of their frontline bowlers to find a wicket here. He picked up a wicket in his first over, only went for 7 runs. And they need to break this partnership once more. As you were saying, Nish, there's so many batters still to come. And that's a bit of an ugly full toss. I'm going to have to check that one for height. Hamza Ahmed did try and chase that one. Probably would have been a wide ball, but maybe it's going to be a no ball. Skips down the pitch and possibly saves Musa Chowdhury. It's on the way down, isn't it? He's a good 1.5 meters outside of the crease, so it should be okay. Misses out on that occasion, though.
Yeah, they've got to punish the bad balls, don't they? Old Brentwoods. Can't let them get away with mistakes like that.
There's a lot of calling and shouting in the CFS field. I think the left-hand, right-hand combination just messing with their placements just a little. Of course, we are at the power play now, so 5 fielders allowed outside of the ring. Caleb Baldwin on the square leg boundary has been brought into the ring. So it's clubbed down the ground. It's going to be a tough chase, and the Grizzly wins. Shabazz Khan just really flat bats that one. It's more of a baseball shot than anything, but gets enough of it as it races to the boundary.
Yeah, slogs that one straight down the ground. Difficult shot to play. That kind of line and length, you typically see those pulled to square leg, but he somehow muscles that down the ground there, Khan, and gets a boundary. Nice change up there by Chowdhury. Good slower delivery.
Gets a better delivery there. Just bowling line and length. And it's been quite a few overs actually for the OBs. And that decent over from Nathan Weeks. Just the one boundary from that one. The one boundary so far in this 5th over being bowled by Musa Chowdhury.
It's wide over there. Chowdhury's not quite getting the line right. Are required now. It's gone up to 13.7. Do need to watch out here, old Brentwoods. If they don't just let this required spiral out of control. They played around with their batting lineup. To go down the ground, shot to catch it, but that's going to clear the rope fairly comfortably, so that gets away for a 6. Chowdhury, a little bit of slot bowling. Left this one in the slot. And it just gave the batter a chance to free his arms out. Hits that beautifully through the line, and off it goes for 6 runs. First Maximo we've seen since the first ball of the 3rd over. Change of angle here for the bowler. It's going to come back over the wicket.
A bit of a feather on that one, I think, as it flies through. Cam Tom, the wicketkeeper, half stops it to avoid any more damage. Yes, no signal from the umpire, so it will be runs off the bat. Not really any chance for the keeper there to take the grab. Not a bad over though from Musa Chowdhury. 14 runs coming off it. OB 63 at the halfway stage. So that run rate just a touch over 13. As we take a look at what's happening at this very moment over in Czechia. And well, the first game has finished. Match 3, Austria versus Norway. Norway took that one by 22 runs. They put 159 on the board, did Norway. And in reply, Austria bowled out with 3 balls to spare for 137. It was Walid Gowrie top scoring for Norway, 57 off 41. Of course, this is a T20. Karanbir Singh top scoring with exactly 50 for Austria, but it wasn't enough in the run chase. So that one goes the way of the Norwegians with another game to come later in the day. Direct hit, trouble, and flashes past the stumps, but luckily for Shabazz Khan, goes the wrong side of the stumps from the CFS perspective. I had Dave in the chat earlier saying that we're obviously been dubbed Tish now, and we've got Danny Hudacek and Phil Gowers on the mic, so he's dubbed them Hugo. Hugh and Gowers. Hugo, I quite like that. So we've got Tish here and Hugo over in Prague. Nathan back into the attack here. Just a single on that occasion. Some people asking me, there's this wild rumour going around that I'm a world record holder in the chat. I did, for a while, hold the highest T20I batting average in the world. It was about 45. That one is flashed away, chance of a catch, and it's taken. I thought actually the fielder in the deep might run underneath that one, but he judges it well. In the end, takes it over his head, and Hamza Ahmed is the next to fall for the OBs as Nathan Weeks picks up a deserved wicket. He bowled a very good first over, and it's snaffled well on the rope by Faris Haider, and the 3rd wicket falls for the OBs, 65 for 3.
I'm curious to see who comes in next here for the OBs. All 4 batters who were part of that incredible chase in the previous match are yet to feature, so do they send out someone like Jones who, well, hit 6 out of the 10 deliveries he faced towards the boundary? It looks like they will, so I just want to pick this run rate up here, and out comes the dangerous Joan, who faced 5 balls in the last innings. Beg your pardon, 10 balls, and 5 of them went for 6. And he hit that 1-4 as well, so 6 out of 10 towards the boundary. There we go. Powerful striker to the ball in Jones. Absolutely launched by Jones for 6 runs. An incredible strike. Let's just take a look at this. Nice and high bat lift. It was in the slot, and he hammered that away for 6 runs.
Alan Jones, he's been quite an addition, hasn't he, to the OBs. The OBs. Getting my teams mixed up. The OBs batting ranks. Didn't feature on day one for them. Given the chance here, having opened the previous game. Takes no time at all to club his first away for a Maximo. Make that back-to-back Maximos. Just in the slot, really, from Nathan Weeks. The double teapot comes out from him. He's thinking, what can he do differently here? Gives Alan Jones a long old stare as well. That's just a big old swing of the bat from Jones. And this is what we were saying, Nish. Even when a few wickets fall for OBs, they've got batting now probably till about 7 or 8, having switched up the order. They're currently right on that run rate. Just less than 13 required for the win here. Does he have a comeback ball here? Weeks. Picked up a wicket, only gone for 24 runs. Final ball of his spell coming up. Clubbed away, cause of catch it. It's well fielded on the boundary. Will just be the one. Weeks' spell comes to an end. A decent one from him, 25 runs. And we were saying, Nish, anything really where you go for under 30 in your 2 overs is decent enough, given that that's about the par run rate we've been seeing throughout this series. And of course, Weeks picks up a wicket. OB's then 78 for 3 at the end of the 6th. But look at those batters still to come. Baba Chowdhury, Mervyn Westfield, Sagar Joshi, who opened in the previous game. He's carded down at 8. And Mohammad Hashim, we haven't really seen too much of him. I wouldn't be surprised if he can bat as well.
So that single does mean that Jones keeps a strike heading into the 7th overs, which is probably not a sight that this Pinnacle Pro side want to see. Now looks to go short, and it's hammered straight down the ground, just slapped, almost like a tennis forehand for a 6. Just incredible how he's facing a ball that is that wide a line, but he's managed to hit it straight down the ground for a 6. This time he looks to go through cover, and there's a fielder in the deep. It's just going to be a single.
He helicopters that one so hard, he almost falls off his feet. He goes for the extravagant whip. As he pushes away to cover. Watch this. He almost knocks himself over with the helicopter. Only gets a single for it. Maybe he was angling for that one to be in the highlights reel. This time it's going to go flat into the onside. 6 runs. Yeah, just to finish the world record story. We also played a lot of cricket during lockdown in 2020. Actually, it was some of the footage that was on the European Cricket Network. And that allowed me to score a fair few runs. And at some point I was the highest average in world cricket for T20Is. I've been overtaken since. I think I'm down at 4, as that one's an ugly full toss that gets given the treatment. Might have to look at that for height. I think it's just about okay. Either way, it will race away to the boundary as Shabazz Khan clubs that one. Let's take a look at this for height. He does take a 1-2 step down the pitch, and then even another 1-2 step. So in the end, he should be fine. And there is a minimum amount of innings, I think, so you can't just play 1 innings and have an infinite average. I can't remember what it is. I think it's maybe 10 innings you have to have as a minimum. Talia McGrath, Beth Mooney, and I think Lucy Barnett is number 1. She plays for the Isle of Man. So obviously I will admit it's different playing in some of these European games as opposed to Talia McGrath and Beth Mooney, who are playing against some of the best bowlers in the world. But you can only play what's in front of you. But less of that. more to the action. That one's hit firmly down the ground. The chase is on, and it's the tumbling figure of the captain here, Saban Javed, who's been in the action a lot in this inning so far. Almost gets wiped out by Nathan Weeks earlier in the piece and tumbles away. Doesn't manage to reel that one in. So OBs do get past the 100 mark. That over goes magical 23 runs coming off it. And now it's looking like a comfortable chase. They do surpass that bonus point mark, so CFS will pick up a point, but it's not going to be enough for them, you'd imagine, with just 28 needed in the final 3. As we look ahead to the next match coming up in about 35 minutes time, CFS back in action, unchanged for their side, and Gagan as well unchanged. Of course, having lost the first game this morning, but impressing especially with the bat. 180 runs they scored, but came up against an imperious OB's batting lineup. That one's certainly going to be interesting to see if CFS, you'd imagine if they fall here, they'll be still looking for their first win of the series.
Yeah, looking grim right now for Pinnacle Pro, and just as soon as Jones made his way out to the middle, he just took this game away really from CFS Pinnacle Pro. These last couple of overs have brought about 38 runs. This game really has turned on its head, and they've got to find a way to get rid of Jones. CFS Pinnacle Pro is on 20 of 5. This innings is looking like a carbon copy of what we saw from Jones this morning against Guggen.
It'll be Abdullah Mir here into the attack for the first time to bowl the 8th with a bit of leg spin. And it's gone away, and Nathan Weeks on the rope almost tries to put in the goalkeeping stop. Maybe Spain needed him on the penalties yesterday. Well, maybe not, because it went straight through him. He ends up grasping at thin air. It was struck, though, struck firmly off the bat of Alan Jones.
Yeah, he somehow managed to find a way to drag that wider delivery towards the mid-wicket boundary for a 6. Incredible shot.
Against the spin and goes again, and this one, well, Nathan Weeks is going to get nowhere near that one as he clubs that one away for 6 runs. It's never easy hitting it against the spin here. Granted, it's not going to spin too much off the pitch, but he just doesn't allow the ball to spin, gets to where it pitches, and clubs that one for back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, of the 32 runs Jones has scored so far, just 1 hasn't been towards that mid-wicket region. Really is incredible. He's targeting that boundary, and we haven't really seen Pinnacle Pro make the adjustments either so far.
Now it's just a runner ball, 16 needed for OBs. And that's certainly not going to help the cause. Hi to Jacob, who's joined us in the chat. I think maybe Kroom was spotted at the ground. We might have missed that one, Nish. And the chatters, I know, are looking forward to seeing him in action for Havering 11 later today. With Havering in the Hornchurch spot of playing the final 2 games of the day. I'm sure the local fans will be out in full force. I know there's a Hornchurch connection as well. Some of the fans, some of the players, sorry, from Hornchurch will be playing in the Havering 11. Certainly, they've put the bat signal up, and the locals have answered. So very much looking forward to seeing the Havering 11 in action in games 4 and 5.
Less than a runner ball now for Old Brentwoods.
Some people in the chat saying that OB certainly not a side to be taken lightly. Of course, Mighty Tigers, they roared to the top of the table in Group A. But Group B, still relatively wide open. Let's not forget, of course, that that's gone straight through the fielder in the deep. It's the figure of Saban Javed, who's a bit down on his luck at the moment. And that one flashes away for 4 runs. OB certainly ones to look out for, but let's not forget East Londoners as well. They're the only side to have beaten Brentwoods. They're unbeaten so far. They won't feature today, but we'll see them back in action tomorrow. And Gagan, they did lose their first game, but I don't think they will be easy customers for anyone either. They've scored 180, so they've got that batting potential. And I think their bowlers will have learned a lot from that first game as well. So they'll come back stronger in the next game. So it's shaping up to be quite an interesting group, this. With, of course, the Havering 11. Maybe everyone's fan favourites now coming into the tournament later today. While they, because of the rescheduling, won't be able to go through to the quarterfinals, they can certainly have a say on the group if they can snatch some wins against some of the other sides. Caleb Baldwin back to bowl the 9th, and well, his unlucky streak continues as well. He certainly didn't deserve really to go for so many runs in his first over, and he starts with another piece of misfortune as that one flashes off the edge of Alan Jones's bat for 4 runs.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. Just a fine edge that's going to run away towards third for a boundary. Jones has played some incredible strokes during this innings, but that time around he got a little bit lucky.
If I was Caleb Baldwin at this point, I'd be packing up my kit and leaving, because he's just not had any luck. There might be a run out here though, as the bat almost falls at one end. Then Alan Jones does let go of it at the striker's end. They do scamper through for a 2. Worth seeing this one again. He does get the bat over the line. As they, well, certainly Shabazz Khan was happy with the 1. In the end, the bat plugs. And he's fortunate there that he does the old sprinter's duck. And gets over the line, does Alan Jones. Just 5 runs away now. And they'll get there with a 6. And that will be the end of the game. OBs showing early signs of being real contenders in this series, not only in Group B, but looking ahead to the quarterfinals, as they made mincemeat of that 180 total this morning, the 5th highest ever run chase on the network. This one was a bit more of a modest chase, but they switched up the order and still managed to get there in some style with 9 balls to spare. Let's not forget Baba Chowdhury, the captain, and Mervyn Westfield and Sagar Joshi, 3 who did the business this morning, all weren't needed to bat on this occasion, as Alan Jones, new into the side this morning, shows that he is quite an addition, finishing 45 off 11. Let's take a quick look ahead then to the game that's coming your way in just under half an hour's time. A winless CFS Pinnacle Pro now 0-3 up against a new Gagan side who, of course, it's their first day on the network. They showed their batting firepower this morning but weren't able to follow it up with the ball. So they're looking for their first win. That'll be an interesting one as someone will break their series duck. But let's go back to the highlights of this run chase. And it was, I'd say, Nish, unspectacular but ruthless from the OBs.
Absolutely was. Managed to get the job done once again. They played around with their batting lineup a little bit. Had Sajjad, Khan and Ahmed batting in the top 3. This was a brilliant display of batting. We're just taking a look at some of the strokes that were played throughout this inning. Sajjad with a quick fire 31 of just 11. He was dismissed right here, courtesy of a brilliant catch by Nathan Weeks. At that moment, he just wondered whether that would bring some life into the CFS Pinnacle Pro side and help them go on to pull off the upset in this game, but that wasn't to be. As we see, Condon Jones right at the end just take this game away from CFS Pinnacle Pro. Just brilliant batting by the 4th wicket pair. Their partnership was worth just under 70 runs, 67 in the end. Jones faced 11 deliveries, 7 of them went towards the boundary. 6 out of 11 were 6s. It was reminiscent of that innings we saw from him this morning. My word, what a powerful hitter he is. He's so strong through that mid-wicket region. I mean, he was taking some really wide deliveries and just finding a way to muscle them over mid-wicket for a 6. And then he would finish the game off in style. Big 6, a towering 6 to get OB over the finishing line. We'll take a look now at the scorecard of this innings and some notable performances in there for OB. You can see Sajjad making 31 of 11, Eskan 32 of 14. Well played by Shabazz. Alan Jones, the top scorer though, with 45 of 11. The 3 of them helping their side notch yet another victory, their 4th of this ECS.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the scorecard, it's just as telling who didn't bat, and that's the captain Baba Chowdhury, Mervyn Westfield and Sagar Joshi. So certainly OBs putting their hands up as maybe favourites, early favourites in this group especially, but looking ahead to the quarterfinals as well. They're a force to be reckoned with as they pick up their 4th win. The only loss they've suffered is to the so far unbeaten East Londoners, who we'll see back in action tomorrow. As for CFS though, that's their 3rd defeat in a row. They're still scratching around for their 1st win on the network. As we take a look at the bowling performance, and Musa Chowdhury again, he's always been consistent with the ball, picking up a wicket and going at an economy of just 10.5. Otherwise, Caleb Baldwin, I think he was unfortunate. He didn't deserve to go for the 30 runs that he suffered in the 9 deliveries. He did pick up a wicket, so that's something for him to build on and look ahead to the next game. Luckily for CFS then as well, they won't have too long to wait as they can scratch this one off, and they'll, I'm sure, be more than happy to see the back of the OBs as well, as they've lost to them in consecutive games because of that slight shift to the schedule as well. Losing the previous one by 5 wickets, this one by a comprehensive 7 wickets. Cam Tom, he can take heart from the fact that he's now scored 2 half-centuries on the network, finishing on an unbeaten 55, but it really wasn't enough, and at the halfway stage we feared the OBs would make light work of this chase. They did in the end, given that they probably could have actually gone for the bonus point, but they put more stock in, changing around the order, giving a few of their batters a go. And Alan Jones, new into the side today, is showing that he's absolutely a force to be reckoned with, finishing 45 not out of just 11 deliveries. So there you have it, match 27 is in the bag, and OBs, they continue to go on the march, as we'll of course see them back in action tomorrow. That's done and dusted then for the OBs for today. They turn up, win 2 games comprehensively on the chase, and they can put their feet up for the rest of the day. As for CFS though, they've got no time at all to try and get themselves up off the deck and back into the action, as they'll be coming back in just about half an hour's time against Gagan, against of course a side new onto the network today, who have shown what they can do so far, especially with the bat, scoring 180 this morning. On that occasion though, it wasn't enough against this strong OB side. But can they, at least one of them, pick up a win? Well, the answer is yes, because they can't both continue to go unbeaten. That game is coming your way in just about 25 minutes time. So you've got time to grab a spot of lunch, put your feet up and join me, Tina and Nish back in the commentary box for that one here at this ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's game 3 here in London. The weather is trying to improve, the sun is coming out, and it's CFS against Gagan. Before we talk about the sides, let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
CFS to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Well ball first.
They're going to have a bowl.
So there you have it. CFS have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Of course, they went through day 1 without picking up a win. So they really need to see if they can get wins on the board quickly here if they want to boost their way up the table. They've shown flashes of what they can do with bat and ball, just haven't been able to put it together. As for Gagan, this is their first day on the network, and this morning they put 180 runs on the board. It just wasn't enough against an old Brentwood side, which were really a force to be reckoned with the bat. So Gagan maybe showing a bit of immaturity with the ball, just need to get acquainted with this T10 format and fast. Nish, of course, will take you through the action. And Nish, the news from the toss is that CFS have won and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this matchup between Gagan and CFS Pinnacle Pro. Pinnacle Pro still looking for their first victory of this European Cricket Series. And they're going up against a strong Gagan side who may have lost a match this morning, but there were plenty of positives for them as they ended up with 180 runs. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Both these sides are winless heading into this game, but you'd say that Gagan are probably the stronger of the two sides and will come in as the favorites. 212 points for Raminda Vijaysurya, who came so agonizingly close to a century, ended up dismissed on 98. 212 fantasy points for him. Arya Kedekar for Pinnacle Pro. He's had a good series so far as well. He's sitting right up there with 339. Pinnacle Pro's record worsens to 0-3. Nathan Weeks with 112 points there. He took an absolutely incredible catch in that second innings, one of the highlights of the day so far. The win predictor has Gagan down as 69% favorites, and you'd have to say that's pretty fair based on what we've seen, or based on early impressions of Gagan. There's plenty of positives for this Pinnacle Pro side, but just maybe missing a touch of firepower with the bat, the sort of firepower that some of their opponents have. They're a good side. They certainly are. They're a quality team, and this could be an interesting matchup as both these sides so desperately are trying to find their first win of this ECS. A loss here could be really catastrophic for Pinnacle Pro as they would fall to 0-4 and face the prospect of having to go up against the mighty Tigers in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, for Gagan, they won't want to fall too far behind teams such as Old Brentwoods and the East Londoners, who are enjoying a day off today. It's going to be the captain, Subhan Javed, to bowl this first over. At one point, we were a little bit concerned if he might get hurt when he was involved in that clash with Nathan Weeks, but thankfully he's just fine. It's good to see him in bowling shape. He's having an economy rate of 13.8 so far this ECS match. Pick up a couple of wickets as well. Here we go. First ball of our third match of the day. Launched for 6. And he's picked up just from where he left off this morning, and oh my goodness, that is such a massive 6. It's gone all the way onto the fitness concourse. For a minute I was worried it might end up in the fitness center. That's how big it was. There were plenty of comparisons in the chat. A lot of members were comparing Vijay Surya, also of Sri Lankan heritage, to another iconic Sri Lankan left-hander and son of Vijay Surya. You can see where the comparisons come from. Very, very accomplished cricketer, Vijay Surya. Born in the southern province of Sri Lanka. He was educated over in St. Thomas's College in Matara. And he's played his cricket for Burger Recreation Club and Banadura. He's had a very successful first-class career over in Sri Lanka as well. Played the 39 first-class matches. He's accumulated 1,760 runs in his first-class career. Has 4 first-class centuries to his name. Showed a lot of success in List A and T20 cricket as well. A T20 average Sri Lanka 23.5. Career strike rate of 133. So he's someone who has succeeded at the very highest level of the sport. And he's such a valuable asset for this Guggen side. A nice bit of variation there by Javed, a slower bouncer. It's been signaled a 1 for the over. Yeah, just kind of give it a no ball there, so umpires have deemed that to be above head height. So free hit coming up. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Beg your pardon, that was not given a free hit. Do have to make a correction. It was just signaled a dot ball. It did look like it just grazed the top of the helmet, so I was a little bit surprised why that was the case, but no, not been given a no ball. I'd like to correct what I just said there. That was a regular delivery, just a regulation standard delivery. 1 ball to come in the first. Looks to go big over here, and does that have the distance to clear the rope? Certainly does. That's gone all the way for a 6. As Guggen off to a flyer of a start to get 17 runs off this first over. And Malhotra played a brilliant innings this morning when he made 17 of just 7 balls. Here's a look at the groups for the Challenger Division. Got a couple of groups involved in the Challenger Division. The second ever edition of the Men's European Cricket Championship Challenger Division. And you really have some quality teams in there. It's hard to call which way it'll go. Over in Group 2, Guernsey and the Isle of Man certainly are 2 sides you'll look at and say, well, they've got a good chance, but we know how good Estonia are. Estonia just had that incredible run during last year's Challenger Division. They've got one of the most talented batting lineups in Europe. And they'll be big contenders and players in Group B. It's going to be a wide to start off here for Chowdhury. Pretty decently the last match against Old Brentwood's Chowdhury. At figures of 1 for 21. Really are remarkable figures in this form of the game. So just have a no ball signaled over here. So we got a free hit coming up. Yep, it's just for too many fielders outside the ring. Someone had just steps outside the circle, so it's a costly mishap here for CFF. Doesn't quite get this out of the middle of the bat, but it's still enough to go away for 4 runs. The fielder in the deep not quite able to stop that for going away for a boundary. That was Abdullah Mir in the deep. The ball was in the slot. Got a good enough chunk of it. And it went away for 4 runs. Struck hard. Now towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. And expecting to be a very busy man out in the deep. Abdullah Mir, we know Vijayasuriya is so strong through mid-wicket. A lot of the times, though, when you're fielding out a deep mid-wicket to someone of Vijayasuriya's quality, it's just about watching the ball sail over your head and having to run beyond the boundary rope and try to fetch some of the 6s that he struck. Bit of width on offer there, and that's going to be cut away. They'll take a single, brings Vijayasuriya back on strike. Just managed to guide that one away, as we can see on the replay. Pretty dangerous line and length to bowl, you have to say, though. They got to try to get in some Yorkers, get it nice and full. That's going to be the key here for Pinnacle Pro. It's a good idea, you got to say, there by Chaudhary. Just couldn't quite execute. He was going for that wide Yorker. I think that's exactly what they want to be bowling to. Someone like Vijayasuriya, who's looking to hammer 6s over mid-wicket. Just about the execution now. Now goes through covers this time. He backs away, makes some room for himself there, Vijayasuriya, and plays that beautifully. This is a gorgeous looking shot. Take another look at it. Plays it with a nice straight bat, beautiful high elbow. Such poise and balance as he strokes that. A chance to say good afternoon to all of you joining us in the chat. I can see Chris Smith has just joined. Thomas Martin is joining us as well. Oh dear, he's lost his bat, and his bat's ended up somewhere around short mid-wicket. That went flying in the air. Well, it's a big broad grin here by Raminda Vijayasuriya. The bat just slipping out of his hands. Let's just take a look at that. Whoop. Yeah, went flying away. Not like when a baseball hitter just tosses their bat away after they've managed to get a hit. Just flew right out of his hands. Good afternoon to John Gray as well, joining us from France. Afternoon to you too, Raghuvanshi. Good to see you here. Oh, beautifully played away. Just whips right through the line of that ball. A touch of helicopter about that, the way Vijayasuriya played it. Good use of the feet. Came down the track and whips away the half volley. Lovely, lovely wristy stroke there. And that's what fielding a deep mid-wicket against Vijayasuriya is like. You're going to be making your way towards that fitness concourse and fetching all the balls he sends that way. Here's a look at the standings for Group B. Old Brentwood's with 13 points, currently in first place. East Londoners, though, they're going to be involved in the action tomorrow. So they'll have about 3 games in hand on Old Brentwood's by the time we next see the East Londoners, who are defeated so far this ECS. Pinnacle Pro yet to register a victory, and Guggen were defeated this morning as well by Old Brentwoods. Managed to put together 180 runs. That was the 5th highest chase of all time by Old Brentwoods. Vijay Surya scoring 98 runs, falling so close to picking up a century on debut. That's going to be a wide, a big appeal. But I think it says a lot when the only appeal comes from a fielder who probably had the worst angle. Baldwin, I thought he was a little bit unlucky in the last match. He probably doesn't deserve to go for 30 runs in the 9 balls he delivered. He's got a lot of talent, the teenage seamer, as this one's been given a wide as well. Oh, cut away. And that's going to go away for 4 runs. He just got to get his line and length right here, Baldwin. Just a bit too short, a bit too wide. If he could just get it nice and full and straight on the stumps. Try to go for that top of the off stump sort of line and length. That would certainly serve him well. Very dangerous line and length to be bowling here. Oh, this is time. It's hit a little straighter. That races away for 4 runs as well. Half volley. Plays this magnificently. Beautiful looking stroke and played along the carpet as well. As safe as it gets. Goes away for 4 runs. Close to bringing up a 50 partnership here. 45 runs for the pair so far. Looks to go big, shout to catch it, but well, if there's going to be a catch, it'll probably have to be well beyond the boundary rope. That goes away for 6 runs as they bring up the 50-run opening stand. Very nicely played. Such a strong bottom hand as he muscles that away for 6 runs. Still got 3 balls to come in this power play, and Guggen have already managed to get to 51. Gorgeous stroke, absolutely gorgeous. Just plays that nice and late so it goes away behind point for a boundary. Well, this is a close one, really is. That's a very tight one. It's been given a 6, just a touch beyond the rope. Malhotra getting enough power on it. And this time he's going to get a bit lucky, so he's played some good-looking shots, Malhotra, but just throws the kitchen sink of that one, catches the thick outside edge of his bat, and that's really well out in the deep. Danger man, Vijay Surya back on strike. Last ball of the power play. Oh, well, take a look at that stroke. It's not often you see a batter whip through the ball and hit it over long off for a 6. That really was an extraordinary stroke. A lot of helicopter about that shot. Let's just take a look at this again. He just whips right through the line of that ball and gets it away for 6 runs right towards that welcome to Hornchurch banner. Massive, massive power play for Guggen. They get 62 runs in these first 3 overs and find themselves in a commanding position right now. Here's a look at the Manhattan for this inning so far. 17, 18, 27. 3 very productive overs here for Guggen. Pinnacle Pro just need to find a way to stem the bleeding. Gonna bring a very talented Nathan Weeks on to bowl. Had figures of 1 for 25 against OB in our second match of the day. Of course, you can have up to 5 fielders outside the ring now. We're past the power play, so they'll be hoping the flow of runs just stems a little bit. Some of those gaps that were there during the power play aren't going to be available. Nice variation there by Weeks, and I wonder who's the fielder out at deep point for Pinnacle Pro. I think it just caught the back of his jersey. That's Adi Akedekar. He might have the loudest voice of anyone I've seen so far in this ECS. I can pretty much hear him loud and clear, and he's on the other side of the field from where I am. Goes straight to the fielder at fine legs and good sharp fielding. To be a little disappointed there, Vijay Surya. Straying onto the leg side with his line there, Weeks, but Vijay Surya ends up picking out the fielder. Oh, that is magnificently played by Vijay Surya. This is just a brilliant shot. Watch how he uses his bottom hand and wrist to perfection again. You see the old propeller there right at the end as he plays that stroke. It's a wonderful shot. Weeks has really not missed the length by much, and ends up being a 4. Free hit coming up. Looks like there was a no ball. I wonder if Weeks had just overstepped on that last delivery. It's of course hard to tell from the angles we're looking at. Inside edge onto his pads. Struck down the ground, and while someone shouted catch it from out in the deep, that's nowhere near being a catch. Goes all the way for 6 runs, batting well outside his crease there, and frees his arms, hits that through the line, and it goes away for 6 runs. Take a look at that run rate for Guggen, 19.3. They're doing even better than what they were this morning when they managed to get to 180. Gotta congratulate someone in our chat. We'll bring that up after this ball. Straight down the ground. That's gonna go all the way for 6 as well. So Guggen bring up 80 runs in just 4 overs. This has been a magnificent opening stand by Vijay Surya and Malhotra. Got to find a way here, CFS Pinnacle Pro, to get a wicket. So, yeah, big day here on ECN. Of course, in the second innings, as I mentioned in the chat, Kroom is going to be picking up his first ever European Cricket Series cap, and he's going to be presented that cap by Tina Guff. So make sure you're watching our broadcast in the second innings when Kroom has rewarded his first ever ECS cap. And also congratulations to Jake Stewart, who one of our regular viewers who completed his general education standard today over in Estonia. So yeah, great to hear Jacob. Jacob, a very loyal viewer of the European Cricket Network. That's going to race away for 4. Just pierces the gap so nicely there, Malhotra. Wonderful placement and timing on this stroke. He's played a couple of lovely cover drives, hasn't he? Got Nicolo Fernando joining us as well from Kent Lanka, Napoli. Very powerful left-handed batter, and a brilliant bowler as well. Great to see you in the chat, Nicolo. Hope you're doing well. Looks to go downtown, and that's got enough to go for 6. Wonderful strike. Moves on to 47. A little bit of slot bowling here, though, by Pinnacle Pro. Gotta say, though, I just love Adi Kedekar's spirit. Despite all this boundary, his spirits have not been diminished one bit. He's still going as loud as he was during the very first ball of this innings. Shout to catch it. I think it's just going to take one hop before going over the rope. And that's going to be another boundary. So Guggen now move on to 90. As you can see, just takes a hop a couple of feet in front of that boundary rope. Both the batters into the 40s now. Oh dear. Oh dear. That is a shocking delivery. It's going to be a minimum. Does well to get his head out of the way there, Malhotra. Yeah, Chaudhary getting that badly wrong. It's a beamer. Yeah, it's pretty good reflexes by him to just weave out of the way of that delivery. He was racing straight for his helmet. He's got a free hit coming up here, and it's just all unraveling at the moment for Pinnacle Pro. That run rate's up to 22. Guggen certainly do look like odds-on favorites to go north of 200, but how far north of 200 is going to be the question at some point if this keeps up. Oh, beautiful. A little bit of stand and deliver. Plays that gorgeously on the up. That might be the shot of the day. Oh, absolutely beautiful. Plays it nice and late. Times that so sweetly. That races away for 4 runs. Well, sometimes you just got to take your hats off to brilliant batting, and I think Chaudhary will look at that and just say, I've been done by some magnificent batting here by Malhotra. That was such a beautiful shot. He could just watch that on loop for the rest of the day. 100 partnership is up. That's well fielded by Caleb Baldwin. The ball took a nasty hop before heading towards him at point, and he ends up dealing with it pretty well. And good backing up by Adi Kedekar as well. Caleb Baldwin decided to have a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. 24 runs off this over so far. Last ball is coming up. Oh, he's going to go funky here, Vijay Surya, and he's going to get that away for 6 runs. Well, an attempt at a crowd catch. Some of the spectators who have come over. Don't know if the catch has been taken. Looks like it may have been put down. Yeah, looks like it was. Don't need to show a replay of that, as we'll come to the halfway stage of the first innings and a good chance to welcome you into the commentary box. So a fantastic start here for Guggen, who were 110 for no loss halfway through the innings. And it's a bit of a familiar tale for the Pinnacle Pros so far this ECS. They just struggled with the ball in hand. I think we've seen some bright spots by them with their batting, but they've conceded far too many runs, and ultimately that's why they're sitting winless. Guggen were absolutely gutted this morning when they managed to get 180 runs but still couldn't win the game. They'll be hoping that's a little bit different this time around, as they're trying to go north of 200 with their first innings total. Let's head back to the middle, as it looks like we're set to continue. It's going to be Abdullah Mir, who's coming in to bowl this 6th over. Nice ball to start off here by Mir. Malhotra just looking to play that one against the spin. Comes off the inside edge of his bat. Good use of the feet, played out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Yeah, Nicolo Fernando in the chat asking how things are going. Yeah, great to hear from you, Nicolo. Certainly is. And, well, being out in Napoli, I have to ask you, what were the celebrations like when Napoli won the Serie A? Oh, this is going to get pulled away for 6 runs. Just giving a little bit of length there, Vijay Surya, and he's able to get underneath it and pummel it away for a 6. Very nice shot. Plays that with the spin and gets it away for a Maximo. Yeah, I'm assuming that celebrations must have been really, really wild in Naples after they finally lifted the Serie A. This one's up in the air, and it's going to go away for a 6. Just for a split second, you wondered if Javed had a chance to try to catch that. Let's take a look at this. It just hung up in the air for an age. Javed just couldn't quite get to it. It was just beyond his reach. Well left by Vijay Surya. Away it goes for another 6. So Vijay Surya now moves on to 68. Outstanding shot by once again. Goes for the old reverse sweep. Playing some absolutely ridiculous strokes, and certainly is a 360-degree cricketer. Seen him play some lovely cover drives, some beautiful slogs out towards mid-wicket, and then so happy to play the odd scoop shot and reverse sweep as well. One ball to come in the 6th over, 20 runs so far. Oh, he's going to bring it out again. He's going to bring it out again. Well, bring out the broomsticks. It's sweeping time here. Vijay Surya gets that one away for 4 runs as well. Magnificent stroke. Magnificent shot. Off it goes. And 24 runs end up coming off this over. 54 of the last 2 overs. Things are looking very bleak for Pinnacle Pro right now, and Larry Kedekar, who's been very loud all the way out at deep point, this is the quietest he's been. Haven't really heard him for the last few deliveries, and you could just sense some dejection from this Pinnacle Pro side. They've just got to find a way to get through these next 4 overs, lift themselves up, otherwise could be a very, very long game for them. Got Tim Harmer in the chat saying Tyrone Peters should have been diving forward to catch that. I'm not sure we'd appreciate our match referees interfering with play that way, Tim, but I see your point. I see your point. I'm pretty sure Tyrone's very busy currently sitting at the match officials table. Don't think we want him trying to dive and attempt boundary catches. Sure, he could take those catches as this is going to go away for 4 runs. It's a slight misfield out in the deep. That was Ferris Heather, just makes a slight meal of it. Normally a good fielder, but a little bit of a mistake there as that was struck very firmly towards him. Struck down the ground, and a wicket at last. A wicket at last here for Pinnacle Pro. Malhotra's innings will be cut short on 55. Great knock by him. Brings up his first ever ECS 50. And a little bit of encouragement here for Pinnacle Pro. Just looking to hit that one on the up. And he ends up slapping it straight to the fielder at long on. It takes a good chest height catch there. Good grab for Abdullah Mir. And he's getting some congratulations as he makes his way back towards the dugout. Got a pat on the back from Subhan Javed, the Pinnacle Pro captain as well. Faizan Akhtar saying left-handed batsmen play some lovely shots. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Faizan. I think left-handed batters are just very aesthetically pleasing. I think every stroke they play just looks so much better than it does with a right-handed batter. Well, wicket has fallen, and Well, let's see if Pinnacle Pro can just stem this run rate a little bit. They'll want to get rid of the big fish in Vijay Surya as well. Couple of new batters, that's what they've got to tell themselves. Let's get a couple of new batters out there. Nice length, really good length. That's where they want to be bowling it. They just sort of just can't quite get underneath that kind of a length, so it's just going to be a single. Randava will launch this one towards the rope. Just going to have to check whether that's a 6 or a 4. The initial signal is a 6. It does seem like that might be the case. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, just beyond the rope. That's a 50-meter boundary. That's about 50.5 meters. Probably got that just about half a meter beyond the rope. Straight down the ground, goes away for 6 runs. It's a back-to-back Maximos to round out the over and really spoils it for Nathan Weeks. Was a pretty good over until that point. It'll end up costing Pinnacle Pro 18 runs. Guggen still going at 22 and over. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. So we're here in Hornchurch for the remainder of this week. And alongside us, we've got some exciting cricket going on in Czechia. Czechia and Austria about to play each other very soon. The hosts yet to register a win. They lost both their matches in day 1 of the Central Europe Cup. I'm just going to take a quick peek at the score there, as this is swept away firmly and well fielded by Kedekar. So Czechia are currently bowling to Austria. Austria find themselves 56 for 1, 7.4 overs in. You'd have to say it's a borderline must-win for the hosts. They lose that game, then pretty much say they've lost all hope of winning the Central Europe Cup. This is going to get launched away for 6 runs. A wonderful strike into the trees. Oh no, that is going to be a long, long chase there for Adia Kedekar. Luckily, he's going to be helped out. Seems like one of the spectators is right there in the bushes trying to locate that cricket ball. A little white grizzly, which has been sent deep into the trees. That was a massive, massive hit by Randava. Yeah, Randava will also be very interested in what's going on in that match. He has represented the Austrian national side in the past. Plays for Snazzy over in Austria and has also represented the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. He has 268 T20I runs to his name while the Austrian national team, and he's going to smack this one down the ground for 6 more runs. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but he got a good chunk off it, a very good chunk off it, that he ended up clearing the rope extremely comfortably. Such a powerful hitter, Randava. Speaking of the Central Europe Cup in Austria, they were handed a 22-run defeat this morning by Norway. So they'll want to pick up that win against Czechia as well, just to ensure they don't fall too far behind. That goes away for a boundary as well. A great stroke, a massive front foot stride, and gets to that ball and strikes it firmly down the ground for 4 runs. Now, good use of the feet, and he's going to be able to get that one away. It doesn't go towards the boundary. There's some good team fielding out in the deep. That was Ferris Haider, who does exceptionally well to chase that ball down and just bats it down and ensures it doesn't go away for 4 runs. We're taking a look at that just to ensure it's not a 4 and looks like a clean bit of fielding. Gets straight to the fielder at fine leg. Second time that's happened this innings for Vijay Surya, where he's had a ball just outside his leg stump and hit it straight to that fielder located at fine leg. 2 overs to go in this innings. Guggen are 171 for 1. Eyeing that 200 plus score at the moment. Need just another 29 runs to get to 200. So just taking a look at what's happening here. So Caleb Baldwin was meant to bowl this 9th over, but just went over to his captain. I think I overheard him saying that he's hurt his wrist and that he just isn't able to bowl. And yeah, he's just clutching that right wrist at the moment. That's not great to see. It really isn't. And I hope it isn't too serious. He's an exciting young prospect, a very talented seamer, Caleb Baldwin. He's going to soldier on in field, but yeah, not quite able to bowl. Yeah, really unfortunate for him. Kedekar will come into bowl. He just fires one down the leg side. That's going to be a wide to start off. Hit out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Brings the Austrian international Randhawa on strike. Hammered away and managed to get a hand to it there, the fielder in the deep, but it's going to go all the way for a 6. Certainly tried his best, attempted to bat it down. Very volleyball player-esque. But he's not able to prevent that from going for a 6. Oh, Vijay Surya brings out the old reverse sweep, and that goes away for 4 runs. Should say Randhawa brings out the old reverse sweep. Now, we've seen Vijay Surya play that stroke a number of times very effectively, and now Randhawa does the same. You just can't set a field to that, can you, when a batter is playing such exquisite strokes? Looks to go down the ground here, and that's going to be a 6. Just excellent use of the feet there by Randhawa. As nimble as it gets, dances down the track and launches it away for a Maximo. It's been given a no ball, and so it's going to be a 7-up. Just adding to the bowler's misery here. Randhawa brings up his half century. His first half century for Guggen in the European Cricket Series. It looks like something's in the keeper's eye over here. Yeah, it's Cam Tom. He might just have something in his eye by the looks of it. There's going to be a Brief pause in the game. Yeah, I wonder what got into his eye. And just a reminder, a free hit is coming up over here. Yeah, well left there by Randava. And credit to both Vijay Surya and Randava. They've done well to leave these wider deliveries. A few batters have been chasing them so far this ECS. Shouts to catch it is well taken, but keep in mind it's a free hit, so it's not going to matter. A good grab out in the deep there by Nathan Weeks. It's just going to be a single. That was a free hit. Whips through that ball there, Vijay Surya. Out towards long on. And that's going to be the over. So Guggen on 199. They have slowed down a touch. That over did go for plenty of runs. Ended up going for 28, but the 2 overs prior to that went for 18 and 19. At one point, it did feel like Guggen were going to go north of 230. The run rate was up to 23 and even 24 at one point, but still on the cards here if they can get a supersonic over. Mind you, what does it say about how great this innings has been? Let me consider it slowing down when they go from 23 and over down to 22, as this is going to go away for 6 more runs. A wonderful strike. Brilliantly played there. Captain Javed bowling the final over. Looks to bang one in short. And he gets punished here as that is struck away for 6 runs. Slower ball attempted, and he has pummeled this away for 6 more runs. Watch out if you're just someone enjoying your afternoon, sitting on one of those park benches. Just had to wait a little bit for that, but he's still able to hit it away for 6 runs. Back-to-back 6s to start off this over. Make that 3 consecutive 6s. Another incredible strike by Vijay Surya. Oh, it's just a brilliant pickup shot, isn't it? Another ball that was in the slot, and well, if you serve them up to him there, he's going to keep feasting on him. It's been signaled to 4, so yeah, Kilken make that 3 consecutive boundaries rather than 3 consecutive 6s. That's going to be a 6, and that's going to be the century for Vijay Surya. He was so agonizingly close to getting one this morning when he was dismissed on 98, but this time he gets over the finishing line and he gets a European Cricket Series century. A magnificent moment for one of the most talented batters in this ECS. And he gets there in just 30 deliveries. It has been a fine, fine knock, and a day which he has absolutely dominated. 199 runs for him so far across 2 innings. It really has been Raminda Vijaysurya's day, and it's great to see him cap it off with a century. Still got 2 balls to come in this innings. This time he'll go down the ground. That's going to be another 6. What an incredible shot. What an incredible display of innings. This over's already gone supersonic. It's gone for 30. And that 3rd ball, which was put down as a 6 and a 4, has now gone back to being a 6. So this has been 5 consecutive 6s here by Subhan Javed. So the correction has been made for that 3rd delivery. It's gone down as a 6. Can he make it 6 consecutive sixes in an over here. Are we going to witness something magical? Oh, yes, we are. Gets that away. That's going to go for a 6 as well. 6 sixes in and over. What an incredible feat there by Vijay Surya. And he gets a big fist bump there from Randhawa. Pat on the back. We witness a little bit of history here. He gets that one away well clear of the boundary rope. 36 runs in this over. 6 consecutive sixes. And look at that broad grin for Vijay Surya. Incredibly well batted. And he has set his side up so well here. 235 runs are what Guggen are going to end up with. Vijay Surya gets the century after falling a couple of runs short this morning. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. And it's going to be dominated by Guggen, who put on a magnificent total on the board of 235. Huge opening stand between Vijay Surya and Malhotra. That brought about 138 runs. It was a great display of batting. Saw some top strokes. 19 boundaries by Vijay Surya over the course of his innings. 15 of them were sixes. They hit 25 maximos as a side this innings. Really was an innings for the ages. You look at some of these glorious strokes that were played by the opening player. Malhotra batted superbly, 55 of 20. Eventually hauled one out to Abdullah Mir out at long on. He had a strike rate of 275 over the course of his innings. It's a good fielding on the deep as we just watch that moment out at deep cover. And now we're just watching that final over where we saw 6 consecutive sixes struck. Really was a superb display of powerful hitting. There's a little bit of history there as well for Vijay Surya as he manages to strike 6 consecutive sixes in an over. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Raminda Vijay Surya with 113 runs this innings. Yuvraj Malhotra, 55 of 20. Armand Randhawa making 53 of 12. A fantastic performance by this top 3 for Guggen. And they put their side in a very strong position here where they'll back their chances of taking all 4 points in this match. They'll be going for the bonus point in innings number 2 as we now turn our attention to the bowling figures for CFS Pinnacle Pro, and they are pretty ugly reading. There's no other way to put it. Not too many positives there. Nathan Weeks ends up with the best figures with 1 for 36. But as you can see, most of that bowling unit ended up going for well north of 20 and over. It's a performance that a lot of those bowlers would like to forget very fast, but got to give a lot of credit to Guggen for the way they batted. In particular, Vijay Surya, who did manage to get that century at last after falling so agonizingly close in the first innings. It would have been painful for him to know that he was just 2 runs away from getting a century on his ECS debut, but he does get it in the second match. It's been a great day for him. Follows up the 98 with 113, and he ends up being the main story of this first innings. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the chase as Guggen played an incredible foundation with 235 runs in the first innings.
yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch Cricket Club, where we have just been witness to an absolute exhibition of power hitting. Gagan 235 for 1. Raminder Vijay Surya finishing 113 not out of just 32 deliveries. And that's quite the equation, isn't it, for CFS? Even to just get the consolation point, they need 165. And that's more than a par score in and of itself. As for the prospects of their bonus point win, well, 235 in 7 overs. We see some strange things on the network. That would certainly be up there if they do manage to achieve that. But let's talk for a moment about the Gagan power hitting. Even the captain, when you take him aside, Yuvrej Malhotra, he finished 55 off just 20 deliveries, and then there was still enough time for a little cameo from Arman Randawa, who scored 53 not out off just the 12 deliveries, the Austrian international. And, well, I was watching that one from the sidelines, and I've just about picked up my jaw off the floor as Nish in the commentary box was absolutely treated to power hitting of the highest order. 25 sixes in that innings, just the 14 fours as we go into the first ball of the run chase. And well, it's not quite a six. I think it just about lands in front of the rope. Certainly Arman Randawa out there, who's well acquainted with boundary hitting, seems to think that it dropped inside the boundary, but it's a perfect start for Pinnacle. And they need a lot more where that's come from, with Aya Kadaka hitting the first one to the rope. He's joined out in the middle by Cam Tom. And, well, the unlikeliest of tasks certainly falls on the shoulders of these two, who have demonstrated their power so far in this series. Remember, Cam Tom, he scored 2 half-centuries in the 3 games so far, and Kadaka fell just 10 runs short of a maiden century. And well, he's got 10 runs already in the first 2 balls as he pummels that one over long on. It's Dilshan De Silva bowling the first over here. He didn't have too much luck in that first game against OBs. Remember, despite that batting firepower that Gagan showed, they haven't won their opening game. They put 180 on the board on that occasion, but OB got to that total relatively comfortably. So I suppose the one glimmer of light, as that one is misfielded on the rope by Mihir Agarwal. I was just about to say, the one glimmer of light is that they haven't exactly covered themselves in glory in the field, have Gagan, making life pretty easy for OBs in that 181 run chase. The problem for CFS, of course, is add another 50, and then you almost get to the run chase required here. But if you're going to chase it, then this is the perfect start by Kadaka, as he hits his first 4 to the rope, 4-6, 4-6. And the man out for a bit of Monday afternoon fitness has got an extra sprint in to chase that Grizzly. But you think here, CFS, that run rate required is 23, 24, and every single over that doesn't go 20 plus is just going to tick up and up. Almost impossible run chase. It's of course a run chase that would be a record by some margin on the network. We did see a 200 plus run chase over in Jersey just a few weeks ago. That was record breaking on the network at the time. This would be even more significant for a CFS side who of course haven't registered a win so far. 3 games, 3 losses, 3 comfortable losses you have to say as well. And that one's driven hard down the ground. Dilshan De Silva, 25 runs conceded off his first 5 deliveries. And 24 of them coming off the bat of Aya Kadaka. That's the delivery he's been looking for. And, well, he's going to get the wicket. It won't, of course, go to the bowler. But Gagan do pick up their first wicket, and it's the dead-eye throw there of Yuvraj Malhotra, who clearly decided he didn't do enough damage in the batting innings. Now he's obliterated the stumps. And Cam Tom, he's got to make the long walk off without having faced a ball. And it was just the hesitation there at the beginning that killed him. He took 1 step forward, 2 steps back. By the time he got up and running, the ball was already making its way to the stumps and he was nowhere in the frame. It's an unfortunate end to the teenagers' innings when it hasn't really got started at all. Doesn't face a ball and has to depart in the very first over, and really takes the gloss off what would have otherwise been a perfect over for CFS. 25 runs coming off it. Exactly what they need actually to chase down this mammoth total. But I think Aya probably would have given all those runs back to not run out his teammate at the other end, Cam Tom. 26 matches since a golden ball. And if that ticks down to 0 in this game, then we will have witnessed a very special run chase indeed. Prab Singh is the new batter coming out here at number 3. You will start at the non-striker's end. It was the end of the over, so 25 runs coming off it. Chanaka Dilshan, another player in the Gagan lineup, alongside, of course, Raminder Vijay Surya, who has first-class experience in Sri Lanka. Well, it doesn't matter if you have first-class experience or not. Aya Kadaka sees that one and lifts it away for a Maximo. And that was really unfortunate for Cam Tom. He's already scored 2 half-centuries on the network. Would have been full of confidence going into this game, having scored 55 not out this morning. That was, of course, in the loss to OBs, but he was one of the shining lights in that CFS batting lineup and doesn't even get a chance to face a ball on this occasion. John Gray coming in the chat with some figures off that 100 from Vijay Surya. He faced 32 deliveries and 15 of them went for 6. So just under half of his deliveries went all the way for a Maximo. Shows just how much firepower he possessed. Only the 4-4s, more or less dealing only in maximums, was the captain of Gagan. He's already looking to be an absolute force to be reckoned with in this series, as are Gagan as a side, despite the fact that they did lose that first game. They're yet to register a win. But unless something remarkable happens here, they will notch their first 3 points, or possibly even 4 points at the second time of asking. That's nicely hit by Prab Singh. Misses out on his first delivery, but clubs the second one down the ground for 4 runs. Just a reminder here that the par score on this ground in this series before the start of play this morning was about 153, so anything between 150 and 160. And you've got a defendable score. Of course, 235 is in another echelon entirely. It's not the first time, though, we've seen 200 during this series. The Mighty Bears were able to do it on 2 occasions. And while that's not an action replay, we're back live. And Aya repeats the trick, clubbing it down the ground. In fact, it was Prab Singh who got himself off strike to allow Aya to hit back-to-back boundaries to finish the second over. So still more or less remarkably on the run rate here. CFS going at just over 20s. They still need to go higher than that, though. They need to go over 24s. But they've got runs on the board, 41 for 1 at the end of the second. And 39 of those have come off the bat of Aya Kadaka, who not only needs to get somewhere close to the 90 he scored in game 22, but you imagine he has to go triple figures at least to get his side, you'd say even close to the losing bonus point. So we take a look at the standings, and CFS, it's a bit of a false standing, isn't it, with them in the middle of the pack, but yet to pick up a point from wins at least. They have picked up points in every game through the losing bonus point. Is the Centurion, who's come on to bowl this third over, Raminder Vijay Surya. The captain of Gagan on the back of his 113 not out of just 32 deliveries. So the man with over 1,700 first-class runs, averaging over 31. High score of 125 in first-class cricket over in Sri Lanka, so it hasn't quite matched that, but still not a bad feat. 113 not out in the 10-over format. And you can see then he's Centurion number 32. George Hankins, of course, the local hero, 104 not out, is the previous Centurion from this series, and it has been a series so far dominated by the bat. We're yet to have anyone enter the Hall of Fame as a bowler, neither with a hat-trick nor with a fifer. We've had a few near misses. Billy Whitlock, he was on a hat-trick, I think on 2 occasions, as was Devon Corliss, also from Hornchurch. We've had a few forfers, but no one's quite been able to get over the line. Certainly something we'll be hoping to see before the end of the series. Of course, 6 days of action still bring your way. That one does sneak through for a boundary. Raminder almost gets through the whole over without conceding one, but the final ball does go through for 4. As it's clubbed away by Prab Singh. It's his first boundary of this run chase. Get to the end of the power play, then 49 for 1 off it. In any other situation, it'd be quite a good power play from CFS. In the end, though, with the run chase up at 236 for the win. Anything but magical overs is pretty much game over for CFS, especially given that finish as well. The magical supersonic final over, going for 36 runs, the perfect over, especially if you're the batting side. Not so much for the bowler. Also when Javed, the captain to captain, and he lost out on that occasion. Watch out. Nish almost gets his head taken off as the steel suitcases do their job. As I was only half watching. Nish was not watching at all. I promise I was keeping up with the play. As that one smacked us straight on the full. Rule 1 was very much not adhered to on that occasion, but luckily we've set ourselves up in a fortress here in the commentary tent. And Nish and all of his equipment lives to fight another day. I just looked up at that one and I suddenly saw the grizzly flying towards us, but all are well. Raj Malhotra bowling this 4th over. So again, the batters who did a lot of the damage for Gagan are bowling here in the first half of the innings. Cry of anguish though from Malhotra on that occasion, as it's just a bit of a drag down and Prab Singh doesn't need a second invitation. Clubs that one away over cow corner. I think for CFS at this point, you just have to try and revise the target. 165, that's still a decent run chase in this format, especially at this ground. If they can get there, they can at least escape from this game with something. Well, with Prab Singh at the crease, maybe they want to go a bit further, and for the second time in this game, great fielding by the man in the pink shirt. There's been a theme for the day, actually. Not too much fielding being done by the fielders inside the boundary, but a lot of the locals getting involved. Maybe we need to put together a park 11 of all the fielders that have fielded the ball throughout this week. Well, here's another chance. This time the man in the pink shirt remains firmly seated as that one goes away to Jim corner. End of the 4th over then, CFS 72 for 1. That over went magical, especially with those 3 boundaries towards the end. But you can see, even with this decent start that CFS have, they're just over the bonus point line, but they're nowhere near that run rate required at just over 23. In the meantime, the run rate's gone up to beyond 27. Making a good fist of this though, RCFS. And that's the perfect start to over number 5. As it's hooked away. A bit of a loose delivery there from Nishan Singh. And there's another member of our Park 11 doing the fielding. It's already the 14th boundary of this innings in just the 25 balls that have been bowled so far. So by any other metric, this would be a perfect start for CFS. At least gives them heart that they can get runs on the board as this one is hit high and handsome straight over the commentary tent. This time Nish doesn't have to take cover. Maybe those in the car park, though, will have to. Nishan Singh bowling the 5th here. I suppose the advantage here for Gagan as well is that they can just play around with different bowling options. This is the 5th over and the 5th different bowler used. Seeing who clicks and who can pick up a few wickets, looking ahead to the latter stages of the tournament. Raminder Vijay Surya, the Centurion, put in the best over so far, going for just 8 runs off his over. Three balls left of the 5th. Got exciting news to bring you as well, and a special guest in the commentary tent I'll get to after this ball. It's going to be a wicket as well, so we're going to have a bit more time to talk to our guests, but in the meantime, Prab Singh will have to depart. That one stayed a little low, to be honest. It's not too many times this series that we've seen the ball not jump up. This time, just a bit of a grubber that Prab Singh plays all around. In all honesty, it wasn't the best shot anyway. If we take a look at this on replay, it doesn't really get up at all, that one. Hits halfway up off stump. It will be the second wicket to fall, and CFS fall to 85 for 2. But less about the cricket, more about my special guest. And it's none other than Kroom from the chat, who we did tease earlier is going to play for the Havering 11 later this afternoon. He joins me now. How are you doing?
Not bad, Tina.
Excited to be in the box?
At the moment, yes, very excited to be in the box.
And well, you can join us live here as well. There we are. And I've got the cap to present you. It's your first official chat to player presentation. And Kroom, you're going to have to do the chat justice later, I think, as you'll be going out there. And well, I feel like maybe you guys are a bit anxious coming up against this Gagan side.
Just a little bit. The way they're hitting the ball at the moment, very impressive.
And what's the plan? I know you guys have kind of been cobbled together in the nicest possible way of local players. Are you just going to go out there and have a good time, or?
We're going to have a really good time out there and see how we go. Really look forward to it.
And surely it's your first time playing on the network, is it?
It is my first time playing on the network, yes.
What's it like? Obviously, you're used to kind of sitting there on the chat and watching everyone else strut their stuff. A few nerves?
Just a few. Kind of like used to watching it. Put a few comments in about the bowling and things like that. Now to check and comment about my bowling.
Well, I'm sure there'll be nothing but lovely. You can maybe join us again for commentary cam as well. And well, you've got the lovely Hornchurch shirt on, but I know that's not your local side. Are you gonna? Yeah, there we go.
Mr. Logo over the top. We've got four Upminster players in the first game who are really looking forward to it. 3 of the youngsters, 3 under-20s, all-rounders.
Well, it'll be exciting to see them. Of course, Upminster have been in the ECSW as well.
And really enjoyed it, and they're hoping for better weather this Saturday. Yeah,
fingers crossed. Well, we do have some news as well about the women's series, that we have that 5th game that's going to be added in as well, as that one gets chipped up in the air, and it will be a wicket to start the 6th over. Mihir Agarwal into the attack and straight into the wickets. CFS, well, their blistering start just falters a little here as they lose their 3rd wicket, and it's the big wicket as well, Aya Kadeka. In the meantime, he'd raced along to 61, but falls on the 19th delivery. And CFS, well, their spirited effort continues, but that is the 3rd wicket to fall. Yeah, so the women's schedule has been slightly rearranged, so we will have that 5th game on the Saturday, so luckily we won't miss out on any cricket.
Brilliant.
And I know you need to get ready for your game, so I'll let you go in a moment. But what is your tactic going out there? Just going to have a good time, forget about the cameras?
I'm trying to avoid the camera wherever I can, hide myself in the field, but have a good time. That's
what it's all about. And I know we as a network are very grateful that you guys have stepped in the last moment as well. And I've already mentioned on the comms, I think you guys are going to be everyone's favourite team. Of course, there's some Hornchurch supporters, but for Group B, I know there's a bit of Hornchurch representation as well, as there's a chance for a run out here. We're going to have to look at this one side on, and once we've called this run out, Kroom, I'll let you go, but what's your call on this? Do you think he's struggling?
I think he's struggling quite a bit.
I'm going to have to check the replay. He's not quite walking off the pitch for the moment, but let's have a look at side on. You can see where the magic happens, Kroom. And, oh, that's a tight one, isn't it?
Need the extra frame.
I think he's probably just about okay. That one frame goes from behind the line, or in front of the line, to behind the line. I think he's just okay. The bat slide saves him there. He's making his mark and taking his guard again. So he's confident. But I think on replay he was probably just about safe, wasn't he?
Just that extra frame wasn't there, so he's made it.
So we'll survive another delivery. They've got to go for every run here, really, given that the target, and we'll go through for 4. The target for the bonus point is 165. Yeah, any final words about your time watching, chatting on the network, and now obviously transitioning? You're living every
Well,
chatter's dream.
Living a dream. Try and do something for the blue spanners out there.
Yeah, exactly. I know the blue spanners will be shouting and screaming from there wherever they are watching, and I know we're backing you to do very well out there. So
Thank you very much.
Best
Thanks,
of luck,
Tina.
and I'm sure we'll give you a shout out when you're playing as well. As that one has been hit high and long and down the ground, another 6 runs. Kroom there for you, who will be featuring for the Havering side. Remember, they're a side that's been drafted in last moment, and I know they're very much looking forward to taking to the field. Well, maybe less so facing up against both of these sides in their final 2 games. Gagan, of course, already got runs on the board, and CFS, they've motored past 100 now. Jay Chavda into the attack. And, well, remember, he scored 28 not out off 11 in game 27. And he's 18 off just 4 deliveries here. Well, that is the end of that. That's the commentator's curse in full flow, as he goes for one big swing too many, then practices the defensive shot as he walks off the pitch. Mihir Agarwal, a bit of turn just on the angle there. Not quite sure what he's appealing for, as that's very much bowled. And he does pick up his 2nd wicket in the over. Gets pummeled for 3 boundaries, but bookends the over with a wicket either side. So he got figures of 2 for 18 just off that 1 over. And the little cameo from Jay Chavda comes to an end, 18 off 5 for him. And CFS now 109 for 4 at the end of the 6th. Lots of love for Kev in the chat, rightly so as well. And I know Havering are very much looking forward to getting out there, and we're looking forward to seeing them doing what they can do as well. In the meantime, though, CFS have to be commended for this run chase so far. As John Gray said in the chat, in any other context, this would be an outstanding start for CFS. They have lost a couple of wickets in the last few overs, but getting to 111 at the start of the 7th is a decent going against a formidable Gagan bowling lineup. As this one goes high over the sight screen, 6 runs. Faris Haider, in fact, doesn't go over the sight screen, clatters straight into it, drops to the right of the commentary tent. Faris Haider, he's joined out there in the middle by Suben Javed, the captain of CFS. That one flashes away. It'll be another 4 runs. And you have to say that CFS, I don't want to be patronising, but I do want to call this a spirited run chase, because they knew they had to come and swing hard even just for the bonus point. You can see now the equation at the bottom of the screens. 44 needed off 21 for the bonus point. But in doing so, they're looking likely to post a pretty formidable total. In all likelihood, will still fall well short of the 236 target. Meaning really this game was all but sealed at halfway, but they've made a good fist of it here and certainly look on course to get that bonus point. Faris Hayder moving to 24 off just the 6 deliveries. Change of angle for the Centurion, coming around now to the right-handed Hayder. Won't get away with that one though. That one's hit hard, crunched off the middle of the bat. Faris Hayder moves to 30 off just the 7 deliveries. Raminder Vijay Surya goes magical, 25 runs coming off this over so far. Still 1 ball left of it, so getting a bit of the treatment that he meted out in the first half of this game. Centurion going for 33 runs in his 1.5 overs so far. In fact, that first over, and he went for the 8 runs, but has come in for some punishment in his second over here. It will be a supersonic over as the Park 11 get to work in the field once more, as that one is pumped over cow corner. 6 runs, 31 runs coming off that Vijay Surya 7th over. We take a look ahead to the game coming up in about 35 minutes time. The Havering 11 take to the field for the very first time. Kevin Room was in the commentary box with me just now. He's on the list and will be led by Captain Jamie Green. It's a mix of youth and experience in that side as they take on Gagan, who are surely going to register their first win here with that run rate for CFS up at 32. Gagan then will be looking for their second win in a row, while the Havering 11 looking to get their campaign off to the perfect start here at Hornchurch. Down the ground, and it dropped just short of the rope, which I'm trying to wildly gesticulate to the umpire, because it definitely went for 4 runs. Maybe we'll have another look at this on the camera, but unless my eyesight is failing me. I'm trying to grab someone's attention because it was definitely a 4, and finally it will be registered as a 4. They never listen to me, guys. Chanuka Dilshan coming on for his second over here, zips that one in a bit quicker, and has it done the business? It absolutely has. It's comfortably taken on the boundary by Raminder Vijay Surya. So it'll be 6 and out for the captain, Subain Javed. Or 4 and out even. Not listening to my own advice now. Just tries to go inside out on that occasion. And Chanuka Dilshan, the 2 first-class cricketers from Sri Lanka, combined to take that catch. Fifth wicket to fall then for CFS, 144 on the board. Well, you can see there's absolutely nothing wrong with the batting from CFS. Multiple occasions now, they've put runs on the board. It's just the bowling that lets them down. I suppose you can say the same for Gagan. They lost that first game, not because of their batting, but because of their bowling, allowing the OBs to chase down 181 for the win pretty comfortably. And here, well, because they've got so many runs on the board, the bowling won't really matter, but I can't say they've covered themselves in glory again, have Gagan with the ball in hand. Even on that occasion, Dilshan picks up the wicket, but just gives Nathan Weeks, the new batter, a freebie on his first ball. He's able to just knock that one around the corner for 4 runs. And Thomas Martinez in the chat rightly points out we might not get a record run chase here, as this one gets hit down the ground. It'll be another 4 runs, but we could easily get another 400 runs scored in this game. 165 would be not only exactly what CFS need for the bonus point, but also exactly what will take the score for the game to 400 runs. That won't help though, as Nathan Weeks goes back-to-back fours, and it's third time unlucky for him, as Chanaka Dilshan gets one that just zips through and dismantles the stump. So will be the 6th wicket to fall for CFS in this spirited run chase, as they move to 152 for 6. Chanaka Dilshan plugging away nicely here, the diminutive left armour, and that one just straightens on from the angle. And he picks up his 2nd wicket. 2 for 28 he is, with just 1 ball left of his spell. Vinny also coming in the chat saying that, of course, the highest run chase was in the ECS Jersey final just a few weeks ago. That one was well over 200. In fact, there was 415 runs scored in that game. We're certainly on for 400 runs scored. There's been 403 runs in a game twice. So if we get more than that, which would mean CFS getting to 169, then we would be the 2nd highest amount of runs ever on the network in a game. And if they score 181 or more, according to Vinny, who I don't doubt for 1 second, then it would be the highest scoring game ever in a T10 on the European Cricket Network. So potentially a little bit of history to be made here. It would require 29 runs to be scored in the final 2 overs, but Faris Haider's still there. He's 36 off 8. He could certainly get his side close. Sweeps that one hard, but it's rescued well on the boundary by Dilshan De Silva. Just be the single, so that gets Musa Chowdhury on strike, the number 8 for CFS. It's Mihir Agarwal back into ball. Well, that was a little bit of filthy cricket all round, as it comes right off the toe of the bat and races away for 4 runs. Musa Chowdhury just swung at that one. Would have been a wide ball. Yeah, manages to get the toe end of the bat on it. CFS now leading less than a run a ball to pick up that, what will inevitably be a consolation bonus point. 8 off 10 for that. Mihir Agarwal picked up 2 for 18 in his first over. Come back to bowl the 9th here. The chase is on for the fielder, and the Grizzly wins on that occasion. So we're inching closer to a bit of history here. CFS now 162 for 6. Remember, if they get to 181, it will be the highest scoring game ever on the network in T10s. They're 19 runs away from that milestone. Of course, it won't mean much to them. They've picked up the bonus point, and they're highly unlikely to pick up the 74 runs needed in the final 8 deliveries for the win. But certainly a spectacle for anyone watching at home and live here in the fan zone as well. That one's going to bisect the 2 fielders, run away for 4 runs. Faris Haider moves to 45 off just 12 deliveries. And that will end the 9th over as well. 14 runs coming off it. CFS 166 for 6. So we're on record watch here, ladies and gentlemen. 15 runs needed for that highest ever game on the network. And there has now been 400 runs scored as well. 401 runs in this game so far. The combined team score 401 for 7. As we go into the final over here. A few bowlers to choose from for Gagan. None of them have really escaped punishment so far. Dilshan De Silva opened up. He went magical, 25 runs coming off his. Malhotra went for 23. They've turned to, in fact, what will be a new bowler in the form of Sahilpreet Singh. And, well, he helps us on our way to our record. 5 wides, not the way he would have wanted to start the 10th over. It's Musa Chowdhury on strike, the left-hander. Maybe that's just what's toying with the lines a bit from Singh, the left-hand, right-hand combination. And 71 on the board for CFS. That's a better delivery from Singh. It does actually turn quite sharply, a bit of turn and bounce from the Gagan bowler. Gets a single though to get Faris Haider on strike. He's just 5 short of his half century on the network. Will be his maiden one as well. Having scored 28 off 11 in game 27 earlier today. Initially the call there was for 2, but it's well fielded on the rope away at wide long on. They just managed to get the single. That one's going to be called a wide again, and they do manage to scamper through for an extra. So we're now just 6 runs short of that ECN record. Still 4 balls to come in this 10th and final over. Oh, on the edges will do it. We don't mind that. When we're record hunting, we'll take anything we can get, and the Park 11 get back involved with the fielding. As that takes CFS to 179, just 2 short of that all-time ECN record. Highest runs in a game, 415. That was in that Jersey record run chase. Well fielded though, just be the one. So now we're level with the all-time record. Exactly 415 runs scored in this game. Would of course be in a losing cause for CFS, but they've still got time here. 2 balls left to make a bit of ECN history. Oh, that's a dot ball, 1 left. Come on, we need a single here at least to get that record. Joint top, highest ever run scored on the network in a T10. 415. Can we get the 416th run? Yes, we can. We're going to get there with a filthy edge as well, and we'll absolutely take that. As Faris Haider, in the meantime, he got to his half century, 51 off 15 for him. I was too busy on record watch to catch that, but Musa Chowdhury, he gets the final runs on the board, and of course it will be a loss for CFS, but an absolutely spirited performance for them, chasing down a record-breaking 236. They make it to 184, so it will break records on the network, the highest ever amount of runs scored, but Gagan will take still the win by 51 runs. But across the 2 innings, 419 runs scored for the loss of 7 wickets. So that'll be one of the classic matches I'm sure we'll see on the network for years to come. It will go the way of Gagan, who of course register their first win in this series and on the network, and they've got time now, about 25 minutes before they try and do the double. They bring Sher Singh into the attack, and the Havering 11 take to the field for the first time. Of course, Kevin Room in the side, having joined me in the commentary box just a few moments ago. It's Captain Jamie Green. He didn't call correctly on the toss, and they will have to take to the field. But first, we'll go back to the highlights. And there's still a lot of highlights for CFS. Not often you say that when a side loses by a big 51 runs. And you can say they pretty much did all they could possibly do with the bat. It was an unfortunate start, actually, for Cam Tom. He wasn't able to face a ball before he was run out. It was a great throw by the Centurion Ramenda Vijay Surya to dismiss him. At that point, you really feared for CFS. You thought this could get a little ugly. But Aya Kadaka, he stayed out there. He scored 61 off just 19 deliveries, was joined and ably supported by Prab Singh, who clubbed 23 off just 10. But then he fell to one from Nishan Singh, which didn't really get up. One of the few times there's a bit of misbehaviour in the pitch, but that was the end of Prab Singh. Faris Haider then came to the crease. He remained unbeaten, clubbing 5 sixes and 4 fours on his way to his maiden ECN half century. Aya Kadaka did go in the end, holding out to Yuvrej Malhotra. He scored a well-constructed 61. But the runs just kept on coming for CFS, despite the fact they had this big run chase. The slide saved the batter on that occasion, as they tried to just first and foremost get that losing bonus point. They ended up getting it in some style in the end. That was the end of Jay Chavda's. Mihir Agarwal got one to just zip through. He picked up 2 wickets and was impressive with the ball, finishing with figures of 2 for 32. That was the end of the captain, Saban Javed, who hauled out to Raminder Vijay Surya, who couldn't keep out of the game, Chanika Dilshan. He also chipped in as Nathan Weeks hit 2 to the boundary, and the third time of asking had his stumps dismantled. And it was just about the record hunt. Could we get to the highest ever amount of runs scored on the network in a T10? And the answer was absolutely yes, as we got to 419 runs scored. The CFS, despite going to their 4th defeat in a row, can certainly be proud of that run chase, as they made their way to 184, a well above par score in any other game. But they really had their backs up against the wall, having tried to chase down 236. But still, congratulations to Faris Haider. He finished 51 not out off just 15 deliveries, and of course Aya Kadeka at the top of the order for CFS, registering his 2nd half century in the network. As for the bowlers, well, Gagan were able to just throw the ball around to various bowlers, given the mammoth total they put on the board. Used 7 different bowlers. Stand out there, Mihir Agarwal, he picked up 2 wickets, as did Chanika Dilshan, the first-class cricketer from Sri Lanka, picking up 2 wickets for 28, and a decent performance all round from Gagan, but really the job was done in the first half of the innings. So there we have it, match 28. It's a record-breaking one that we'll surely see in the classic games in the rain delays in years to come, and Gagan, they take it after Raminder Vijay Surya's blistering 130 not out of 32 deliveries. But hats off to CFS, 184 in any other game is a mighty score, but they fall over 50 runs short in the run chase. They do at least pick up that bonus point, and I'm sure they'll want to build on that as they go into the game with Havering. But of course it's Gagan who are up first, Havering 11. We're looking forward to seeing them, and they're finishing off. They've got the Hornchurch slot, the last 2 games of the day, and the first one will be against Gagan, coming your way in just under 20 minutes time. So have a little rest and a breather after those 400 plus runs, and join me and Nish will be back in the commentary box for match 29 coming your way. It's sure to be another exciting one here in the ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the penultimate match of the day here in London, and it's the two sides that are new to the competition today, Gagan against the Havering 11. Let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
The Havering 11 to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a heads.
You're going to bet first.
They're going to have a bet.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Gagan have won the toss and they will have a bat. Doesn't surprise me at all. They've shown absolute firepower throughout today so far, and especially one man, Vijay Surya. He scored 90 odd in the first game, went a few better in the previous game and got that big maiden century on the network. He is an absolute beast at the top of the order, and well, you fear for Havering 11 going into this one. Remember, they're a brand new side. They've been put together and they've come in at the last minute to fill in for the AZ Black Eagles. So I think they're everyone's kind of second favourite team, because we're really looking forward to seeing them out there in the middle. But they've just met each other. It's just a kind of put together side. I'm really rooting for them as probably the underdogs going into this one against the Gagan side, who are looking fearsome. I suppose the one point is that Gagan haven't really shown it with the ball so far. In that earlier game, they put 180 on the board, but they allowed Old Brentwards to come in and more or less just jog to the finish line. So Gagan, if they want to go deep in this tournament, will certainly have to do a bit better with the ball. I'm looking forward to this one, and I know Nish in the commentary box is as well. So the news from the middle, Nish, is that Gagan have won and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much for that update. Gagan just coming off scoring a brilliant 235. We just witnessed the highest ever scoring ECN T10 match. It's going to be a tough introduction here for Havering 11, a massive challenge to have to bowl to a really formidable Gagan batting unit. As Havering 11 is put together from a wide variety of players across Havering. And let's see how they do. It would be a fantastic story if they're able to go on and pull off a real upset over here. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Raminda Vijayasuriya with 473 points. He's been incredible so far this ECS. A couple of big knocks for him. 98 this morning, 113 against CFS Pinnacle Pro. The biggest name is right there on the bottom right of your screen. Kevin Room, one of our very favorites in the chat, about to make his ECS debut. We saw him receive his cap during the second innings of match number 28. Now we're going to get to see him go out there, and let's see how he does. Obviously, we're all rooting for him. As we took a look at that win predictor, looking pretty bleak, you have to say, for Havering 11 to start off. There's no other way to put it. They are massive underdogs heading into this match. That's all I want, just going out there, enjoying themselves, and seeing if they can create some special memories against a Gagan side who will be looking to pick up all 4 points in this game against Havering. So we got Vijay Surya, the captain, opening alongside Yuvresh Malhotra. See how Havering start off here. Can they pick up a few extra early wickets? They absolutely want to get rid of Vijay Surya. Incredible cricketer. Plenty of first-class experience. 4 first-class centuries for Vijay Surya. Extremely talented player, and he's going to be relishing the opportunity to play in this ECS. He's already got a couple of massive scores. I've been looking to make a third one in this game. There we go, first ball. That's a nice delivery to start off here by Jamie Green. Well, the captain starts off with a terrific ball here, and one captain bowling to the other. Struck down the ground, and Green just gets his fingertips to it. It's going to be a dot ball, so a couple of dot balls to start off here. Good start for the Havering 11. Looks to go through the offside, and he picks out the gap. Nice placement there by Vijay Surya. That's going to race away for a boundary. The first runs are on the board. Centurion from the last match is off the mark. Just uses his feet there. Plays a lovely stroke. Going through the offside, and nice way for him to open his account. Going to be good battle between Vijay Surya and Green. Certainly like the look of Jamie Green based on what we've seen these first few deliveries. Got a nice run up, beautiful bowling action. Hammered away. What an incredible stroke by Vijay Surya. Pulled magnificently for 6 runs. Yeah, just takes this one a little too short there, Green, and doesn't quite get the sharp bounce he would have liked, so it ended up setting up nicely for Vijay Surya. He was able to pull that away for a 6. So a couple of dot balls are followed by a couple of boundaries. Look to go over long on, and he's going to clear the rope into the dugout. Sends it back to his own dugout, and I'm sure some of his teammates will be glad to see that. They'll want plenty more of those balls coming their way. Last ball of the first over. Just gets outside the line of that ball and helps it away towards fine leg, strikes the cover, and it goes away for a boundary. Beautifully played here by Vijay Surya. This looks like a player who really is in magnificent form. And this is a terrific over Guggen to start off. Magical over, 20 runs coming off it. And started off with a couple of dot balls, was followed up by 4 consecutive boundaries. Here's a look at the groups for the ECC men's tournament. We'll start off with the Premier Division. That'll take place from the 25th of September to the 6th of October. They got the Challenger Division sandwiched in between the Championship group and the Premier Division. So it should be an exciting tournament over in Cardamom. A 1-month festival down in what is turning into the home of European cricket. Of course, a good opportunity now to welcome Tina Goff into the commentary box with a very special guest.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nish. I know I've kind of booted you out of here, but we do have some guests coming our way throughout today. And just as we go into the second over here, it's going to be bowled by Connor Bowles. I'm very excited and happy to be joined in the commentary box by the manager. I've called you the manager, so we're going to roll with it, of the Havering 11, Phil Law. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me and for having us.
Yeah, I'm very excited to have you in here with me. No, well, I'll put it this way. Were you expecting to be in the commentary box just 48 hours ago?
Well, my bigger concern was then having to play. But no, I don't think I expected to be here, and I don't think any of the team expected me to be in there either.
Well, we really appreciate you guys, the Havering 11, kind of jumping in at the last moment. And I know it's unforeseen circumstances that we had to change a few things around. And, well, I think we've already dubbed them everyone's favourite team. I know in the chat, obviously, they're looking forward to seeing Kevin out there. But tell me a bit about your players. I know it's a mix of different players from different sides. How did you all get together?
Right. So on Friday, I was contacted by Tom Fletcher, I'm sure you all know, and told there was an issue, needed to get a team together. Clarkey described me as a man having more contacts than the Pope. And as such, we've had a few days of grief, but good grief, because we've managed to get teams out, 2 teams for today. They'll look slightly different.
I'm looking forward to seeing. It looks like a mixture of kind of youth and experience in the nicest possible terms.
Absolutely. Young Connor Bowles bowling at the moment, or Barney as I call him. I think these might be the first twins in the competition. Fred and Barney is what I call them. Nathan and Connor Bowles out there for us.
Oh, interesting. Well, I know Vinny's in the chat, so maybe Vinny can chime in if it is indeed the first twin pairing. I know we've had brothers, we've had sisters as well, but is it the first twins? Vinny, I'm sure we'll come back on that one, as that one's lifted away over the covers for 4 runs, and Raminder Vijay Surya, he's picking up exactly where he left off in the previous game. Remember in that game, 130 not out off 32. He's already raced away to 30 off 8 here. So you got the twins. They look pretty young. I'm assuming they're still in their teens.
Under 15, under 16. I can't remember which. Dad's out in the crowd, proud dad watching them. He was nearly 12th man for us today when we were struggling. We were only at 10 about 2 hours ago. So it's been a bit of a day of organising.
Well, we're definitely grateful for your efforts, and well, I think Connor can go back to school on Monday or whenever he's next at school and say, well, he's bowled to a first-class Sri Lankan player now. So that one just gets a bit stuck in the hand, and it's going to race away to the boundary. I might have to check if that one goes all the way. See where this one lands. Yeah, comfortably a 6, almost wipes out the 2 circles cameras. So what else can you tell me about the side? I know some of them you're still getting to know yourself.
Yeah. There's a few Upminster boys on there, but we'll get over that. There's good guys come over. Saw Jamie open the bowling. The guys from Essex disability teams are out there. We've got Alfie Jeeves, number 5, cracking leg spinner, and you won't miss Joe Moss, who is a ball of hair that will, I hope, if he plays to form, show us what he's all about today. Well,
you mentioned the disability players, so you're involved in that in Essex as well, are you?
I play, both my daughters who played at the weekend for Hutton, they're involved as well.
That one's clubbed away. Misfire, but it still goes for 4, such as the power of Raminder.
So we've got Joel Barker out there as well, who also plays. Joel and Alfie both playing the DPL. Joe and Alfie both playing the DPL, which is broadcast in the UK every year as well. So it's they're a decent standard. Obviously, they're making a top quality set of batters and bowlers today, but it'll be very interesting to see how they stack up.
Well, they certainly have their work cut out against a Gagan side who they've won one and lost one, but you must have been watching on the sidelines in that previous game where they were hitting it to all parts. What were the discussions in your team? Keep it PG.
Yeah, it was a few of them were walking over and saw that perfect over, and I think one of our Upminster boys, possibly Callum, put one of the 6s down, which he got some stick over as well. Look, we'll go into it. We've got a puncher's chance, and we've certainly got some legs in the field. I think we'll probably have that'll be our advantage. We'll try and work with that.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the exuberance of youth, and that's shown here. Connor bowls, it gets lifted, and it gets dropped, and there was a half chance there. It was put down actually by the captain, Jamie Green, and that could have been a perfect start for the Havering 11.
I think that was Moss that put that down. I'll have a go at both of them.
Yeah, the captain's surely to blame at some point as well. We get to the end of the second over, and 45 on the board for Gagan. That's a good 2 overs in anyone's book, but actually I think Havering have bowled well here. Connor Bowles just 16 years old. He goes for 25 runs, but not without a few opportunities there. And let's not forget that, they've opened up with 2 sets of teenagers here. Jamie Green just 18 bowling the first over, and Connor Bowles 16. As we take a look at the standings, Havering, this is the very first game, and Gagan, it's their first day on the network as well, so they've taken no time at all to get into the business. It's looking like we're turning to a bit of spin here in the form of Alfie Jeeves, who you know well. Yeah,
leg spinner, very decent, lovely action. Plays for Eastwood, I think. I keep calling him Eastbrook, but Eastwood, very proud of him over there.
Gets some lovely fly on that.
Oh, he's unlucky.
Yeah, he's unfortunate. It's tough as a spinner in particular, bowling in the power play. First 3 overs, you're only allowed 2 fielders outside of the ring. They've gone for a very wide long on, famously known as cow corner, and I think maybe they're going to push out the long off here, but that was unfortunate. It was a good delivery. It was just hit through the covers.
I think the plan was deep mid wicket, but yeah, it certainly crept around a bit.
Yeah, well, it's tough in any power play to be bowling, especially as a leg spinner coming up against two batters in pretty blistering form. Remember, Malhotra also scored runs in the previous game, slightly overshadowed by Vijay Suriya's mammoth century. But these two in a hot piece of form, and they're now just one short of the half-century partnership, which they will get to with a wide.
Nice bit of keeping. Good stop there from Gary. Gary Stanley is a Hornchurch stalwart. Played for a few clubs in Essex. Excellent keeper, excellent chap, and came in at the very last minute today, so I'm very pleased. Otherwise, that was me with the gloves out there, and nobody wanted to see that.
That was good. Good hands down the leg side. Gets across nicely.
It's better. Unlucky.
And, well, I thought they had a long off. They don't. Maybe they should, as that one races away to the ropes. Do they only have the... Oh, they do have the two fielders out. There's the long on hidden behind the commentary tent and a cow corner. Just made me think that could do with a long off with these two batters out there, but it's easy to say from in here.
There's only so many places you can put them. Oh, there's Raj. Just not gone through, that would be unfair. But Raj, there's a nice story as well. He's been in the UK a few years, picked up cricket after about 20 years, just started playing for West Mersey, and very keen to help, very nervous. He's had a few runs for Mersey, and he's come back. They've helped him out with kit and things, so a nice story behind him as well.
Well, I can imagine there'll be a few nerves out there. We obviously had Kevin here, and he was saying there's a few nerves, especially he's used to watching from back home. Not a keyboard warrior, I think a keyboard warrior in the nicest possible sense of the word. And he must have watched probably about over 1,000 Vinny tried to work out ECN games, but it's a completely different kettle of fish being out there in the middle. I know that myself as well. It's easy here in the commentary box, just, you know, passing judgment, but out there in the middle, I guess a lot of these guys won't be used to playing in front of the cameras either.
No, Alfie has done a bit. Joe recently as well for Essex in the T10. Actually, both of them were there, but not very often, no.
This one gets punched away, and it will be another over that goes magical. Still one ball left.
Got what it deserved, Alfie.
Tough taskmaster here in the commentary box. You mentioned your girls, and they featured in the ECSW on Saturday, didn't they?
They did. That was a delightful day, apart from the weather. George didn't obviously book the sunshine that hopefully he's booked for the rest of the week. But yeah, they played for Hutton against Gunnersbury, and Upminster had a thoroughly enjoyable day. And yeah, they represented themselves well. Mara got a few runs as well.
Final ball of the power play. Nice fly on that one.
Unlucky.
It's still going to go away for four, and that's exactly what I was saying. Is even when you bowl a decent delivery, when it's against a batter in form and you've got no protection out on the boundary, then it's still going to run away. 4 runs to end the power play, 72 on the board. Yeah, it must have been a first for a lot of those girls playing T10 at all.
Absolutely. They play a bit of T20, they play a bit of 100. Hutton have a very large girls section, over 100 I think, women and girls. And yeah, so they tend to play 20, 30, 40 over cricket, but yeah, T10 is a new one. A lot of them play at the county level as well, so they'll pick up different things out. The county, they're starting to embrace the T10 format. Certainly the Essex Disability ones were playing about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, we certainly enjoyed watching them for the first time on the network. And you mentioned the rain as we go into the 4th over here. And it will be Kroom into the attack. And, well, he gets hit away through the covers first up. It was not a bad delivery. And I know the chat is going to go absolutely wild to support Kroom here. It was a good ball. It turned away. Just, well, if you're going to be turning the ball away from a left-hander, you've got to have someone out in the covers.
Well, I've been looking forward to this all day, and he's not disappointed with his action. I've not seen Kevin bowl for a few years now. I think my girls used to play for Upminster. I'm sure they've played with him as well. But yeah, glad to see him. We'll see, yeah, I think they've got someone out there now.
Well, we're out of the power play, so you can have 5 out, and that's lovely fly on that one.
Bold.
Given the respect it deserves, and he does the fielding off his own bowling, and you can hear the hollers from the tent as we're absolutely loving what we're seeing here. And I think, I'm not calling it early, but if Kroom gets out a Sri Lankan first-class player, I think we just stop the European Cricket Network. I don't think it's going to get any better.
I'm done. I'll be done at that point. But to be honest, I think he's just as likely to get a wicket as anyone else. It just sits up.
Yeah, lovely flight on that
Oh,
ball.
he's done him. He's done him.
Oh, and there's no one there because everyone on the offside is out on the boundary.
No faith in him.
He's bowled so well these first 3 deliveries. He got crunched through the covers for 4, but really they should have had someone out there for the left-hander. They do now have someone out in deep covers for the left-hander. Here we go. Digs that
Bit
one in.
short, that's good.
Yeah, shorter and flatter, and that one did get the treatment it deserves. But I just wanted to go back to the women's. So we did have the rain that fell on Saturday, but we have revised the schedule now. So the one game that was lost will be played at the end of Saturday.
Brilliant. Which fixture is that one?
Oh,
Because we lost a couple.
Well, there was one game that was completely washed out.
The
and
Upminster Gunnersbury game.
Exactly. So that game will be at the end of the day now on Saturday because it's just the double or triple round robin.
Yeah, Gunnersbury are a fantastic standard, competing on a national standard, and the Upminster have got a relatively newly formed women's section, but they are flying. They've had a really good couple of years, really good bunch, run by Angie Green, Jamie Green's mum.
Oh, there you go. The family connections run deep, and it seems like that one's tossed
Done
up,
him
and
again.
he does him again, exactly as you say, Phil. This time, just the single, but Kevin, more than anyone, has looked likely to get a wicket here. He's just tossing it up, and I heard you guys before you went out as well saying maybe, okay, take some pace off the ball, force the batters to try and kind of muscle it. Another lovely flight on that one. Chance for a catch. Oh, and it bursts through the hands of the fielder and it goes for 4. That was the moment. He just ran under it on that occasion, misjudged it.
I've got to watch that again. Joe Moss is one of the safest hounds in the country. I cannot believe what I've just seen.
He goes underneath it. I think he misjudges it. He comes flying in off the rope. Should have been a catch for Croom, which would have shut down the European Cricket Network. As it is, he goes for 17. Should really have been about 10 and a wicket. Unfortunate for him. I hope he comes back because he did really well on that over. 89, it's on the board after 4. Yeah, I just wanted to mention as well that the whole community here, it's obviously not just Hornchurch Cricket Club, it's the clubs around it. It seems to be very much a community spirit. I know there's rivalry on the pitch, of course, but...
Yeah, there's definitely... when everyone plays, they play hard. I've been knocking around this club now for, I think, 20 years. My kids have been playing around for 15 years. Son, 2 daughters gone through there. So we know everybody around the different clubs as well.
Going into the 5th then, it will be Nathan Bowles who bowls, and Raminder, he gets a bit funky straight away. In the meantime, that 4, or the 6 earlier in the previous over, did take him to the half century. For him, that's just all in the morning's work. Of course, he's already gone to 98, 113 not out, threatening to go big again here, and he's got all the tricks in the book. He's such a talented cricketer, isn't he?
They're full of talent. I mean, that was just class. And he had a lot of time to see it. A bit short from Nate to begin with.
See if he's got a comeback ball here, bowling around.
It's better.
Yeah, and
look at him go. There you go, boy.
Runs after it. Of course, they've got all the fielders out on the leg side for the left-hander.
Well, Nate's a leggy, so he should be bringing it back into the left-hander. So I can understand why they've given him as much protection as they can out there. Let's find that line now.
Yeah, the right-hander, they've still got all the protection out on the offside, plus a long on and a cow corner.
Timed it.
That one's going to race away for 4. Still, though, I feel like Havering are in this. Yes, it's 98 on the board, but Gagan have already proved that they're more than capable with the bat. But I feel like there's been a few chances, one definite chance that was put down. I think a few wickets here would really lift the roof off this place.
Yeah, that was really well bowled there by Nathan, or Fred. I call them Fred and Barney. They've known them since they were tiny. His dad shared a picture of them the other day. I think they started here possibly, certainly in the under-9s team, but they must have been younger than that, 6, 7 years old, the pair of them. Really, really good kids. They'll run all day for you.
Oh, Vinny in the chat saying it's not the first set of twins. We've even had triplets on the network. Oh. That one skips through and a rare misfire, almost close to a nick there as Raminder has a smile on his face. He knew he got away with that one. Yeah, we had the Zulfikar triplets playing for the Netherlands 11 in the ECC. A couple of twins as well. But this is obviously the first one for this series. Maybe the youngest set of twins then we've had, if they're just the 15 years old. 16 years. I assume both of them are 16, otherwise they won't be twins.
I'd like to think so.
That will be the end of the over. Finishes with a boundary there as Jai Surya gets funky once more, and it's over 100 on the board now, 103 for no losses. You can join us in the commentary tent as I'm joined by the Havering 11 manager. That is your official title now. I'm speaking it into existence, Phil Law. And, well, you must be pretty proud of this team going out there against some first-class cricketers.
Extremely proud of them. Every single one of them come together, great attitude. They have all got their own stories to tell in the background. And so far, yeah, you know, we've seen some length vary and some dodgy lines, but the fact they're prepared to go out there, I know the youngsters, Fred and Barney in particular, were very, very nervous, and I love it. Cricket, we're leaving out. We'll get a few of we'll get a couple of wickets for the end of this. The only problem with that is whatever's coming in next is not likely to be any less powerful.
There we go into the sixth, and well, speaking of power, certainly Joe Moss has a bit of weight behind that one again. It was a half chance. The tumbling figure of Alfie Jeeves. We'll have to see that one on replay to see if it did actually carry. Let's have a look. He kind of shins it in the end. It's a brilliant effort from him. So it does go through for the boundary. Yuvraj Malhotra. He's racing away to his half century as well. But I think you're right, Phil. We might be able to get a wicket or two here for Havering. That's certainly not a chanceless innings from either of these batters, but also proving a bit their skill and their power, that even when they don't quite hit it, like on that occasion, it flies away for six.
The boundaries are, you know, they'll play on a bigger boundary at the weekend, I suspect, but that makes for these fantastic scores and games, and you know, encourage you to take your chance. Catch. But it's those chances that keep us in the game. If they're prepared to swing, we're prepared to keep going at them as well.
Oh, it's so good just to see this spirited side, and well, let's not forget some of them had to, or a lot of them had to introduce one another to each other before the game. So it's certainly not a well-oiled machine, and they've been bowling tremendously well. They haven't given away too many extras, just the two wides so far, and that's pretty good going against batters who are batting so well that you don't really know where to bowl. That's a quicker delivery, and well, Raminder just uses the pace on that one and take cover in the park there. There's a few kids walking around, and I don't know if we need to put some signs up. Danger, first-class cricketers about.
It's probably lucky we're going from this end and not the other one, or there'd be a few windows smashed on the main road.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Well, there's the car park of the leisure centre behind us, and we haven't had a six that's quite reached there on the full yet, but with especially Vijay Surya out there, I wouldn't put it past him.
It's a lovely shot. Proper shot, that one.
Yeah, well, the beauty of this Hornchurch Cricket Club pitch as well is that, especially today, it's been dry. You do get value for shots along the ground as well. Sometimes in the pitches across Europe, sometimes it does slow up on the outfield, especially if we're sharing the pitch. Sometimes it's a multi-purpose pitch. And this one's just a true cricket pitch, and that's a true shot. It's going to take some stopping.
Stop, boy.
That's a brilliant stop out there. That is the captain, Jamie Green, leading from the front.
Mum will be proud.
Yeah, diving away to his left there, not the easiest of stops. His bobbles as well at the last minute. He puts in the old Peter Shilton dive.
Lovely backing up there by one of the bowls. Is that Nate out there as well behind him to cover?
That will be the end of the over then. 122, and I want to let you go in a bit, Phil, because I know you probably have a few choice words for your positive words for your side at halfway, but I can't let you go without calling this final over of Kroom's spell. He's coming back, rightly so as well, after a brilliant first over. Can he get a wicket?
Oh, he's done him.
Has he got the wicket? Yes, he has! Kroom gets the wicket. And it's Yuvraj Malhotra who has to depart for exactly 50. Phil is doing a dance in the commentary tent, and I'm sure the chat is about to burn up because Kroom has his wicket, and so justified as well, as he could have got one in the first over. He gets this one. It's a great catch as well.
It is. Look at the relief on Raj. I don't think I've seen a human being that relieved for a long time.
Just tosses it up again. It's done in the flight, and it comes straight to Raj, but it's not the easiest of catches when it's spinning around at point. And look at us in the commentary box. There you go, Phil. as the double fist pump comes out.
Yeah, I don't get any prettier.
Well, I know everyone in the chat is going to absolutely love that one, and I love that one as well. We had Kev in the box earlier today, and he was saying, yeah, he's pretty nervous. He's watched a lot of games.
Didn't want to bowl.
He didn't want to bowl. Well, there you go. I'm so glad someone convinced him if it was you or anyone else.
Are we still playing? I thought we were finishing now.
Yeah, let's cut the cord. Let's go.
Oh, how's that?
Well, Phil has turned from commentator into player. I bet you wish you were out there now.
I'm so broken. There is a reason I play disability cricket. I am broken. If you see me, we are definitely short this week.
Well, Kroom is doing a brilliant job out there at the moment. And, well, you could have had 2 and 2 there. They didn't really go up for the appeal. I would have been going up for the appeal at deep square leg if I was out there.
Well, from here, which is neither straight nor close, it's absolutely plumb. But I'm sure there was a reason. Must have been a nick on it.
Yeah, well, Raminda Vijay Surya is on strike, but that's what we want to see. We want to see Kroom against the big gun, and, well, the big gun wins.
That is a shot.
That goes possibly somewhere towards the car park there.
Yeah, that should have gone down in the book as a 12.
That's it. Right smile on Kev's face as well.
I'll take that. After the wicket, I will take that.
Still 3 balls left. He's got a chance to get the wicket here. Dances down the pitch and he clubs it away. And it's going to be back-to-back 6s. But we're just waiting for this one, Phil, that goes past the bat.
Yeah,
and I feel like the wicket-keeper, Gary Stanley, he's ready to whip off those bails.
I can feel a quicker ball coming on. Quicker ball out wide. And we'll add to Rumi's wicket list.
2 balls left, and I will let you go after this, Phil, because I feel like you've got pent-up nervous energy. That I'll see you patrolling the boundary in a minute. But here we go, 2 balls left. Tosses that one up again, and that one's just a full toss, but it has the legs on it. Yeah.
Didn't get all of it.
And for Vijay Surya, not getting all of it means it still clears the tent with some style.
There's a bit of toe on the end of that, but he's got such power. Look at that.
And he's inching his way to back-to-back mammoth milestones here. He goes to 81 off just 23 deliveries. You wouldn't put it past him here as Kroom. He's surveying his field, also trying to work out where the ball's gone.
That's right, lulling him into a false sense of security. Here comes that cricket ball.
Oh, it's the final ball of Kroom's spell. It doesn't matter how many runs he's given away because he's got that wicket. Can he get the prized wicket of Raminda? He tosses it up.
Oh, did him. I'm claiming that as a moral victory, even if it's gone for a 4.
Well, it goes for a 4, 23 runs off the over, but more importantly, Kevin Room gets his first ever wicket on the network, a very deserved one as well, as Gagan go to 145 for 1 at the end of the 7th. Phil, I want to say thank you very much.
Okay.
Before you go, there are the fixtures for the women's series, the second half coming up on Saturday, so I know you'll be back here on Saturday supporting your girls, and I think it's going to be a good day again.
Thank you very much. I'll be here, and I need to say hello to Lucy, because if I don't mention her, having mentioned the other ones, I will be in a lot of trouble. So hello, Lucy.
Oh, hi, Lucy, and you can't give him grief now because you've got the mention. And thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you for having me.
And, well, I'll see you again soon, I'm sure, as you patrol the boundary, and hopefully your side gets a few more wickets.
Will do. Thanks a lot.
Into the 8th over we go then. And this one, again, not quite off the middle of the bat. It's Rahi Patel who's out there in the middle, who's joined Vijay Surya. And it's Alfie who's come on to bowl here. And they're still giving a few chances here and there. Oh, Gagan. Can we see another wicket fall? Well, this one might be a chance. It's right on the rope, and it's an outstanding catch. Callum Berry on the rope. He leaps up like a gazelle and takes the wicket as Rahi Patel goes 6 and out. Alfie Jeeves, he picks up his first wicket, and he was served there by Callum Berry, jumping up on the rope. Excellent piece of fielding, and Gagan lose their second. Take a look at this one. I thought he was destined for the rope, but he jumps up. And it looks like he's stays in play. We're going to have another look at it, but it was right in front of me, and it looked okay from where I was standing. The left foot is absolutely no problem at all. It's that right foot. Oh, I think he's okay. The rope doesn't move. Here we go. The left foot, no problem. Let's just take a look at the right foot. But importantly, you can see if the rope moves. I don't think it moves. I mean, one was called earlier in the day. It was given out on that occasion. It has been given out again here. And it's an outstanding piece of fielding by Callum Berry, just 19 years old, and uses all of his 19 years of height there to grab that one right on the rope. Outstanding work. Kagan lose their second. 151 on the board. Arman Randawa joins Vijay Surya out there. Chance for 2 in 2, and that's an outstanding catch. And guess who it is? Kevin Room. He's flying away to his right. He's already got the highlight of the wicket and almost sheepishly takes that catch. You don't need to show us the number, Kev. We know exactly who you are. As he tumbles away, takes a brilliant catch. And Gagan lose 2 in 2. Alfie Jeeves is on a hat-trick. What a catch that is. Kevin Room, he's making the highlight reel, and he's going to be watching that one on repeat for the rest of his life, I'm sure. As well, he can now say he's taken the catch of an international player. It's Arman Randawa, the Austrian who departs for a golden duck, and now we find ourselves with the chance of a hat-trick. There we go. It'll be the 24th hat-trick of this 2025 calendar, and I think everyone would love to see it. Alfie Jeeves, 2 wickets and 2 balls. Phil left an over too early, as this has been an outstanding over so far. And here we are on the hat-trick ball. Can Havering put themselves into that Hall of Fame? Oh, it just goes down the wrong side, down the wrong line. It's a Danny Hudacek hat-trick. It's wide, wicket wide. Alfie, I'm sure he'll be happy with 3 and 4 though, as the new batter comes in, and it's Mihir Agarwal. Bowling so well, shows the respect there, does Agarwal. Just knocks it away for a single. As Vinny said in the chat, Kroom for a while was the all-time leading wicket taker for Havering 11. He's now been overtaken by Alfie Jeeves. Still though, up there as the joint highest catch taker, along with, of course, Raj. And there's a chance for another wicket here. And it's taken. Is the finger gonna go up? Well, I think that he's gonna walk, so that will be another wicket. And Raminder Vijay Surya, who was on 91, has to depart. Going a bit funky on that occasion, and Alfie Jeeves picks up his 3rd wicket in the over. And it's the big wicket of the first-class cricketer from Sri Lanka. And again, it's an outstanding catch, this time from Joel Barker, tumbling backwards. It's not easy down that slope. And Raminder looks up in horror as he top edges that one. And it's another wicket to fall. Raminder, though, hats off to him. 91, second score in the 90s, falls agonisingly short once more of the century. Of course, he scored 130 not out in the previous game. This time he'll have to content himself with just the 91. But Alfie Jeeves, what an over. He's still got 1 ball left, and Dilshan De Silva is on strike. What a finish to the over. Alfie Jeeves, 8 runs coming off it, but 3 wickets. And not just any 3 wickets. He picks up the wicket of a first-class cricketer. He picks up the wicket of an Austrian international. And Rahi Patel as well added to his collection, who himself is absolutely no slouch with the bat. And, well, I'm sure Alfie Jeeves will be watching that over back just a few times in the rest of his life, as that one will go down in ECN history as one of the best. The Havering 11 really showing us what they can do now. This one's been punched down the ground. It's an excellent piece of fielding. Callum Berry, who's outstanding in the field. He catches that one one-handed, running along the rope, switches it behind his back and throws it in. As Connor Bowles will come on to bowl this 9th over here. Unsurprisingly, the chat absolutely loving the showing here of the Havering 11. Yes, they're underdogs, of course. And we knew that from the start. And Phil in the commentary tent joining me, telling us a few of the stories of the players out there. And I know they'll be equal parts nervous and excited, but I hope after this performance they'll be enormously proud of what they have done, as of course their friends and family on the sideline and watching back at home will be. That one's punched away for 6 runs. Mihir Agarwal, his first Maximo of the game. $162 on the board for Gagan. 10 balls left to do the damage, but equally 10 balls left for Havering to try and pick up a few more scalps here. He's bowling really well here as Connor restricts them to just the one as well. The throw was darted in by Gus Philpott on the boundary. Gus himself just 17 years old. Half the side here for Havering 11 are teenagers, so we've got some competition for our teenage 11 that Nish and I are going to assemble at the end of the week. Joins the likes of the Hornchurch youngsters, and of course a few featuring in all the other sides, OBs as well, and the East Londoners. Chip down the ground, should be stopped there by the captain. And just the one misfire from Connor that was hit for 6, but otherwise it's been another outstanding over from the teenager. Just the one run, the one ball to come. Never easy bowling the 9th when you've got 2 batters who are just swinging and swinging hard. But he's bowled excellently. And he gets the wicket he so thoroughly deserves. Connor bowls, he picks up his first scalp on the European Cricket Network. It's with the very final delivery of his spell. Gets the thumbs up, and rightfully so, as the teenager picks up this 5th wicket for Gagan. Just line and length, and it's a bit of an ugly swing from Dilshan De Silva as the pressure told there. Just the 3 singles off the last 3 deliveries. And Connor bowls, gets his wicket, and it's another glorious piece for the highlight reel. Just a slight inside edge there from De Silva. All he can do is knock it onto the stumps. And Havering here have their 5th. And Phil said, as he left the commentary tent, there's still more wickets to be had here. And boy, was he right. 4 wickets to fall in the last 11 deliveries. And Gagan, well, from looking like they would easily post 200 plus, they've been pegged back significantly here by the Havering 11. Take a look at that. Kroom, he picks up the wicket, and Alfie Jeeves picks up 3 for 35, and Connor Bowles deservedly gets a wicket of his own. Going into the final over then, Chanuka Dilshan, who was at non-striker's end at the start of the over, now gets his chance. And Jamie Green, the captain, has the opportunity to get a wicket of his own, and this would also be one for the scrapbook. Chanuka Dilshan, first-class cricketer from Sri Lanka. That one skews off the bat. Doesn't have the legs on it. Should be fielded there by Raj. And of course, puts themselves into the highlights as well with that tremendous catch to get the wicket that the chat so thoroughly was pining for, as Kroom picks up his first wicket of his glorious and long career, I'm sure, on the network. And he gets the wicket. The finger of doom goes up, and he does get the scalp of the first-class cricketer from Sri Lanka, Chanuka Dilshan. And once again, thoroughly deserved. This time, Jamie Green, just 18 years old, leading the side and picks up the wicket. And Gagan here, they're toppling. That's the next wicket to fall, 168 for 6. And as John Gray rightfully points out in the chat, the last 2 innings, Gagan have conceded 180 plus on both occasions. So this game is far from done and dusted. A good take behind the stumps by Gary Stanley. Safe pair of hands. And the next wicket falls as Havering 11 come steaming back into this game. Chanuka Dilshan goes for a runnable 2. And Jamie Green gets himself into the wickets. Shah Singh is the new batter. Gets himself immediately off strike, and actually the slight misfield there on the rope allows them to scamper through for 2. Well, early on in the innings, we didn't think we'd find ourselves in a situation where Gagan were having to run every single run hard, but such has been the tremendous bowling comeback from the Havering 11. Fall and Strain gets the wicket. Jamie Green, what an over this has been so far. He knows where the cameras are as well, as Shah Singh goes for a big swing. And that's the next wicket to fall. Again, a little flurry of wickets, as that's the 3rd wicket in just 6 deliveries. Full and Straight does the business for the Havering skipper. And Gagan lose their 7th, 170 for 7. Shah Singh departs in exactly the same way as Chanuka Dilshan, a runnable 2. And Jamie Green has the opportunity to pick up a 3-for and join Alfie Jeeves at the top of the all-time wicket-taking list for the Havering 11. And it will be Nishan Singh coming out to face the final delivery, not in any particular hurry. He slowly makes his way out into the middle, doesn't need to take guard, just I assume is going to try and stand and deliver the final ball coming up here from Jamie Green. And he gets 2 in 2. Jamie Green, take a bow. Final over goes for just 5 runs and he picks up 3 wickets. A moment of contemplation from him, as the Havering 11 have put in an outstanding fielding and bowling performance here. They reduce the big hitting Gagan to 170 for 8. And this game is by no means over. Phil Law, the manager of the side, maybe just playing down his side's ability just a little, as they have steamrolled back into this game. Let's not forget, the first wicket to fall was at 122 at the start of the 7th over. And after that, Gagan have lost 7 wickets for just 48 runs. That's some collapse, but it's more to do with the outstanding bowling of the Havering 11. As we take a look at the highlights, and it was dominated at the start by the 2 openers, Raminda Vijay Surya and Yuvrej Malhotra. Again, both going to half centuries, and we really feared for the Havering 11 that they'd be once more chasing something 200 plus. And when that wicket went down, the catch, we thought it might not be the day for Havering 11, but boy did they come back strong. It started really with that goalkeeping save by Jamie Green. That set the tone. And then the wicket that everyone was after as Kroom, he bowls it and it's skewed up to Raj, who holds on to the catch. That was the end of Malhotra for exactly 50 off 17. Raminda Vijay Surya, he kept on going. Looked like he was destined for another century. First though, it was a brilliant catch on the boundary by Callum Patel. That dismissed Rahi Patel. And then Kroom, he picked up 2 in 2. Alfie Jeeves did, and Kroom took the outstanding catch to dismiss the Austrian international Randauer. And then was the big moment as the captain of Gagan, he fell for 91. Joel Barker taking an outstanding catch once more on the 45. Connor Bowles, he rightfully got his wicket as he clean bowled Dilshan de Silva. And then it was just the dominoes falling really for Gagan as Jamie Green picked up 3 wickets. The captain in the final over doing the business for Havering 11. He finishes with figures of 3 for 25. Alfie Jeeves also picks up a 3 for. He finishes 3 for 35. And Havering 11, well, they've got a sniff here, more than a sniff, as Gagan, they collapse from 122 for 0 to 170 for 8. And take a look at that. It was all dominated by the opening batters, but after that, not much to speak of. Mihir Agarwal, he came in at 5, but he mostly watched the carnage at the other end, as then there was 6 batters for Gagan 11 who all went for single figures. And that was thanks to a tremendous bowling performance from the newly formed Havering 11. Let's not forget, some of these players didn't know each other before the game today, but they played like an almighty team in the end, as they took 8 wickets, 8 significant wickets, given the power of this Gagan batting lineup. Jamie Green leading from the front, 3 for 25. Alfie Jeeves, 3 for 35, including 2 and 2 balls. And of course, the big one that the chat was after, Kevin Room, he picks up the wicket, and his 2 overs really promised more. He could have ended with 2 or 3. So there you have it, a breathless first innings comes to an end, and match 29 is really on the line here as Gagan get to 170 for 8, but it was dominated in the second half by that Havering 11 bowling and fielding performance. They'll feel that they're in this. 171 is what's needed. It's certainly going to be a tough chase, there's no doubt about that, but they'll be more than buoyed by that bowling performance. And well, I need to take a breath as well, and we'll be back for the run chase in 5 to 10 minutes. Nish will be back on the mic as well as we take you through the penultimate run chase of the day here in this ECS England, here at Hornchurch Cricket Club on the European Cricket Network.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the second innings. Guggen setting a target of 171 for the Havering 11. A fantastic performance by the Havering 11 in that first innings, playing with plenty of passion and enthusiasm. They restricted Guggen to their lowest score so far this European cricket series. It was just great to see them out there having a lot of fun, playing with some real heart and passion, and just epitomizing why we love this game so much. And let's see if Havering 11 can really give it a good go in this second innings. Can they get to this target? Can they pull off what would be a remarkable result? Gus Philpott alongside Joe Moss are making their way out to the middle, should say. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. So if they're able to achieve this within 7 overs or less, if the Havering 11 can chase down a target of 170 within 7 overs or less, that would require them to go at 24.3 and over. They'll pick up all 4 points in this match. And if you see a really spectacular bowling performance from Guggen, and they keep Havering 11 to under 119, then Guggen will leave with the bonus point. It's going to be pretty hard here, in all honesty, for Havering 11 to pick up the bonus point. I'm sure they're not really thinking about that at the moment. Key for them is just to go out there, enjoy themselves with the bat in hand. It's a big total, but let's see how close they can get to it. That's well blocked out by Philpott first up, gets behind the ball nicely. Got Hugh O'Kane joining us in the chat, says like Guggen's bowling let them down earlier against a strong batting team, even though they did put up a decent score. Now, we did see them this morning set a target of 181 for Old Brentwoods. Outside edge, that's going to go over 4 runs. So the first ever runs for the Havering 11. And I think that's one of the members of the Hornchurch Cricket Club. If I recall correctly, he bowled superbly. Picked up 4 wickets as well. And now I'm sure he's going to be excited where the quarterfinal Hornchurch are going to be involved. And they managed to push themselves up to second place, and they'll be watching Group B very closely to see who they go up against in the quarterfinals. Oh, what a magnificent stroke. Plays that beautifully on the up. And Gus with an absolutely remarkable stroke. Charges down the wicket and just helps that one away. A straight batted shot. That is as textbook as it gets. A lovely bit of cricket. And after benefiting off a thick outside edge, he plays one of the more beautiful strokes we have seen so far today. Just backing away over there, Phil Pott looking to make some room to go through the offside. And full credit to De Silva. He got the line spot on over there, just inside that tram line. Good comeback delivery by De Silva after getting pumped for a 6. Looks to go through long off here, and that's into the team's 10. It's another boundary. Let's take a look at this one more time. Beautiful use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, effortlessly strokes it away for 4 runs. End of the first over. The Havering 11 produced 14 runs in that over. So here's a quick reminder. It's been 27 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. That streak was snapped during the ECS in Romania over at Moravlesier, which is one of the most gorgeous cricket grounds on the network. Just about 30 minutes away from Bucharest city center, out in the suburbs. Picturesque cricket ground. They really did have a riveting series in Romania last week. Haven't had a golden ball yet here in Hornchurch. Just straying down the leg side a little bit there with his line, and Moss opens his account with a 4. Just helps that one away towards fine leg. Beautifully played by Moss. Just closes the face of the bat. Nice and late. Helps it away for 4 runs. Dilshan's going to be huge here for Guggen. He's been their most reliable bowler so far today. Bowled nicely against Old Brentwoods. Had figures of 1 for 18. Figures of 2 for 28 against Pinnacle Pro. His key really for him has been that he's bowled wonderful lengths, been looking to fire in Yorkers. Launched all the way for 6 runs by Moss. Terrific stroke. Was in the slot, asking to be hit. Clears the front leg. Gets a chance to free his arms. And smashes that one away. It's going to be worked away, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Just drills that towards the boundary. Dilshan looking for that Yorker length, but couldn't quite find it. He ends up bowling an overpitched half volley. That's going to be helped away for 4 runs. Moss with 3 consecutive boundaries to start off the second over. Certainly giving this a good go here, Havering. That's going to go all the way as well. Launched away for 6 runs. 4 consecutive boundaries. And it's just to elevate that one over the square leg boundary for 6 runs. Well, you better watch out if you're playing football out there. You could have some cricket balls heading your way. 34 for no loss. Dilshan, who's been the most reliable bowler for Guggen so far today. He's under the pump here. Joe Moss batting superbly. Just managed to fire that one in inside the tram line. So Dilshan gets that one right. Yeah, the kind of ball you usually see fast bowlers deliver. Gets that wide Yorker spot on. Got 1 ball to come. Swing and a miss there. Just ends up playing the wrong line. Got a little bit of turn there as well, Dilshan. He's not someone who tends to spin the ball too much. End of the second over. Havering, 34 for no loss. We'll take a look at the standings here for Group B. At the moment, Old Brentwoods are in top place with 4 wins out of 5. They're sitting pretty at the top of the table, 13 points for them. East Londoners in second place, 3 wins out of 3. We'll see them back in action tomorrow. They got a day off today. As Philpott looks to strike that one through cover, but good bit of fielding by Nishan Singh. He just managed to get a hand to that and saves his side a few runs that could very easily have raced away towards the boundary. Vijay Surya bowling this over, and what an incredible day he's had. 2 scores in the 90s, a century as well. Another day, he might have had 3 centuries today. Launched all the way for 6 more runs. Oh, an attempted catch out in the deep. We don't need to show the replay of that. It's nice to see that he can see the brighter side of things there. Let's just take a look at that. Really traveled a long, long way. And it's going away for a 6. Terrific shot by Moss. That's the 3rd delivery we've seen that's been left alone. That was just inside the tram line. Oh, goes big again. Well, if you serve it up in the full toss, it's going to get the treatment. Serves it up in the slot. Goes all the way for a 6. Tremendous shot there. Absolutely wonderful hit. And, well, not much has gone wrong for Vijay Surya today, but this over's gone for 13. 1 more boundary, and it'd be a great one for Havering. Oh, it's a nice ball, but where is that struck in? Was it just on the inside part of the thigh? Yeah, Vijay Surya with a concerted effort there to just try to get his length as full as he could. It's a 13-run over, which isn't too bad from Guckton's perspective. As Havering are 47 for no loss, slightly behind the required. But this is a very respectable start from them, and they won't be too displeased with how things are right now. We'll take a look at the Manhattan here. So this point in the innings, Guckton were 72 for no loss. 25 runs ahead of where Havering are right now, but gotta credit Havering. They really put the brakes on those last 3 overs. As we can see, only 3 runs, should say only 25 runs were conceded in those last 3 overs. He's gonna hammer this one away for a 6. Got an incredible shot there by Philpott. It's nice and deep in his crease. Got a little bit of length to work with there, and he was able to muscle that one away for 6 runs. Goes a little bit fuller this time. Tosses that one up there, Malhotra. And oh, what a catch. What a brilliant catch. That's going to be a moment he'll certainly replay. Yeah, one of the great joys of this series is just been watching all the different crowd catches we've seen. And I got a few people out at the long on boundary. It's a very nice grab. Oh, goes short and wide. This should have enough to go for a 6 as well. I think it's just about cleared the rope. We'll have a look at the replay to confirm. He plays this beautifully, doesn't he? Just gets underneath the ball there. And yeah, you can see only just a couple of meters in front of that rope. Goes away for 6 more runs. Hit straight to the fielder at cover, and they'll jog across for the single. Great over so far. 19 runs off it for Havering. Got a ball to come. Philpott and Moss have batted superbly so far. Philpott goes big. Does he have enough to clear the rope? Yes, he does. Leaping effort out in the deep there by Vijay Surya. This heads straight into the Havering dugout. Look how deep he is in his crease there. Takes a step out. Meets out on the half volley. Sends it away for a 6. And I'm sure they'll want plenty more of those Grizzlies coming their way in that Havering dugout. Wonderful over. 25 runs off it, the most expensive over we have seen so far this innings. Havering, well, they're giving this a right old go, aren't they? Required is at 16.5. All of a sudden, there'll be just a little bit of concern in that Guggen camp. Let's take a look at this worm here for the Havering 11. They're going above the required rate at the moment. Below where Guggen were at this stage, but as you can see from that worm, Guggen really fell off those last 3 or 4 overs. Lost a bundle of wickets, and at one point it did look like they might clear 200. That wasn't to be the case. Havering did a superb job to contain them in those death overs, restricted them to 170. They've got off to a flying start here. I can just see some tension, some nerves in the field here for Guggen. They just look a touch shell-shocked at the moment. Game's certainly not out of hand for them, but I'm sure they'll just be a little bit worried and a little bit anxious about this opening pair, which has blossomed to 72. Mihir Agrawal is going to bolt the 5th over. And there it is, the wicket that they so desperately needed. This incredible opening partnership is going to get snapped at 72. Agrawal does the trick after getting inserted into the attack. That's a good catch at point. Really well taken. And what a fine, fine innings in his first ever European Cricket Series match for Gus Philpott. 34 runs of just 13 deliveries in. I can sense he's pretty annoyed with the fact that he's been dismissed. He wanted to go on and play that big match-winning innings for his side, but he's certainly put them in a good position here to go on and cause what would be an incredible upset. Joel Barker is the new batter, coming in at number 3. Knock this one away towards square leg and scamper across for the single. Gets off the mark. There are his first ever ECS runs. Launched for another 6 over long on. Moss moves into the 40s, and he gets a huge roar from the crowd after striking that shot. Agarwal has bowled superbly so far this over. Gets pumped for a 6. This is going to be a fun battle between Moss and Agarwal. Goes big again, goes big again. Back-to-back 6s. Magnificent stroke there. Clears that front leg. And that's a full-bodied swing. Just brings his hands right through it. And he brings up his half century here, Moss, in just 14 deliveries. But he knows the job's not done. No celebration. Oh, those some mind games there by Agarwal. That's not going to throw Moss off. That's not going to throw Moss off. It's another 6. Another one that goes all the way. 3 consecutive 6s here. We could be on for one of the biggest upsets we have ever seen on ECN. tiny 1-for-1 here. Havering got a ball to come in this 5th over. It's brought about 19 runs so far. Reaches out at a wider delivery, and that's going to be just the 1 run there. Not a bad outcome, though, from Havering's perspective. It's a magical over in the end. And Moss will keep the strike heading into the 6th over. So as things stand, Havering are well ahead of that required rate. For the first time, they're also slightly ahead on the win predictor, or the Super Goldilocksy region, as I find out we call it. My goodness me, Guggen just looks stunned right now in the field. I don't think they expected what we're witnessing right now. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow over in Austria. The host, Czechia, will take on Norway in match number 5. And in match number 6, it's going to be Norway against Austria. Match number 6 could well be the game which determines who wins the Central Europe Cup. As well, when I last checked, Czechia did seem to be having a few issues, and weren't quite in an ideal position, as the hosts are yet to win a game in their home tournament. That's a wide, so not an ideal start there. Doesn't quite get the line right. Well, everybody in the chat really seems to be enjoying this game and really are stunned. Yeah, so Czechia with a bit of a disaster. To give you an update from what we just witnessed, Austria scored 224 in the first innings and then skittled Czechia for 63, 161 run win for the tourists. Real humbling for the hosts. So, yeah, a lot of question marks there for Czechia, failing to win a single game in their home tournament. A nice slower ball here by De Silva. Moss was already halfway through that shot by the time the ball got past him. And got Tina Guff joining me here in the commentary box in the middle of what is proving to be an absolutely stunning innings.
Yeah, Nish, I couldn't stay away with Joe Moss at the crease. I thought maybe the tent would be the safest possible place, and well, goes from bad to worse for Guggen as that one takes a left turn off the side of the pitch. Not much the keeper could have done about that one. It will be 5 wides. And well, John Gray said it earlier in the chat. He said this game is far from done and dusted. Let's not forget that Guggen have given away 180 plus scores in both of their games so far. Of course, they did win that one, that record-breaking run fest in the previous game. But they lost to Old Brentwood, having put 180 on the board. They've put 170 on the board here. And Havering, at the moment, look well set to try and chase that down.
This comes off the toe end of Moss's bat. It's going to be a dot ball.
I'm not sure.
It's not a bad tactic here, though, you have to say, by De Silva. He's trying to bowl wider, slower deliveries. We know that Moss is trying to target that long on and mid-wicket area. It's just a case of whether De Silva can execute, because he's bowled 4 wides so far. And keep in mind, the more wides you bowl, the less time you have to bowl your remaining overs. Shouts to catch it. And that's the reason he was going with that tactic. Just forces Moss to drag one. This is going to carry to the fielder out in the deep. A superb catch, a moment of sheer brilliance, as Moss's innings is cut short in a very inopportune moment for Havering.
Standing catch in the deep. I think it's Mihir Agarwal out there, and right off the floor, has to tumble forward. It's one of the hardest catches to take in cricket, and he takes it superbly. But Joe Moss, he's got to hold his head up high as he walks off the pitch. 57 he scored in just 19 deliveries in his very first European Cricket Network game, and he's put it aside in contention here. There's 2 new batters at the crease, though. And the task gets harder for the Havering 11. 71 runs needed in 27 deliveries. I think that's 70 and 27 after that wide.
Struck down the ground towards long on, and we are watching this Havering side for the first time on ECN, so we can't really tell you too much about their batting depth, it's going to be tough for them to sustain this incredible run rate.
Yeah, absolutely. With Joe Moss out there in the middle, we thought this is definitely on. Obviously, the two set batters have departed now, but it's up to the batters coming in now to see if they can build a little innings here. And as Birdie says in the chat, he's joined us. The Harrow Lodge here is the theatre of miracles, and this would be quite a miraculous run chase if Havering do get it over the line.
Up in the air, and is that going to clear the rope? Yes, it will, and it just lands to the left of the commentary tent. Goes all the way for a 6. It just hung up in the air for an age, but had enough distance to clear the rope. Barry smokes one away for a 6.
Well, that's the 6 hitting we need from the Havering 11 side. And that was a glorious shot. Went more high than long, but got enough distance on it. And now the equation, 62 needed in the final 4 overs. They go past the 100 mark, 109 on the board. The two openers have set the Havering 11 up perfectly here. It was just a shame they both departed in relative quick succession within 8 balls of each other. And that's really opened the door for Gagan. If they get a couple more wickets now, then the run chase might threaten to fall away. But still, the Havering 11 batters have come out and shown absolutely no fear. They will come up against Chanaka Dilshan now, who's coming back on to bowl his second. His first did go for 20. Something similar here will be much needed for the Havering 11.
So Chanaka, he's had a really good day, hasn't he? He's been the pick of the bowlers for Guggen, but he was expensive. The first over he bowled this innings went for 20 runs, and Moss really played him beautifully. Barker works that one away. Struck towards square leg. That's going to be a single.
Again, we've got two 19-year-olds at the crease. A lot of responsibility on young shoulders. But Havering 11, they've played so well up until now.
Looks to go big. Has that cleared the rope? Yes, it has. 6 more runs here for Barry. It's back-to-back 6s for him. Smacked one in the previous over, and he gets this away too. Didn't quite get the line right there or the length. It's going to get the treatment. Barry now on 13 of just 3 deliveries. Looks to go down the ground, and oh, it's been put down. It's been put down. Could that be a massive drop? It's Raminda Vijay Surya, who could hardly put a foot wrong today. Couple of scores in the 90s, a century as well. Oh, it's a rare mistake by him.
It could be a costly mistake, couldn't it? As that one's a low full toss. Should be okay for the height, especially given the tall stature there of the batter Joel Barker. Misses out on that occasion though, just gets the single.
Dot ball to end the over. It's a very good one from Guggen's perspective. Despite that 6 and the dropped catch, it only ends up going for 9 runs. And this is the big concern really from Havering's perspective. Are they going to be able to go at almost 18 and over these last 3 overs? It's going to be a tough task, especially for these teenage cricketers. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Our last match of the day, Havering will be back out there going up against a winless CFS Pinnacle Pro side. So based on what we've seen from Havering here, you could even argue they'll go into that match as slight favorites. It's certainly going to be an even game.
Yeah, absolutely. They've rung the changes as well. Have the Havering 11 bringing in 5 new players. CFS, they need to find a win from somewhere. Wicket falls at the start of the 8th as Joel Barker goes for the big sweep, but just yorks himself. Not the right delivery to go for a sweep on that occasion. And Raminda Vijay Surya, probably thinking he's got a little bit of making up to do after shelling that catch, comes back in to the attack and takes a wicket. Havering 11, 118 for 3. Callum Berry, though, he's still going well at the other end. 14 off 5 for him, including 2 big 6s. They need someone to come in here and just go from the off, and they've turned to their captain, Jamie Green, 18-year-old who led so fantastically with the ball in hand. 3 for 25 he finished off, especially in that blistering final over, but he's got work to do with the bat now.
Well, full toss, and Green just taps that one to the fielder. But all of a sudden, those two big blows, and the balance has shifted in this game. The win predictor is now back up to 80% for Guggen. The required rate is climbing. The pressure is building on Havering. It's been signaled a no ball. He's got a free hit coming up here. Maybe just a little pressure release valve for Havering. Can Berry get this away for a boundary? Oh, wonderfully struck. He's got such fast hands, hasn't he, Berry? That's going to go all the way for 6 by the looks of it. Oh, great strike by Berry. Gets to the pitch of the ball and hammers that one away. I'm going to take a look at this to confirm, though, that the signal from the crowd was that it had just about managed to clear the rope, but we'll have a look at this right here to confirm. Oh, well, that might not be the case. Looks like it's a 4 unless that has hit the rope on the flush. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Got to get the binoculars out to see where that one lands. That's been called as a 4. I think that's the right call.
Very optimistic appeal, certainly going down the leg side, and that's going to be a single. And are they going to push for the second here? It's a great bit of fielding on the deep. They'll certainly be able to grab that second run. Yeah, good cricket all around there, you have to say. Good running between the wickets. Good fielding by Mihir Agrawal. But that rate is starting to get very uncomfortable for Havering. It's now up to 19.3. This is going to get pumped away for 6 runs. It was a good leaping effort there by Sahilpreet Singh. But he stood nice and tall there and was able to help that one away for 6 runs. Magnificent shot, and they really need another boundary here right at the end of this over. It's racing away towards the offside. It's going to be stopped out in the deep. Just going to be a single, so 15 runs come off this over in the end. That would usually be a good over, but not in this situation. They need magical overs. They need supersonic overs right now if they are to pull off this upset.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big, big 9th over coming now. 133 for 3. The Havering 11. 38 runs needed in 12. You can see they're just for the first time in a few overs dipped underneath that run rate line. That's going to be the all-important 9th now. It'd be interesting to see who bowls it. Raminder Vijay Surya. He can't bowl it, but he's in conversations with someone who he's looking like he's going to throw the ball to, and it will be Mihir Agrawal, who, of course, picked up a 2-for in the previous game, 2 for 32 on that occasion. And he's got the big, big task here of bowling the 9th and a good over here, and you reckon that will be the win for Guggen. But it starts off with a 4, and that's exactly what the Havering 11 needed.
Yeah, they'll take the runs however they come, by hook or by crook. That just catches a thick outside edge, goes away towards third for 4 runs. Sometimes it's even better to be lucky than good, but Berry certainly is very good, batting on 31 of 11. I just has to wait on that one a little bit, hits it towards the offside. It's just going to be a single. Well, Green, he's going to have to find the boundary rope as well. Jamie Green, the captain, can he hit some big shots here to help his side pull off what would be a very memorable result?
A lot of love for Havering in the chat. I think we mentioned it before, they're slowly becoming everyone's fan favourites. And, well, maybe we didn't give them enough justice in the first innings. They pulled it back so well, and they've still got a chance here, but a couple of dot balls That could be the killer. Really needs to find the rope here. Does Jamie Green, or just get himself off strike, get Callum Berry back on strike? He's 32 off just 12.
He's going to get the single here, but that's just one run of the last two balls, and all of a sudden now Berry's going to have to find back-to-back boundaries, you feel, of the last two deliveries of this 9th over. Now he's going to go for the reverse sweep, and, well, dot balls really are like gold dust at this stage. Every dot, you just see the required shoot up, and now Havering might just have left themselves too much to do in these last 7 deliveries. 31 runs needed. Struck down the ground. This is going to take a bit of fielding, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. He desperately needed that boundary. Havering, good use of the feet, met that on the half volley, but they still got a mountain to climb in this final over. 27 to win for Havering.
Yeah, it was frustration there. There was just 2 dot balls in that 9th over, plus a couple of singles. If they just converted those dots, even just got 1 more boundary, it could have looked a bit more promising for the Havering 11. Still, though, they've got a chance here. 27 runs needed in the final over. Jamie Green is on strike. He's just faced the 3 deliveries so far, and he's got the task of either going big or getting Callum Berry on strike. Can't afford for any dot balls here.
It's going to be Singh bowling for the first time this innings. They opt not to go with Malhotra, who still has an over in the bank. He went for 25 in his first over, so they decide to introduce a new bowler in the final over. Sometimes it can work for the captain, but we've seen at times introducing a new bowler in this pressure situation can hurt the bowling side. Let's see how it works out this time around. Green on strike, 27 needed. It's going to go down the ground, just a single. That doesn't really hurt Guggan, but the danger man Berry is on strike. Although 26 to 5, that might just be asking too much of him.
Need 6s. And there's no time to waste here for the Havering 11, who, even if they go down in this game, have acquitted themselves so well.
Launched. That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. It's now 20. Needed a 4. They're still fighting here. There's still life in this Havering side.
That's a beautiful hit. Just a clean swing of the bat. And, well, they've turned to pace here. Nishan Singh, I think Callum Berry is happy to have a bit of pace on the ball. Knows he just needs to get a firm contact on it to keep his side in the game.
It's going to race away towards the rope. Yes, it will. It's a boundary. And it's now down to 16 of 3. 2 6s and a 4. Could do it for Havering.
Golden ball is pretty much out of the equation here, isn't it? 2 6s and a 4 would win it. 2 6s and a 3 would take it to a golden ball. We haven't seen many 3s so far this week, though.
Oh, there's a dot ball. That might be it. That might be the game there for Guggan. All they need now are a couple of legal deliveries. They got to give this Havering side so much credit. They've given this a good go. Berry with a fine knock right at the end. 46 of just 17, but it does look like they might just fall short. Oh, struck hard and struck away for a 4, so Berry will bring up his half century, and he certainly deserves it. It's been a fine knock under pressure by Berry. Gets to his 50 of just 18 deliveries. I'm sure he'll be disappointed that he's not been able to get his side over the finishing line. But he's given it a great go, hasn't he? It's been a magnificent knock. Up in the air. That's going to go all the way for a 6 as well. Havering end up on 165, just 5 runs short of what Guggan managed to score. Oh, this certainly was a nervy game for Guggan. Havering 11 putting on an exhibition in this second innings. But unfortunately for them, they'll fall just short, and the favourites, Guggen, will just about manage to squeak out of here with a victory.
So unfortunate for the Havering 11, isn't it? That one dot ball in the final over, you could see at the time, Callum Berry just threw his head back in anguish as he knew he couldn't afford any dots, and there was one. It was there to be hit as well, just went through to the keeper as he scores a half century in vain, but absolutely has to leave the field with his head held high, as to the rest of the Havering 11 players. They put in a tremendous show here and such a hugely entertaining game, and the good news for us and for everyone here is that Havering 11 will do it all again in just under half an hour's time. They ring the changes, and there's a new skipper in town as well for the Havering 11, as Ozita, the ex-Nigerian international, will lead out the Havering 11 with Stuart Connor, James Palmer, Laksha Sharp and Michael Pedrick coming in for them. CFS remain unchanged and remain searching for that first win for them as we take a look back at the highlights, and there's some highlights to be shown here as it started really with Gus Philpott and Joe Moss at the top of the order, and we thought while they're there, Havering have got more than a chance as Gus Philpott raced to 34 off just 13 deliveries, and Joe Moss standing and delivering. He hit 8 sixes and 2 fours on his way to his maiden half century, 57 off 19. There was chance for a few crowd catches as the ball was flying into the tent, into all four quarters. You can see Phil Law, the manager of the Havering 11, he was loving what he was seeing, but then the first wicket fell. It was Gus Philpott who hauled out Mihir Agarwal picking up a wicket, and then while Joe Moss departed just a few balls later, and Mihir Agarwal again in the act, this time with the catch, Dilshan De Silva picking up that wicket, and we feared maybe with the departure of Joe Moss that would be the end of the Havering 11 chase, but it was certainly not the case as Callum Berry then came in. Joel Barker, he was ably supporting for a while, and Callum Berry finishing 56 not out off just 19 deliveries, including 5 fours and 5 sixes, as he was joined at the end by his captain Jamie Green. And despite the big crash at the finish, 21 runs coming off the final over, the Havering 11 finish agonisingly short, losing it in the end by 5 runs, but they can be so proud of that performance.
Certainly can be. We're taking a look at the scorecard here. A couple of half centuries for Joe Moss and Callum Berry. Gus Philpott with 34 of 13. They got their sides so close, and in the end, 5 runs were the final margin between these two teams. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Guggen, and they did manage to hold their nerve in the end. They were tested during that chase, and maybe just a few cracks were exposed under pressure, but credit where it's due, they took the big wickets when it mattered the most. They raised their intensity in the field during those big moments, and they did what they needed to do to go out there and get the victory. So Guggen leave with 3 points, but we were treated to an absolute thriller. What a contest we've had. As you can see, Guggen win by 5 runs, and for a moment there it looked like we were heading for something truly extraordinary. It would have been one of the great upsets on ECN if Havering 11, the underdogs, would have gone on to win that game. They came swinging, they chased bravely, and very nearly pulled off an upset that would have sent shockwaves throughout Europe. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens in just over 20 minutes time for match number 30, our final match of the day.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the final game of the day here in a slightly windy and overcast London, and what a game we had just now, and we're looking to finish it off again in some style. It's the Havering 11, they're taking on CFS, and let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
CFS to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's tails.
You have a bowl.
They're going to have a bowl.
Thanks very much, Tyrone. So there you have it. Havering have won the toss and they will have a bowl. And well, I called it before the previous game. I think they're going to be everyone's favourite team, and I think they showed that as well with such a spirited performance in the field. Of course, Kevin Room, a fan favourite, he picked up a wicket. Alfie Jeeves picked up a 3-for, including 2-in-2, and of course did the captain in the final over, finishing with a 3-for as well. It's been tremendous to see them play with such spirit in the field, and I think here they're coming across a CFS side who are a bit down on confidence. They're still looking for their final win, so I feel like this is going to be a real final game thriller. Taking you through it is Nish in the commentary box, and Nish, the news from the toss is that Havering 11 have won and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. Havering certainly put on a show in that second innings, coming so close to pulling off what would have been a remarkable upset against Guggen. Looking forward to this match. Let's see if they can get over the finishing line against CFS Pinnacle Pro. It's a huge match for CFS Pinnacle Pro as well. They're yet to win a game in this European Cricket Series. It's been a difficult start for them, 0-4 in their first 4 matches. Got to find a way here to somehow pick up a win. Well, players will be making their way onto the field very shortly, and could tell everyone in the chat was really thrilled by the last matchup, match number 29. But before we discuss match number 29, let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 30. So Havering 11 with a few changes to their lineup. 5 changes for Havering, whereas CFS Pinnacle Pro come in with the same lineup they had against Guggen when they managed to score 184 runs on the board. Big thing for Pinnacle is they batted really well throughout this series, made some good runs, got 184 against Guggen, had 2 scores north of 150 on Friday. Just had a few issues with their bowling. We just had a quick look at that win predictor. This game is finally poised at 53-47 according to the win predictor. But let's just recap what we saw in the chat during the last match. Everybody was absolutely stunned by what they're witnessing. Wayne saying, "Go on, Harry. I hope he plays." Connor Stewart said, "Well, it's not over until the fat lady sings." That was, of course, a couple balls before the end. And he said, "First-class players being taken to the end by a team of young men. Havering take the moral victory." And, well, they certainly won our hearts, didn't they, Havering, in the last match? That was a superb performance, really giving Guggen a run for their money. And probably the toughest, one of the toughest tasks Guggen faced today. David Swan calling it a brilliant match. Paul Horn in the chat calling a great effort in the chase. Thomas Martinez calling it a good batting performance. And a terrific match for Havering 11. And then John Gray putting his thoughts in as well, calling it a superb effort by Havering. That they can be very proud of their performance despite falling agonizingly short. Just one big shot away in the end, Havering from pulling off what would have been one of the greatest upsets on ECN. Keep in mind, they came into that game with just an 8% chance to win, according to the win predictor. And they had won that match, that might have been one of the greatest ever upsets we've seen on ECN. And here we go. Set for the first ball. Straight down the ground. Has got plenty of height on it. Plenty of distance as well. Kedekar opens his account with a Maximo. Beautifully struck. Sends it all the way for a 6. Wonderful strike. And that's just the start CFS Pinnacle Pro would have hoped for. Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball, and yeah, a nice comeback delivery there by Green. A nice looking stroke there, and hit straight to the fielder. Well stopped by Joe Moss, who was brilliant in the last match. Fine knock by Joe Moss, and he put that down as run saved. Struck very firmly, managed to get a hand to it, and sure it didn't slip past him. Straight up in the air, catching opportunity. Oh, it's been put down, just slightly overran that one there. It was Aussie, the Nigerian international, running towards it. Goes high up in the air, and he had a chance to take that catch, and it just slips right through his hands there. Would have been a huge breakthrough for Havering if they'd been able to get rid of the dangerous Kedekar. Hit towards mid-wicket. Oh, it's a slight misfield there. Just gets right through him. It's going to be a boundary. Bit of bad luck here for Green. That probably should have just been a single, but it was bobbling along, and it looks like it just skidded on a little bit at the end. It seems to have just nutmegged the fielder and gone away for 4 runs. A very happy birthday to Richard Birdie in the chat. He's celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday to you. And towards mid-on, and they'll pick up a single here. Have to settle for the 1 run. So Pinnacle Pro, 13 for no loss at the end of the first over. Let's take a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow in the Central Europe Cup over in Czechia. So it's been a tough series so far for the hosts. They're yet to win a game. We saw them handed 120-plus run drubbing in the final match of the day over in Prague. And, well, they're playing for pride in match number 5. They can no longer win the Central Europe Cup. They'll be hoping to at least get 1 win in their home tournament. And then match number 6 between Norway and Austria could well and truly be the game which determines who goes on to win the Central Europe Cup. Struck down the ground, catching chance. Oh, what a grab! What an incredible grab, and for a moment it looked like we were going to see one of the greatest catches of this series. He certainly saved his side a few runs. Let's just take a look at this. Diving in the air, grabs it one-handed somehow, and then he's got the presence of mind to let go of the ball just to ensure his momentum doesn't ensure it goes away for a boundary. Oh, what a stunning, stunning bit of fielding by Callum Berry. He really has entertained us today with so many fine moments. Let's take a look at this. That was a brilliant grab. Absolutely brilliant. We're just making sure that his left hand wasn't in contact with the rope, and no, looks like it's perfectly fine there. Wow, that was sensational by Berry, and it's a real shame that he couldn't take the catch. Well, he did manage to actually get the catch, but he had to let go of the ball just because he knew he was going to land beyond the boundary rope. That's going to be cut away. And that's going to go away for a boundary. A little bit of width on offer there. There we see 4 runs. Really good shot there. It was a terrific shot. Just manages to get a little bit of luck there. Catches a thick chunk of the outside edge of his bat and goes away for 4 runs. So a rather fortuitous boundary for CFS Pinnacle Pro. And, well, I've got the great pleasure of welcoming Paul Murray into the commentary box, one of the most entertaining cricketers, averaging 41 this series with a strike rate of 209. Paul, it's great to have you here.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's going to be stroked away, and he'll just take a hop before going to Aussie out in the deep. Well, what a great series you've personally had so far. You've been batting incredibly. You've been one of the most entertaining players to watch.
It took me 3 years to get there. First year out in Spain, I've done all right. Last 2 years, I've struggled a little bit. But no, it's been great to have it at our home of cricket. It's been, yeah, thoroughly enjoyable.
Down the ground, that's going to take a hop, go over the rope for 4 runs. Where do you find the ability to just play some of those audacious strokes that he played, the reverse sweeps, the scoops? I mean, it really is incredible.
I can hit a ball, but with that wind last week, it was a little bit strong into my face, so I thought, got to try something different, and yeah, just come off, luckily enough.
No, certainly. I think you're being very humble there. I mean, you've got an incredible feel for those shots, and you're certainly as good as it gets on ECN when it comes to playing those strokes. How are you feeling about your Hornchurch side? I think you just grew better and better as the series progressed.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, with the kids being in, it's took it to another level of fun. Just watching them develop and how they're enjoying it. It's made it more enjoyable for us as well, the senior players. So.
That's a slower ball there. He's just going to get that one away for a single. It's Gus Philpott who batted superbly in the previous match. And yeah, so Hornchurch, I mean, you'll be watching Group B very closely because you'll be facing the 3rd place side here. Any teams that just caught your eye over the past few days?
I mean, OBs, it'd be nice to play against them, just to play against Merv. But no, the sides that played last against Havering here, they look a very good side. So we'll have to keep our eye on them. There'll be one to watch, I believe.
Birdie's in the chat right now, and he just said, boring, Murray. Do you have any response to that?
Me and Birdie go back to when we was about 8 years old, so.
Struck hard towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. And yeah, that does seem to be a theme amongst the Hornchurch side. You've got a very strong sense of community. Seems like all of you just know each other so well. How important is your cricket club to the local area and the community?
It's huge. I mean, as I was just saying there, like, I joined the club when I was 9. Knew people like Birdie. Yeah, Mark Whitlock, obviously he's my brother-in-law, but growing up with them sort of people from now, I'm 42 now, turned 42 a few weeks ago, so yeah, it's been huge. But we used to go into all the local schools and done a big cricket for all programme, and now we've got the All-Stars and everything starting up. So the cricket in the community, obviously the European cricket's helped us grow as well over like these last 3 years. It's just seen a great influx of people.
Downtown, and that's going to go all the way for a 6. A great stroke there by Kedekar. As Pinnacle Pro bring up their 40 inside the power play.
You must be loving Gus's action here.
No, really, it's been great. And you know, you spoke a little bit about the impact ECN has had on Hornchurch. Could you go into that a little bit more and just how much it's helped in developing the game in the local area?
I mean, the first year we went out there, I mean, winning the national first of all, that was an unbelievable experience for the club. And then, yeah, after that, to get the following we've had through it all. I mean, I think the first year we went out there, we must have had sort of 120 people come out and follow us, and sort of the likes of Vinny jumped on us, and that's just been great to have the support of you guys behind us as well when we did go over. And as I said, the following we've had over the 3 years, I mean, you can see today Hornchurch are not really playing. We've got a few players involved, but to have the support here today, and I just believe it's with the weather, I think you'll get more and more people over here as well. So
yeah, certainly hoping for better weather this second week. Had a few rain interruptions in week 1. We're just taking a look at the Manhattan here for Pinnacle Pro, going at just above 15 and over. A good start for them. Pinnacle Pro have been an interesting side, aren't they? I think their batting has been very impressive, but they haven't quite been able to get results to go their way.
Yeah, I just think sometimes you need that little bit of luck. As I said, batsmen can get away from you so easy in this, and if you don't take your chances early on, definitely got to cash in if you can.
That's going to be Alfie Jeeves to bowl this over, and that's going to get launched away for a 6. Tom gets that away for a maximum. Now, Tom's been a very, very interesting batter to watch. He's just so technically proper, isn't he? But he's adjusted so well to T10 cricket.
Bit like myself. We was taught I was speaking to a few of the lads last week. We was taught back in the day with high elbow and long barriers in the field, you have to just completely get rid of that and yeah, throw yourself at it, and hopefully the best comes off and that little bit lady luck's on your side.
How much T10 cricket do you play in your domestic leagues?
We don't. Everything we play is T20. We've done, I know Tom was talking about it the other day on comms, we do a bit of a sponsors day now where we've started doing our own T10 tournament, but I think this will catch on, highlighting it in the local area, and I just think this could get bigger and bigger over the next few years, hopefully, for us.
He's going to strike this one towards mid-wicket, and he's been a busy man out in the deep there. Ozzy has to juggle that one a little bit, but does manage to get a hold of the ball. So how challenging was it for most of the Hornchurch side to settle into T10 cricket? And do you feel it was easier for some of your younger players to settle into T10 than maybe some of the veteran players who've been used to playing a certain way for most of their careers?
If I go back to the first game in Spain, I believe we played the German representatives, and that was an absolute eye-opener. From going from 20 overs where you can have a little period to settle yourself in to 10 overs, yeah, it completely blew us away. But the youngsters really take to it. I mean, you look at the likes of young Billy last week, Billy Whitlock, Joe Ross. Joe got hit in one game when it was raining, come back absolutely brilliant, and I just think they adapt so well these days.
Hit away towards the offside. That's going to be a single. And also Kian, who's done a great job behind the stumps as well and with his batting.
He's an absolute talent, Kian. Come in last year to the club, set the junior cricket alight. I mean, what he's doing, obviously involved with Essex, and I know he's got a lot going on, but yeah, absolute talent. Me being the first team wicket keeper for so many years, and to have someone like that to know your place is safe when my day finally does come, which is more and more looking like today. But yeah, no, he's a huge talent.
Hammered away for 6 runs there by Tom. Great use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball. That's another maximum, so a terrific opening stand here. They managed to make 62 runs in just 4 overs.
Yeah, that's great use of the feet there. Everything I'm telling the Havering side not to do, stay in your crease, get on the paddle, get on the sweep. Here we go.
So what's it been? So you did mention that a lot of these Havering players have played for Hornchurch in the past, and they were a side that were put together rather last minute. So could you tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, a lot of the boys here today. So we've got young Laksha, who actually turns 15 today, who's just about to bowl. So that's good timing. He's part of our youth setup. We've got Ozzy out, who's busy at deep mid wicket.
That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. A great shot.
Yeah, James Palmer, Gary Stanley, they're still current players at Hornchurch. You got Stuart Connor. He's probably one of the only people who's played for Hornchurch, Upminster and Harold Wood in the local area. I know he gets quite a bit of stick from a few of his mates for that. And then a lot of the boys, they're from Upminster as well, just down the road. We would like them to put a side in themselves, but again, with their work commitments and everything, it's been difficult for them.
Oh, it was just a whisker away from the leg stump.
Yeah, I'd love him to get a little birthday wicket for Laksha. I think that'd top him up here.
Yeah, certainly would be a good moment for him. And it's incredible, Havering. We didn't really know what to expect from them in the last match. You know, we'd never seen this side before, and they came so close to pulling off an upset against a team as strong as Guggen.
But when I left home, I was watching it, and the ball was going to all parts from Guggen. And then the way they come back towards the end of the innings, couple of the, I know little Bowlesy, he bowled really well in the 9th over. 170 I thought was quite a respectable score, and then to get within 5, yeah, really good effort from them.
Kedekar brings up a half century here, another fine knock for him. He's had a great series so far, top score of 90, and well, here's another little personal milestone for him. Oh, beautifully worked away. It wasn't a bad idea at all by Xiang Shah. He could see the leg stump was exposed. He went for the Yorker, but that's just quality batsmanship.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Sometimes it's not all about brute force in this, and just the placement sometimes that's as good as the big power shots.
Now, of course, speaking of players with powerful shots, you've got an opening pair in Hankins and Poskett, and 2 players who really go out there and play some big shots. I mean, they've hit some of the biggest sixes we've seen this series. What's it like to have those 2 opening your batting?
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, going back to Kian again, I mean, you'd never think he was 15 the way he strikes the ball. It's scary how well he hits the ball. And then to have the class of George Hankins, I mean, he's set the league alight really from when he's first come into ECN and sort of our Saturday cricket.
Struck down the ground and well watched. Callum Berry, who pulled off a remarkable feat of fielding earlier this innings. Halfway through the innings, and Pinnacle Pro are 77 for no loss, and a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. A good start here for CFS Pinnacle Pro. They're at 77 for no loss. Got Paul Murray alongside me in here. Please get your questions in the chat. It'll be great to hear what you have to say to Paul Murray as we're having a look at this game, though. It's been a pretty good start for Pinnacle Pro.
Yeah, they're going well. As I said, some of the placement of the shots is good to see. These boys are striking it really well as well, but some great fielding as well, keeping that score down. But still, yeah, 77 halfway through, that's a great start.
And without return to live action out in the middle, it's Michael Pittrick bowling this over. Struck out towards mid-wicket again. That's going to be another single. Of course, in your group, the side that ended up on top were the Mighty Tigers, and, well, how impressive are they? And if you were to meet them again down the line in the knockout stages, what would you change if you went up against them again?
Sometimes, I said, you just need that little bit, like just perfect example there, ball just over Laksha's head there. They go to hand early on, that can completely change a game. I think you look at most teams, their top 3, 4, they go very hard. But if you can get a couple of early wickets, hopefully young Joe can do that next week and see how it goes for us.
Just drags that one towards mid-wicket. Are they going to push for a second here? No, they're just going to have to settle for this single. And speaking of taking wickets, you put in an incredible dive out there at long on earlier this tournament so that Billy could get his hat trick. How did you feel after that?
Oh, if it was anyone else, probably I wouldn't have even tried. But Billy's my nephew, so I had to give it that extra little effort. And to be fair, I knew I was going to get nowhere near it, but just to make their attempt for him, so it looked okay.
That one goes away for a 6, and Kedekar moves into the 60s, gets nice and deep in his crease, and is just able to elevate that one away. I mean, what a proud moment it must be for Mark Whitlock to get to play alongside his son and have a father and son playing regularly for Hornchurch and making such a huge impact as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Oh, unlucky. I know he absolutely loves playing with Billy. We do a Sunday 11 out here where Mark can play with Billy. I'll play with my son Stanley. Tommy plays with his son George. So it's a real nice feel to have your son in there. And I got a stumping off him actually last year at Wimbledon in the ECS, and that was a great moment as well.
Yeah, it is launched. Could be a catching chance, and is taken out in the deep
And Ozzy.
by Ozzy. And yep, fielder, a player we've been hearing a lot about in the build-up to this game, holds on to that catch, and finally a wicket falls here as this opening stand will be cut short at 90.
Yeah, Nigerian international was he? So he's got plenty of experience in the game. Absolute bucket hands, and I said that to the boys earlier. And the first chance went to him, he put down typically. So made myself look a little bit silly, but no, he's held on well there.
As Cam Tom's innings is cut short at 25, a fine knock by him. Got there in just 11 deliveries. We'll take a look at the scorecard here for CFS Pinnacle Pro. What an inning so far by Kiddikar, 65, just 25.
Yeah, that's great batting. As I said, he's hitting it so clean. The bowlers, yeah, it's hard because the field's set quite well. Just need that one little chance, and hopefully they can take it.
Oh, it's struck down the ground, and it's going to be a single. And yeah, speaking of the field, I mean, the boundaries here are a lot shorter than I'm guessing what you're accustomed to in your own games. It's just 50 meters. I mean, what's that like been to adjust to? Because all of a sudden, I'm sure when the ball goes to the boundary, you might be accustomed to running 2. Now you can just run the 1, and the 6 is on more often than not as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite built to run the 2, so that's why I have to keep paddling them all around the ground. But no, I mean, the boundary sometimes, down where the tree line is, you keep saying, the boundary can be sort of only 10, 15 metres in from them trees. So it is such a huge area that we usually play on. And at the road end, the boundary sort of only just in from the path as well. So it's a huge playing area we play on here.
Yeah, they're going to run hard here, and good backing up as well, you have to say. Some nice running between the wickets. Yeah, it looks like Richard Birdie is just pulling your leg a little bit in the chat. He's just asked us if would a young Paul Murray be any good at T10 cricket, but, well, you're still good at it now.
No, I couldn't hit the ball off the square when I was a kid. I've got so many stories about Birdie, but I don't think they'd be good for on here, so I'll have to keep them to myself, unfortunately.
Hit towards long on, and
well fielded.
Yeah, well fielded there by the captain, Jamie Green. Do you have a question here from Bill Cricket 27 asking, why is your nickname CTM?
Oh, I'll get some stick over this as well. I was born in Plaistow, which is East London, and I grew up in Canning Town, so my temper can be quite fiery sometimes. So yeah, I get called Canning Town Muzz quite a lot because that's basically it, the area I'm from, and I get quite a bit of stick over that. Fielded.
Really, really well fielded, and I'm going to get a single over here. So nice running between the wickets again, but they've just put the brakes on the scoring a little bit these last few deliveries. Usually if you don't see a boundary for 6 or 7 balls in T10 cricket, that's quite a surprise.
Yeah, that's good. They're doing really well. We're clawing this back, 95 now off 6. So they're doing great to hold this result down.
It's down on one knee and strikes that away towards mid-wicket. That's good. I think we spoke about this earlier in the innings, but George asking, George Hankins that is, talk us through your scoop shots.
Basically, a lot of them are premeditated. I've always played a sweep. Always played the sweep from a young age. The reverse I play quite a lot, but never really connect with them. So I'm quite happy they've come off. But yeah, just something I've tried to add a bit more. Let's say as I'm getting older, try to develop my game still. I'm always trying to learn, to be fair. I'm one of them people, 42, I know I can always do better. So it's, yeah, I'm always looking at trying to work on it. As long as you've got good head position, 9 times out of 10, the shot comes off.
3 overs left as CFS Pinnacle Pro are 97 for 1. A great over there by Alfie Jeeves. Gives up just 7 runs. We'll take a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. got gutted against the East Londoners in the opening match of the day. The East Londoners had a great start to their campaign, 3 wins out of 3 for them on Friday. So tomorrow's a big day for them. Those ones want to cement their place at the top of this group.
Yeah, that'd be a great fixture, that first one. That'd be a really good game to watch. And then East Londoners again, CFS second one. That'd be another good close game.
Down the ground, that's going to be a single, and that could also be just a good time to talk a little bit about the women's game on Saturday. And I think a lot of our viewers absolutely loved the games, as did I, and they were extremely impressed by the quality from Upminster, Hutton, and Gunnersbury. I mean, how proud is that for cricket for here?
Yeah, again, it's brilliant. I mean, we're trying to get our own girls set up going. We've just started our own ladies team as well, who are in their first softball league this year. Yeah, they're going well, and the development of them, myself and Tommy have been coaching them, and to see how much they've developed in such a short space of time, it is great to see. It's brilliant that it's all kicking off and going so well. Oh, it's huge.
Oh, massive shot there by Singh. Enormous 6, that's onto the road. It's actually struck the car along the way.
Oh yeah, there'd be some paintwork going on there on that car.
Let's just take a look at that. Ooh, well, oh, it's like that brand new Merc might have a little bit of damage as well. So, well, Singh, it was dismissed for just the 1 run earlier today. Launches an enormous 6, one of the biggest 6s we've seen.
That's big that way as well. Yeah, that one bounce into that road there. Don't envy any of those cars driving past.
So a much needed boundary here for CFS Pinnacle Pro. That was the first boundary we've seen for about 9 deliveries. Looks to go for the old reverse sweep, and it's going to end up being a minimo anyway. And well, as someone who's an expert at playing that stroke, how do you rate this?
It didn't get down low enough. Head position too tall. Got to get down on the one knee. Anything on it to do. I'll have to start doing courses on them.
Got an interesting question here. I think this might be a bit of an inside joke from Graham Farker asking, "Aren't you from Scotland?"
Yes, they always call me McMurray. I've got about 200 nicknames, I think, down here. So, yeah, McMurray's one of them. But my family's actually from Ireland.
Up in the air, and chance to take a catch.
Yeah,
and he'll take it very comfortably. As you mentioned earlier in this broadcast, he's got one of the safest pairs of hands.
Yeah, absolutely. If you shake his hands, they are like shovels. They're so big. Yeah, he's been a reliable player, Ozzy, over the last few years for the club. He'll always help out higher up the teams when needed. And some of his ground fielding, he moves so quick around the outfield. And he's a great fielder. He's electric. Great to have around.
So another wicket falls here for Pinnacle Pro. Prab Singh shortly after hitting a behemoth, an absolute mammoth of a 6. Will have to depart. 10 runs, 6 deliveries for him. Header now makes his way out to the middle, coming in at number 4. That is hit away towards the offside, and it's going to be a single.
It's turning into another good over here after that 6.
Yeah, just the 13 runs off it so far, and it's incredible, isn't it? I think we mentioned this a few times today. Oh, this one's been launched and doesn't have enough to go for a 6. Not quiet, as he's found, well, he couldn't find a worse fielder if you're a batter, or I should say a better fielder from Havering's point of view. He's got one of the safest pairs of hands, doesn't he? Takes his 3rd catch of this innings.
Yeah, as I was just saying, so reliable in the field, Ozzy. Honestly, the ball goes near him, them hands, he ain't getting out of it. As I said, I did tell the boys before, put him in that position and he won't let you down.
Yeah, it's just one of those, isn't it, when you pick out a fielder like Ozzy or George Hankins for your side. I mean, as a batter, you know, well, might as well start walking towards the dugout anyway. He's not going to drop it.
I didn't get many opportunities last week when I was in the outfield, but I just let George know I did have 100% record. I was 2 from 2 in the outfield, so I was happy with that.
Yeah, just going back to the point we were making earlier, it's incredible. The average score has been 152 during this series. And it must be such a change for the bowlers, where if you end up conceding 13 or 14 runs in an over, you consider it a good over.
Yeah, it's crazy because your plans have to completely change. I mean, we found last week bowling it into the pitch a bit more. That was a bit more, you could protect that a little bit more, but you get your angle slightly off. Oh, done well there as well. Inside edge. Yeah, you get your angle slightly wrong, and you think it's a good ball, and it just disappears out the ground. So yeah, we've got a few little plans we're going to try and tweak with next week. Hopefully they come off for us, sort of, with our bowling plan. So we'll wait to see, and hopefully the bowlers can execute them.
That's really well bowled there by Petrick. Just going to be a single. Three deliveries left in this over. 6 runs off it so far. Struck firmly out towards mid-wicket, and oh, well, a rare mistake there by Aussie as that ball just kept motoring along towards him, just skidded along the surface.
Yeah, it takes off a bit there just in front of him. Watch this again. Oh, yeah, horrible bounce. Done well to get his face out of the way of that one.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it, fielder underneath
Down,
it.
Down.
Oh, well, you did call it. I mean, he didn't really get into the best position there, did he, James Palmer?
Oh, poor Palmer. If he had a pair of gloves on, he'd still probably put it down, but he takes a good bit of stick over here as well. But, yeah, I'm on him, don't worry. Yeah. Again, so enthusiastic, Palmer. Could have done a better effort there, mate. Let the keepers down.
It said Jamie Green, the captain of Havering, telling you to get on him for that drop catch. This is going to go over the rope, and it's going to end up being a 6. Just hits the sight screen.
Another great clean strike.
So does Jamie also play for Hornchurch? And how many of the players who are currently in this Havering 11 play for Hornchurch as well?
So we've got Aussie, James Palmer, Gary Stanley, Leksha. I think they're the 4 for Hornchurch. Jamie plays for Upminster. He'll love you saying that about that he plays for Hornchurch. There was a bit of rivalry there years ago, but no, we're a lot closer now. But yeah, I think there's 5. I think there's 5 Upminster, 4 Hornchurch, and then Stu Connor, as I said, he's played for everyone, and Joe Moss down there as well. So yeah, no, it's great to see that they've come together to have this experience.
Swing and a miss, a good delivery there by Moss. Starts off with a dot ball. So interesting one here. The expected score is at 142 right now, and it's gone down to 140 after that dot ball. Amazing, isn't it, that a score as high as 140 could well be below par for what we've seen.
That's just unbelievable. Oh, that's a good shot. Ball fielded. Yeah, to see scores like that, you just think on a normal game on a Saturday you're well below par, but as you said, in this, you get them couple of early wickets, it can completely change your game, become in your favour. But yeah, 140, if they keep them to under that, that's a great score to keep them down to.
That is launched, and it's going to go just over the rope for 6 runs. So a great cameo here by Hader. He's managed to make 20 runs of just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, again, not hit that clean, that one, but still really small boundaries, makes its way over. I thought that was going to find Aussie's hands again there for a moment.
That's got 3 deliveries left in this over, 7 runs off it so far, and well, let's see how Green can close it out.
Oh, ball.
A terrific ball, gets the length absolutely spot on, and yeah, credit to Gary Stanley as well for dealing with that pretty well and making sure it doesn't get past him. Now, one of the great things Hornchurch have had is you got plenty of home support for all your games. The crowd's been out in full force whenever you've played. How important is that for your side? Just how much does it lift your spirits when you're out in the field?
Yeah, it's great to have the support. As I said, everything we do now as a club, the support's amazing. A social side's gone through the roof. It's and to have these sort of crowds, as I said, Hornchurch not even playing here today, but to see the people here supporting the Havering team, getting behind them, it's just great to have behind you.
We got one ball left in this innings. Pinnacle Pro on 137. It's been a great over so far by Jamie Green. Just the 9 runs off it. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. Struck away, and does it have enough to clear the rope? Looks like it does. It's gone away for a 6 as they end with a bang.
That's my boy there. Great bit of fielding, Stan. Good pick up. I'll give you that one.
Any chance we see Stan involved later in this series?
Unfortunately, he's only 14, so he can't play this year, but he's absolutely desperate to play. I know same over there with Charlie Lahan. He turns 15 in a couple of weeks, so he just misses out as well. But 2 great prospects for next year, hopefully, that we can get amongst it.
Yeah, and I certainly hope to see them in the future European cricket series. As we'll now take a look at the highlights of this innings. And Kedekar with a top score of 69 of 30. He batted superbly, struck 11 boundaries over the course of his innings. Tom making 25 of just 11. That 90-run opening stand really set the foundation for this Pinnacle Pro side.
Yeah, that was a great start by them. But the way the Havering 11 come back, brilliant. Great to finish on that score. So no, done really well to come back from that.
Yeah, we've certainly done really well as we're just taking a look at some of the key moments from this game. And there it was, great grab by Aussie out in the deep. As you said, one of the safest pairs of hands.
Yeah, he's got great hands, and to get them 3 catches, as I said, one of them goes down, the score could be a lot higher, but no, it's absolutely superb fielding.
And there was one of 3 catches. He would take a terrific grab by him, and it was just during those middle overs that they wobbled a little bit, Pinnacle Pro. And at one stage, the way they started, you thought they would be able to get over 150. But credit to this Havering side, as you said, over 7 and 8, just 20 runs in those 2 overs. And that's all it takes in a T10 game to contain a side.
Yeah, some great middle overs there by Havering. As I said, some good fielding as well, not just Aussie, but out in the deep. I mean, that one-handed stop on the boundary where he caught it and had to throw it back in, that was unbelievable. If that had stuck and could have stayed just inside the ropes, that would have been one of the best catches you've seen on the network, I would have thought.
Take a look at the scorecard here. Arya Kedekar top scoring with 69 of just 30 deliveries. Tom with 25 of 11. Header with a fine innings as well. Struck 4 boundaries in innings. 3 of them were 6s. A alarming strike rate of 325. Just gave them a little propulsion they needed right at the end to get them to a respectable score, but a score we feel might be just below par.
Yeah, if Joe Moss can get going, how he batted in the last innings, they've got every opportunity here. Havering, I know Stu Connor and Gary Stanley, few of the boys, they can write, and Gus as well, the way he was hitting the ball nice and clean early on. So yeah, hopefully the boys can get going and put in a good show.
Take a look at the bowling figures here. Alfie Jeeves conceding just 23 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. A couple of wickets for Moss. He ends up with figures of 2 for 13, and Petrick picking up a wicket as well. So Havering need to chase down a target of 144 in the second innings. Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box, and good luck for the rest of this series.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
We'll take a short break, and I'll be right back with the second innings.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're in the final run chase of the day, and it's shaping up to be another exciting one, as at the halfway stage CFS Pinnacle Pro have put 143 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets, thanks in large part to Aya Kadaka, who continues to be a key performer for his CFS side, scoring 69 off just 30 deliveries, and a flurry at the end from Faris Haider as he finished 26 off just the 8. But it was another spirited performance from this Havering 11 lineup, as it was Ozzy, the captain, taking 3 catches, almost an action replay on all 3, lurking on that boundary and having hands of absolute steel to take those, as he kept on getting peppered on the boundary, kept on taking the opportunities. And certainly Havering feel like they'll have a chance here, as it's Stuart Connor into the lineup and straight into the firing line. He's joined at the non-strikers end by the familiar figure of Joe Ross. As we get this up and running, and Joe Moss in the previous game, remember, scored 57 off just 19 deliveries. As we take a look at the equation here, as they get off to a perfect start with 4 runs straight on the board. 100 or less is what CFS need to restrict this Havering 11 side to. Havering, well, they want their first win of this series, and maybe they even want to do it in quick fashion. If they do it in 7 overs or less, they will pick up the bonus point. Stuart Connor gets a little feather on that one. It's enough to send it to the rope. The captain of CFS is bowling the first over. Cause of catcher here, but it lands perfectly between the 2 fielders. Stuart Connor already riding his luck just a little at the start of this innings. Gets the single, falls safely, and Joe Moss is into the attack. Subhan Javed, he's been a bit unfortunate today, to be honest. The luck hasn't really been on the side of CFS, actually all series so far. He keeps on steaming in, often seen opening the bowling for his side. This one skews high up in the air. There's cause of catch it, and it's an outstanding catch right on the rope. It's Prab Singh out there. It's not an easy catch with that skewing off the side of Joe Moss's bat, but it's a big wicket that CFS have taken early in this innings. Remember, Joe Moss scoring big runs in that previous game. Goes to a half century, but that is the slings and arrows of ECN cricket, as the next game he falls for a golden duck. Subhan Javed, who picks up the wicket, safe hands of Prab Singh on the boundary, and Havering 11 do lose their first wicket. It's 5 for 1 halfway through the first over. New batter is Callum Berry, another one who was so impressive in that previous game. He almost got his side over the line on that occasion. Hit 21 runs in the final over with 27 needed, but he finished on an outstanding 56 not out off just the 19 deliveries. He's got plenty more time on this occasion to try to steer his side's run chase. Good delivery though from Subhan Javed, right in that block hole. Doesn't give Callum Berry any room to work with there. Time just a little too short, it's clubbed away. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, does Callum Berry, but certainly enough to take it to the rope, and it's the second boundary of the over so far. That run rate is relatively comfortable for the Havering 11. Remember, they got all the way up to 165, just 5 runs short in the previous game. This time 144 is the magic number. Of course, that early wicket, Joe Moss to fall, certainly would have put a dent in their hopes. Quite a change side from the previous game as well. 5 new additions, including, of course, Ozzy, who took those 3 catches. Laksha Shah as well, who bowled well in that first innings, turns 15 years old today. His little birthday present was that he got hit for a couple of boundaries, but it was a beautiful action and showed his potential in the first half of the game. But they need to do it with the bat here, do the Havering 11. That one is hit firmly over the covers, and it will be the third boundary of the over, and it's a decent enough start despite that wicket to fall. Havering moved to 13. Callum Berry just throws his hands at it on this occasion. Interestingly then, the win predictor firmly in the Havering 11 camp, as we see it's 28 matches since a golden ball. Certainly that kind of score which has a golden ball feel about it. Wait with bated breath if it's the final match of the day, as is so often the case, that brings us a bit of drama. And joining me to talk you through the last bits of drama for the day, Nish, welcome back.
Yeah, great to be back, and interesting first over here. Pinnacle Pro pick up the wicket. I think they'll certainly be the happier of the two sides after that first over, even though Havering to get 13 runs. Chowdhury to bowl this second over. At the moment, the win predictor, it's 59-41, or as you've dubbed, the Goldilocks region. So, yeah, hopefully this provides us our first golden ball at ECS Hornchurch. And swing and a miss over there by Connor.
It was great to hear Paul Murray in the chat as well, wasn't he? Wasn't it? He is a great cricketer, great person, and I know he's looking forward to the quarter-final stages with his Hornchurch side, eagerly awaiting someone from Group B, and well, there's certainly some hot competition for those 4 places. Of course, we know where they will go, but it's where they'll stand in those 4s. That one's clubbed away for 4 runs. And certainly if we look at Group A, no one really wants to face the Mighty Tigers. I don't think many people will want to face Hornchurch here in front of their home crowd, but looking to Group B as well, especially the likes of the East Londoners, they're unbeaten, and OBs today as well, really showing their power.
Hello to Paul Kempen joining us in the chat, just giving us a wave. I'm looking forward to seeing Stan Murray next year. I think Paul just teased that you might have 2 father and son duos in next year's Hornchurch side.
It's a real family affair at this community club, and it's great to see the families on the pitch and also the families at the sideline. I know there's a lot of Havering supporters in the house. It's great to see the atmosphere building, and it's only going to build throughout the week as well as we go through to the knockout stages starting on Thursday.
Oh, a little bit of an inside edge there, and that's going to go towards square leg. Some good bowling here to start off by Pinnacle Pro. Don't mind this start one bit. Havering have to go at 15.2 and over from here on out. Chowdhury conceded just 4 runs so far this over. Just to go for the Yorker there. It turns out to be a lowish full toss. Just going to be a single. Good fielding there by Adya Kidekar, coming off a brilliant half century in the first innings.
He's such a consistent performer, isn't he, for the CFS side? It's the third time he's gone to a half century. The one time he missed out, he got to 44.
Gets the wicket there. Berry will depart. Crashes on his leg stump, and massive, massive blow here for Havering. Pinnacle off to a dream start. They have Havering 18 for 2.
They're certainly on the look and on the hunt here for their first win. RCFS, the 5th time of asking, just follows Berry, does that delivery, and the 2 batters who did the damage in the previous game, both now in the shed. Interesting to see where Gus Philpott bats. Of course, he opened in the previous game, scored an impressive 34 off 13. Haven't seen him yet. Continue to wait, as it will be Aussie that comes out. He'll be at the non-strikers end. That was the end of the over, 18 for 2. Brilliant over from Musa Chowdhury. Again, someone that CFS often turn to when they need wickets. They need tight overs. As we take a look at the standings, CFS still scratching around for a win. This would boost them up to 7 points if they don't achieve the bonus point, and maybe even they would leapfrog Gagan if they pick up the bonus point. Of course, they will at that point have played 2 more than Gagan, because of the fact that the Havering 11 came into this series at a later stage. They won't be going through to the quarterfinal, so we know the identity of the top 4, but still, as we were saying earlier, Nish, so important for the sides to get as high up as that table as they possibly can to avoid those big boys in Group 8.
Yeah, you certainly want to avoid a side like the mighty Tigers, who are undefeated so far this European Cricket Series. Seeding could play a huge role, and I don't think you want to face Hornchurch either in second place. They're gathering momentum as the series is progressing. Their younger players are just getting better and better by the game. Then they're going to have that raucous home crowd behind them as well for every game. So you certainly don't want to finish 3rd or 4th in Group B. Attempting a leg stump Yorker there, Baldwin. It didn't quite get it right. Ended up just pushing it down the leg side. He's been a little bit unlucky today, Baldwin. I think his figures don't quite reflect how well he's bowled.
Yeah, he picked up 2 wickets in the first day of action back on Friday. Hasn't been quite as lucky today, but there he does get a wicket, and you can see how much that means to him. The top of middle stump, Stuart Connor goes for a big swing, trying to manoeuvre that one into the leg side, and Caleb Baldwin picks up the wicket he deserved probably today. It's better late than never for him.
Gets a wicket he so richly deserves. A nice bit of variation, and he was just a little bit early on that shot over there. Stuart Connor plays all across it, gets the wicket there. Now, lovely bowling. Just rolls his fingers across that one and gets his man. Stuart Connor departs, having scored 14 runs of the 9 deliveries he's faced. And, well, this is a very different Havering side so far to the one that we saw earlier against Gugan.
Yeah, a couple of early wickets for them certainly doesn't help the cause. They've still got some batting to come though. Aussie, of course, at the non-strikers, hasn't faced a ball yet. He's joined now out in the middle by James Palmer, a familiar face to the locals, having featured for Hornchurch in a handful of games last year. 6 matches he played in all for the hosts here in 2024.
Gets another one. Back another wicket here for Baldwin, and gets rid of Palmer for a duck. And Pinnacle Pro Havering in all sorts of trouble at 23 for 4.
Caleb Baldwin, having missed out earlier in the day, cashing in on the wickets. Now, as that one is a beautiful delivery, actually. Just ducks in slightly into Palmer, who plays down the wrong line in the end. For the second time in the over, the Havering 11's stumps are dismantled. Palmer has to take the long walk off the pitch for a second ball duck.
Dream start here for Pinnacle Pro as they're looking for their first win of this ECS. They are reeling in dire straits at the moment. Having seen their batting performance in the last match against Gugan, you really fancied their chances here. But just as Paul Murray said when he was on commentary in the first innings, if Pinnacle Pro can get some early wickets, then all of a sudden they're in the driver's seat, and most definitely are here. They managed to pick up 4 wickets, and we still have 2 balls left in the power play. The win predictor has just swung wildly in their favor. Pinnacle Pro now 88% favorites from here. Struck straight down the ground, and that's a lovely shot. That really is there by Jeeves. A full face to the bat. Beautifully played.
Just uses the pace of the delivery. Doesn't try to overhit it, just punches it back down the ground. Mid-on is in the circle. There's no one stopping that. I think even if both long on and long off were out there, they would have struggled because that one went straight as an arrow.
Last ball of the power play coming up here. Looks to go big, and that's going to clear the rope very comfortably. So it's back-to-back boundaries to round out the power play. And they need a little something here, Havering, don't they? And that's certainly what they'll get. As they end this power play, 33 for 4. Still in a pretty tough position here, but they're going to have to find a way to string together boundaries.
Alfie Jeeves did it with the ball in the previous game, finishing on 3 for 35. He's got a task with the bat here. Starts off perfectly though, 4 followed by 6. Still 15 runs come off the over, and that's exactly the rate that they need to go at, just a touch over 15. More importantly though, they just need to start building a little partnership. Aussie, who came into the crease at the end of the second over, has been patiently waiting his turn. He's seen 2 batters come and go in over number 3. And he finally has his opportunity now, does the ex-Nigerian international.
Both him and his brother, Chimezi, have proudly represented their country. So certainly comes from very rich cricketing heritage. Looks to go towards mid-wicket, and oh, there was a chance, and how costly a drop could that prove to be? Jay Chavda not quite able to hold on to. We saw Havering put down a couple of chances in the first innings, and that could prove to be a costly drop, and worst of all, it's also going to be a 6.
He just had to shuffle around to his right, did the fielder, gets there, but the ball just bursts through his hands. It's unfortunate for Nathan Weeks. Didn't really deserve to go for a maximo on that delivery.
This away towards cover, and they'll pick up a single. Brings Jeeves back on strike, who struck the first 2 balls he faced for a boundary. Timing it beautifully to start out his innings. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, they're 4 down, but you still feel like some of their best batting is still to come. You got Philpott listed to come in as well, the captain, Jamie Green, as well. That's well dug out there by Jeeves. Good bowling by Weeks. They'll pick up a single.
Nice slower ball there from Weeks. Asked Jeeves the question, and Jeeves answered. Managed to dig that one out.
No, that is a glorious shot there. Absolutely magnificent shot. It's all about the timing on that one. Goes along the carpet for 4 runs.
Rolling back the years there. You can see him playing that shot for Nigeria as he just rocks back and cuts it away with venom. No stopping that one.
This time he finds the fielder, hits it straight to him. Good work there by Adia Kedekar. 4th over comes to an end. 12 runs off it. Decent over, but still not good enough from Havering's perspective, as they need to go at 16 and a half and over from here. At the moment, they're just about on track to pick up a point from this game, but not anywhere near where they need to be to actually go on and win it.
Just need to pick up the pace somewhat. Both of these batters now relatively set, between them 22 off 8. They just have to build the partnership, having lost a wicket in every over before this. That was the first over where they were just able to consolidate. And they've got a platform that they can try to build on here as they look Well, first for the bonus point target, which is 101, and then from there, see if they can push on, get somewhere close to that target of 144 for the win.
It's going to be a wide.
Unsurprisingly, they've turned back to Musa Chowdhury to try to break this partnership. Went for just the 4 runs in his first over. Picked up the wicket as well, the important one, clean bowling, Callum Berry.
Yeah, this one is going to be launched for 6 runs. Just lands in front of the side screen. It had plenty of height on it, but enough distance as well.
Just clears that front leg completely, doesn't he, Alfie Jeeves? Front leg almost goes off the pitch. Still manages to hit it dead straight though. Back over the bowler's head. 6 runs, important 6 runs as well. Perfect start to this 5th over, given they got the freebie wide as well.
Towards mid-on for a single. He's got great hand-eye coordination, doesn't he, Jeeves? Had a wonderful stroke, and yeah, they're going to need to string together overs with 2 to 3 boundaries at the bare minimum from here on out if they are to stay in this run chase. That might go away for 4 runs, and it's going to be a big chase for the fielder out at deep third. He's not going to be able to make it, Prabh Singh. A slightly lucky boundary there for Aussie, but he'll take it.
Absolutely will take it. He's played some gloriously through the point region. He'll take the ones that come off the edge of the bat as well. And already this over's going for 12. As you said, Nish, if they can find one more boundary, then they'll be exactly on that run rate. There's still 3 balls left after that wide to start off, and Musa Chowdhury, having bowled such a brilliant first over, threatening to go for a few runs here, and that wide down leg side won't help either. Or did that come off something? In fact, yeah, it came off a bit of pad or something on the way through, so it will be a fortuitous dot ball there for Chowdhury. Gets away with that one.
He certainly did. That was a full toss on his pads, and a player like Aussie, you thought that was going to end up somewhere in the trees on the leg side, but it's a dot ball. Big let off there for Pinnacle Pro. That is absolutely hammered away. Strikes the European cricket banner. And a 6 which this Havering side so desperately needs. Might want to check the height on this. This could well be a 7-up. Could have a free hit coming up here on the next delivery. Just been a few poor deliveries by Chowdhury, bowling a few too many full tosses, and I think he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, he's quite a tall figure, is Aussie, but the signal has been given, so it will be a no ball. It's 7-up, and this is maybe the injection that Havering needed, as this over's gone for 19 already with the free hit coming up. If Aussie can find the rope on this occasion as well, then I think that win predictor might start inching towards the Havering 11 again. Good comeback ball though from Chowdhury. Just holds his nerve, bowls it outside off stump.
It's backing away there, Aussie, and smart bowling by Chowdhury just keeps that line nice and wide. It's been a nice little recovery here for Havering after some early damage where they were 23 for 4. This partnership's been worth 41 runs. That is struck out towards mid-wicket. That's going to go away for 4 runs as Havering find themselves 68 for 4 halfway through this innings. And well, it's been a really good little comeback here for Havering. They just put themselves back in a position where suddenly got a chance to maybe chase this down. We'll take a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow in the Central Europe Cup over in Czechia. So it's been a tournament to forget so far for the hosts, yet to register a win. We're absolutely humbled by Austria in match number 4. They'll be hoping to at least pick up a win for pride against Norway in match number 5. And then that final match of the Central Europe Cup between Norway and Austria could well decide who ends up lifting the trophy.
Yeah, and of course it's T20Is, which means every single game is important. They're playing for ranking points over there in Czechia. So it'll be another case of multi-screening, getting 2 windows open tomorrow. As of course the action will continue here in Hornchurch and over in Prague.
So wide there by Khan, a real loosener to start off for him. Got a couple of settled batters out there for Havering. We're both looking absolutely brilliant. Jeeves on 18 of just 5 deliveries. Aussie on 25 of 10. This is just the situation they would have been hoping for. Oh, lovely stroke. He just digs that one out so well. Opens the face of the bat. And there's a fielder out in the deep to cut that one out. Abdullah Mir covers a lot of ground and is able to scamper across and ensure it doesn't reach the boundary rope.
Both these batters are set now. It feels like it might be the key partnership if they can get another couple of big overs together. Suddenly this chase will seem on. That run rate is just at 15. They hit the previous over off Musa Chowdhury for 23. Shoaib Khan, I feel like this is a big over for him going into the 6th. And there's that textbook cut again. And well, you've got to question why A, they keep bowling there, and B, they don't have someone out on the point boundary, because it's clearly a hot spot for Aussie. And if they keep bowling it, he'll keep on delivering these delicious cuts.
So strong through point, isn't he, Aussie? And just got to get a little smarter here with their lines and lengths. They started off so well, but their bowling's gotten a lot looser these last 2 or 3 overs. Attempts a Yorker. There ends up being a lowish full toss and just going to be a single.
Halfway through the over, 7 runs coming off it so far. Again, if they can just keep around that 13 to 15 mark, Havering 11, then they'll certainly take this chase deep. Runs required just over 15.
Gets an inside edge, but goes straight to Caleb Baldwin. That's been a good little rally here by these two. Partnership now worth 52 runs. It's just what Havering needed, and keep in mind they still have Philpott to come, so there's still some quality left in this Havering batting lineup. These two, though, you just feel like they need to hang around there until at least that 8th or 9th over to give this side a chance. It's a catch it, but it's going to land safely. It takes 1 bounce before it goes to Nathan Weeks, and that's going to be a single. And despite that 4, only seen 8 runs so far this over, so Khan's bowled really well, and the required just gone up to above 16 once again. He's got to find the boundary rope here on the last ball, the 6th over, Aussie. Just a dance down the track, and he's once again struck it towards long on. They'll push for a 2nd run here. Slight misfield out in the deep. It's going to end up being a 10-run over, so still a good over from Pinnacle Pro's perspective. But how costly could that slight misfield prove to be?
They still need to just get every run they possibly can to Havering at the moment. 66 needed in the final 24. That run rate, 16.5. It's certainly doable, especially with these two at the crease. Even the last 2 overs went for 23 and 10. So if they just take it in chunks, they're still averaging around 16 that they need. And you can see Jamie Green, he didn't get too much of an opportunity in that previous game. Came in at the very end and really just played second fiddle to Callum Berry, who was out there. Jamie Green's carded next, of course, Gus Philpott as well. So as you said, Nish, still some batting to come. And the 2 out there in the middle, Aussie and Alfie, just have to try and take this game as deep as possible and put the pressure back on the CFS bowlers. Abdullah Mir, though, starts with a dot ball into the 7th over. Let's not forget CFS haven't won a game yet. So I'm sure there'll be a few nerves jangling out there as well as they look to get their first win on the board.
Hit towards mid wicket. That's going to be a single. Oh, a little inside edge over there, and that's going to be a single. They'll just scamper across and grab a run. I've only seen one boundary these last 9 deliveries. Boundaries have really dried up, and Pinnacle Pro are just starting to reassert control after that little wobble they had between overs 3 to 5.
Half appeal from the boundary. I'm surprised there was not much of a bigger appeal from the bowler, actually. As Alfie Jeeves tries to get the old reverse out, unless he got a bit of bat on it. It will be a dot ball, and that's just as precious, in fact, for CFS.
Singles won't really hurt CFS at the moment. This has been another great over. Only 3 runs off it so far, and they're just starting to pull away here, CFS. The required has gone up to almost 20. And now it will go beyond 20 with that. Just a single again. Only 4 runs off that over, and just the 14 runs off the last 2. And CFS have put themselves in a very strong position here. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow. Really looking forward to that first match between Guggen and the East Londoners. The East Londoners have been a class apart so far in Group B, winning all 3 of the games they've been involved in. And they'll have back-to-back games in the morning going up against Guggen and then against Pinnacle Pro in match number 2. Havering will be involved in the last 2 matches, and then Pinnacle Pro and Guggen play each other in the middle lunchtime matches. It's another one that's just going to go away for a single. Just seem to have lost their timing, the pair. They're just not quite able to middle the ball as cleanly as they were earlier in the innings.
That's now the 11th ball without a boundary, and it's just kind of taken the air out here of Havering's chase. It's still possible. They just need a big over, and started with a single here is not enough from the bowling of Shoaib Khan, who bowled very well in the first over. Unsurprisingly, come back for his second here.
A brilliant ball there by Khan. Nailed the Yorker, and Jeeves can just get his bat down there and push that away for a single.
And the boundary drought continues. They just need to find a bit of magic from somewhere. Do Havering. These batters are set. Now they need to go.
There we go. There we go. They needed some of that, didn't they? Aussie finally manages to get one out of the middle of his bat, and he has sent that flying over the rope for 6 runs.
Muscles that one over the rope, and the chances dropped in the crowd. Don't quite see the drop, but you see the reaction of his mates. It's a much needed boundary to take Havering to 90.
A wonderful ball there by Khan, just follows the batter beautifully, and Aussie ends up getting yorked. Now, this is just brilliant bowling. It's okay to go for 1-6 in this format, but as long as you have that comeback ball, be in a pretty strong position. Catches the outside edge of the bat. That is really unfortunate. Therefore, Pinnacle Pro looking to advance once again, and it's going to be the second boundary of this over. 12 off this so far. Still below that required, though. I mean, even if this next ball disappears for a 6, still not enough runs from this over, as the required has now gone up to 23. Struck firmly away, and they're going to push for a second here. The throw's coming to the keeper's end. They'll grab a couple of runs. As Havering now need 48 runs of these last couple of overs.
Yeah, they need 2 massive overs, don't they? The best over they've achieved so far has been 23. This would be a perfect time to do that again. That was the 5th over of Musa Charge, when we thought that might be the impetus that the run chase needs, but in the next 3 overs after that, they just scored the 28 runs, just going at an average of 9, and that's why this run chase has just fallen away. They're still in it here. If they get a big 9th over, they need it to all happen here. Abdullah Mir, unsurprisingly, having gone for just 4 in the previous over, comes back to bowl the all-important 9th here for CFS.
Mir bowled superbly in that 7th over. It's really proved to be a turning point in this innings. It just started to take this game away from Havering, is coming in here for the penultimate over. Good over here, and Havering are pretty much out of this. Looks to launch this one over the rope, and he gets a 6 over there, Jeeves. They desperately needed that. They're just hanging on by a fine thread here, Havering.
Couple more where that's come from. And if they can just get the final over chase to something in the low 20s, they give themselves a chance.
Oh, looks to go for the old reverse sweep, and that's going to have enough to go away for 4 runs. So a little bit of innovation there by Jeeves. Gets that away to the boundary.
Just gets a feather on it, but it's enough to take it through that vacant 3rd region. Back-to-back boundaries, 6 and 4, certainly hungry for more out there in the middle. 38 now, needed in 9. 3 6s certainly make the final over interesting.
That is going to be a wide there, so a little bit of pressure on Mir for the first time after bowling superbly in his first over. He's gone for back-to-back boundaries here. Oh, just tries to bring out the reverse sweep again, Jeeves, and is he maybe just getting a touch too cute?
Yeah, I think 6s are what are needed here. I would have just gone for the straight bludgeon down the ground.
Goes for the straight bludgeon down the ground, and that works very effectively. More of that, please, is what the Havering teammates will be thinking.
Yeah, wish he did that on the previous delivery. It's pretty much an identical ball. Misses out on the first one, decides to go back to basics, gets it on this occasion. So 31 needed in 7. If this one goes the distance, then we're looking at a 25 chase in the final over. We've seen that certainly done on the network before. And it'll put all the pressure on the bowler of the 10th over, whoever that may be. So a big ball coming up here for Alfie Jeeves. Can he find the rope for the 2nd time running?
Be very similar to the last match against Guggen when Havering needed 27 runs to win up the last over. Well, he decides to leave that alone. He's just misread the line here. That was perfectly fine. It was a legal delivery. Oh, this could be a very costly dot ball. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, well inside the tram line. It's just, oh, it's a real brain freeze moment there. Misreads the line, Jeeves, and Havering now need 31 of the last over. You feel that's just a little too much. 5 6s in a row, though, would take us to a golden ball. So fingers crossed that we break the streak in the most dramatic of fashion. Here's a look at the bowling card. Abdullah Mir with superb figures, 0 for 21 in the 2 overs he's bowled. A wicket apiece for Subhan Javed, and Chaudhary and Caleb Baldwin picked up a couple of wickets. Interestingly enough, though, they won't turn to Baldwin for this final over. They're going to go with Nathan Weeks instead, who conceded just 12 runs in his first over. So just relying on his experience here to try to get them over the finishing line. Can he hold his nerve? It's going to take something miraculous for Havering to win. Are they going to be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat? Here we go. Last over. That is cut away, but there's a fielder on the deep, so it's just going to be a single, and well, just passes the torch now on to Jeeves, who's got to hit 5 consecutive 6s here to win it for his side.
This one's got to go big, as do the subsequent 4. I just feel like they've missed out on a couple of dot balls in the previous few overs. Had they been chasing 18 or 20 in the last over, it might have been a different game.
And that's just going to be the 1 run. So all CFS Pinnacle Pro have to do here is bowl 4 legal deliveries, and they'll win this game. So Weeks just needs to hold his nerve, make sure he doesn't bowl any no balls or wide, and his side will see themselves over the finishing line. Shouts to catch it, but it's going to go well beyond the rope for 6 runs, and Aussie will bring up his half century, so a 50 on his ECS debut. It's been a great knock here by the Nigerian international, but just not enough for his side to get the win.
I know he's a hugely popular figure around here, so big cheers from the crowd as that one went up and away. 54 not out. It feels like now it is going to be too little too late, but a lovely moment for him on debut on the network.
Drill down the ground. That's going to go away for 4 runs. A good shot there by Aussie as he's just having a little bit of fun right at the end of the day.
It was just those killer 10 balls, wasn't it, Nish? In the 6th and 7th overs, they didn't score a boundary in 10 balls, and that's really what sealed the deal here. Even if they managed a 4 and a 6 in that time, suddenly they'd be needing 9 off the last 2 and not 19.
Yeah, so often it's the middle overs that end up determining the outcome of these games, and gotta say, CFS Pinnacle Pro won over 6-8 convincingly, and that's ultimately why they're going to notch their first victory of this ECS. It's been an interesting one for them, hasn't it? They've come close a few times. Their batting has really been their standout so far this series, but gotta give their bowling unit a lot of credit. Their attack certainly has stepped up in this match, and they're going to deliver them a victory as they're 1 ball away from tasting their first win of this ECS. And that one came back at Weeks really sharply. They'll jog across for the single, and CFS Pinnacle Pro finally have their first win of this ECS. They've had to wait a while. They've fallen short on a number of occasions, but it's a win at last for this Pinnacle Pro side.
Yeah, absolutely, and thoroughly deserved. I know Havering 11 have stolen a few of the headlines in the previous 2 games, but it was Gagan, of course, who got the win in the penultimate game, and now CFS do pick up their win at the 5th time of asking, so congratulations to them. The winning margin in the end, 16 runs. I think the Havering 11, they can consider themselves very unlucky to come away today with no wins, losing by just the 5 runs in the previous game, 16 on this occasion. I think on both occasions they were in the game for, well, from the very start to the very end. We take a look back at the highlights, and it was a big swing by Joe Moss, and it was caught brilliantly on the rope by Prab Singh. So Joe Moss, having done the damage in the previous game, went for a golden duck on this occasion. Callum Berry, he stuck around for just a couple of boundaries before he took a big swing, and both he and Stuart Connor were clean bowled in the end, but that brought Aussie to the crease for his ECN debut. He stuck around until the very end. That was Caleb Baldwin picking up the first of his 2 wickets. In fact, got 2 in just the 3 deliveries, as he's been toiling away all day. Wasn't successful in getting the wickets earlier in the day, but more than deserved to pick them up here. Well, Aussie then was joined by Alfie Jeeves, and we thought while they were out there, certainly the chase was on, but it was just those deadly middle overs, wasn't it, Nish? 10 balls, they didn't score a boundary, and that's really what killed off the run chase despite the flurry at the end.
Yeah, there was just that period between overs 6 to 8 where Pinnacle Pro really took control. The boundaries dried up for Havering, and ultimately that's what cost them this game. They looked to get themselves back on track, especially after over number 5, which went for 23 runs, and Musa Chowdhury made a few mistakes in that over. But ultimately for Havering, it was those first 3 overs where they lost 4 wickets, and then overs 6 to 8 where they'll feel like they lost this game. We'll take a look at the scorecard for this second innings. Aussie top scoring with 59 runs of 24 deliveries, a fine knock by Jeeves as well, 41 of 21. But that top order just didn't click for Havering. They were 23 for 4 at that point. They were absolutely reeling, and credit to these 2 for a century partnership. They put their side in a position to win. They got them close to the target, but ultimately it just wasn't enough as CFS Pinnacle Pro pick up their first victory. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. 2 wickets for Caleb Baldwin in the sole over. He bowls a wicket for Javed. He He ends up with figures of 1 for 13 in his one over. Chaudhry with figures of 1 for 28. And Abdullah Mir, he bowled superbly. It was his 7th over, which went for 4 runs, that just took this game away from the Havering 11. As he ends up with figures of 0 for 21 in his 2 overs. And credit to Havering as well. They really gave this a good go. They played in a couple of competitive matches. We saw them come so close to pulling off that upset against Guggen in match number 29. But unfortunately for them, they'll fall short for the 2nd time this series. And CFS Pinnacle Pro take their first win of this European Cricket Series. A huge moment for them as they are the victors of match 30.
Congratulations to them, but I'm sure we'll see the Havering 11 come back strong. You can maybe join us in the commentary tent for one final time as the sun sets here. It's been a hazy, kind of windy, cloudy, sunny day, a classic British summer day, but we've had another great day of cricket, haven't we?
No, it's been a great day of cricket. Plenty of entertainment. We've seen it all. Some great catches, some incredible feats of fielding, good batting, quality bowling. Hoping for more of the same tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of tomorrow, maybe we can have a quick look at the fixtures coming your way. And of course, we stay in Group B. And all the sides, apart from the OBs, who've had a great day today, they're going to have a rest tomorrow. But everyone else will be in action. Starting with that big one, Nish, you've already highlighted that one at the top of the order, Gaggan against East Londoners. East Londoners, of course, they are unbeaten so far, but they come up against the Gaggan side, who, especially with the bat, are looking fearsome, aren't they?
Yes, certainly are. I think that's going to be a very, very exciting matchup. Guggen maybe just have a few issues with their bowling, which they're going to need to address. They've got so much quality in that lineup, and Vijay Suri, he's certainly taken this tournament by the storm. 2 scores in the 90s and a century. He could have had 300s by the end of today. I think that would have been an ECN record if he'd have been able to achieve that. And then some exciting matchups at the end of the day as well. Havering will be back for the last 2 games. They're getting the Hornchurch treatment. So looking forward to that big day of cricket coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, and I know Havering are kind of taking the mantle from Hornchurch as the home side, and I'm sure the fans will be out in full force tomorrow. And of course, you in the chat, thank you very much for joining us today. Do join us back tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to be another exciting day of Group B action. But in the meantime, from me, Tina, and from Nish, have a lovely evening wherever you are, and see you back here in the morning for more action from the European Cricket Network.